Hello, 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 everyone. It is day 2, everybody, of the Royal Influencers Business Incubator virtual experience. And day 1 was one for the books. Every single speaker showed up and over delivered just as I knew they would and did an absolute phenomenal job. The testimonials are rolling in as to all of the major value that everyone that was watching received. So thank you to our VIPs. Thank you to our sponsors as well. We have Blindside Connections. Dylan Taylor is a sponsor. We also have Fastlane Tools. The CEO of Fastlane Tools is Jose Elizondo. We also have Cindy Stumpo, who is speaking today. As a matter of fact, in the 1 o'clock hour, you know how busy she has to be, right? Being the first female builder and developer at her level for 38 years, long years, started at 23 years old, still going strong at 60, and knowing that she has a radio show, Toughest Nails radio show, and was also a reality show, famous reality show, I should say, host of Toughest Nails as well years ago. So she will definitely be joining us. She reached out first thing this morning, verifying the time and all that good stuff. So we will definitely hear from her as well. Speaking of business incubators, and knowing all of the years of experience, knowledge, expertise that she brings, trust me, you are in for an absolute treat. You're also in for an absolute treat with every single one of the speakers that we're having today, including the one that's kicking us off today, who has been an absolute phenomenon on the Royal Influencers Organization virtual conferences. Bobby Vincent is the very first speaker that you're going to hear from today, kicking off in just a couple of minutes. And I also just want to remind everybody of what the title of Business Incubator is all about. It's about all things business. It is about the 3 levels of business and everything in between as well. So what are the 3 levels of business? It's the launch phase, it's the build phase in the middle, and then it's that scale phase. And every single business is in one of those phases. So, or in between. And so oftentimes we've heard all of these stats, right? About entrepreneurs, and there's a high failure rate, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, let me just say this. The failure rate is not contributed to them not knowing business, right? Or not doing the right things, because all of us are doing the right things. Sometimes we just fail to pivot and transition from one level to the next level. And that what we will do is we'll launch the business and we'll stay in launch mode doing those mundane launch tasks a little bit too long. As we start to see momentum, sometimes it's time for us to shift the task and our roles and our hats in some cases, right? Sometimes many entrepreneurs and business owners are toiling on their own when they really should be bringing in other team members or connecting and collaborating with other like-minded entrepreneurs or attending events just like this one and broadening their knowledge, their experience, and their skill, connecting with like-minded entrepreneurs, putting themselves in the proximity to power, because there is power in proximity. And that is one of the premises that I have built around the Royal Influencers Organization. It's redefining success. It's elevating every single day. We talked a little bit about this yesterday as well. It's just working on improving 1% every day. And then when you look up after 365 days, you have improved 365%. And that same thing could apply with even 2% every day. Some people have higher standards for themselves and they want to improve, or they set a standard even higher to improve up to 300 or 5% or 3%. So now you just triple and quadruple that number, right? So that is the ultimate goal. And that is the goal that I have for every single one of you out there that will either watch this live, this virtual conference live, or this virtual experience live, or the replay, because we are streaming, by the way, on Facebook. We are also streaming on LinkedIn, as well as we are streaming on YouTube. So, by the way, if you're on YouTube right now, make sure that you hit that subscribe button. If you have not gone over to my YouTube, it is under the Royal Empowerment Group, or just simply search my name and hit the subscribe button, because that is my point of streaming it on YouTube as well. It is to also start nurturing and growing my YouTube. And I did that for LinkedIn. It took me a while, but I went over to LinkedIn and really started nurturing it. And it has been doing phenomenal. And I definitely want every single one of you to do the same thing for your YouTube as well, and for all of your social media platforms. Because if you are in business, I learned this from John Lee, by the way, who was just on a chatter room and has joined Chatter last night. And I actually had a little one-on-one conversation with him there last night in front of God and everybody, right? So Nelson Apega was there, who is the creator and founder of Chatter. So if you are interested in joining Chatter, just DM me on IG on the back end, the word Chatter, and we will make sure that you guys are getting your invite links, because they are still in the public beta phase right now. And Nelson, not only that, Nelson Apega also spoke at one of my conferences right here where you guys are speaking today, as well as Cindy Stampo, as well as a whole host of others. But we have a full lineup today, and we want to make sure that we stay on time. So if you are a speaker out there and you're watching, and I see the numbers climbing on YouTube, everybody's jumping on right now as well, which is the whole point of this opening. And Araya McGarry is in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She said hello to everybody. Hello, superstars. She kicked us off yesterday with her energy, as usual, kicking us off. She's saying, let's go, and I am here for it. So thank you so much, Araya McGarry, another one of my sponsors, by the way. And Tiffany Jones is already here as well. Speaker number 2, by the way, in the house already. And that's what it's all about, everybody. So they are already in place. We have Kermit Henderson in the chat as well. Was chatting with him yesterday. He definitely got his links and everything, and he is here as well. Shout out to all of the VIPers who invested in themselves and paid a little extra to get a little extra, and the little extra you will definitely get. So with that said, I'm definitely going to do a separate Zoom with them after this event is over, as well as they get a little grab bag and some goodies also. So with that said, it's not too late, by the way. If you guys have not gotten your VIP and you want your little goodie bag, as well as you want to get on a Zoom, I'm going to be bringing some of these speakers back to you on a Zoom so that you can get up close and personal. You can ask your questions, some questions of them and things of that nature. And you get a one-on-one with yours truly. An hour-long one-on-one coaching call with that VIP ticket. And the coaching call is generally $97. The VIP ticket is only $67. So you're still getting a discount, right? So with that said, thank you to every single one of the yeses that I have gotten from all of the speakers. Yesterday was one for the books. These events keep getting better and better and better. And you know why? Because all of you are getting better and better and better. And that is what it's all about. You have to keep showing up for yourself and for those that you were called to serve. And through you showing up to serve, then you start growing and expanding, and everything and everyone around you start doing the exact same thing. So it's that trickle down effect or that domino effect. And that is exactly what I am witnessing and seeing real time. And it is beautiful to watch. So thank you to everybody that's on YouTube. Thank you to everybody watching on LinkedIn. Thank you to everybody watching on Facebook. And here we are getting ready to kick off day 2. So with that said, I want to go ahead and bring up my next speaker. But before I do, he, like everyone else, deserves and will get a proper introduction. So Bobby Vincent has been now a speaker in maybe 4, at the most, maybe 5, somewhere in that time frame, and I will let him confirm that number for us. However, he is a confidence coach. He spent days on end thinking that I didn't notice him in John Lee's audiences. And I, as many of you know, I notice everything, right? Right? With my 8 years law enforcement, with my 2 business degrees, as well as being a true servant leader. all of my life, actually, watching my grandfather and my mother be community pillars and be true servant leaders. I knew nothing different. So that's one thing that I take great pride in, is serving. And one thing that I am is very observant. So I noticed all of those names, and I would invite them up, and some people would reject and some people would accept, etc. But he actually was able to absorb and receive all of the feedback, all of the value that we were sharing about business in John Lee's room. John Lee, by the way, is one of the original UK wealth dragons from the UK. And he had a whole team of wealth dragons, and they all came on Clubhouse early on in the pandemic, because that is exactly when Clubhouse was born, which I am so grateful for, because without Clubhouse, I would have never met none of you phenomenal people. So with that said, Bobby Vincent is going to come up and give us a phenomenal segment on the topic of business incubator. All things business are the topics that you guys are going to get today. So with no further ado, I'm going to bring him up. He is a phenomenal speaker and orator, and you're going to get some energy. You're going to get major value, and I cannot wait. Hello, Bobby. Welcome back.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, wherever you are in the world. Hi, Ramona.
Absolutely. The chat's blowing up. They came ready today. I hope they all had their mojo. I definitely had my donkeys, which is what Cindy Stumble call it, donkeys. But I definitely had my coffee as well. So she's already reached out and said, hey, what time do you need me? So everybody is pumped and ready to go. And I'm here for it and loving every minute of it. So tell everybody exactly what you have gotten so far out of showing up at these events and participating in the Royal Influencers Organization. And then I'm going to move out of the way and let you do what you do best.
Of course. Well, the same way that I got a ton of value spending time in certain online social audio spaces and learning from various people who were willing, as a blessing to all of us, to share all their knowledge and wisdom and insight and experiences, like yourself, Ramona, like the John Lees of the world, the Grant Cardones, and many, many others. You know, all that stuff that was shared really helped me out when I went from being a 17+ year career man to being an entrepreneur almost overnight. And so it was extremely powerful attending these types of events and hearing from people like yourself and getting me started right. You know, I don't think a college's worth of education would have equaled what I learned for free because of what you guys share and offer out there in the world. And then to get the premium content from folks like you and John and others, you know, just adds a whole other level to the learning process.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So did you leave your 9-to-5 yet? Your 17-year career? You left your 17-year career at this point based on all of the information that you were able to gain and collect in those rooms that we held for hours and hours on end?
Yeah, based on probably 3 separate things. I would say one is having the confidence to move forward because I was getting information from people who got me started off strong, which is what you're talking about. 2 is that I was thrown into it because me and my previous employer parted ways and couldn't work out a deal. So we went our own ways. And I said, I'm jumping all in on this thing. And I went all in. And, you know, I didn't have to do that, but I decided to. And third is that I have a powerful relationship with my wife. And we believed in the vision that I was going for. And she said, just stay out of working for someone else and let's build this thing.
Oh, my goodness. So if you don't get anything else today, what you just got was worth it. So there you go. If you follow that same suit today and you take your pen and paper out and you take notes and you go back and you implement those notes, and you not only implement them, but you believe in them, you put them into action, you too can do the exact same thing. So thank you so much, Bobby. I'm going to get out of the way. We took 3 of your minutes and we're going to, and I know that you'll be just fine making it up as well, but I will come back as soon as you are wrapping it up and chop it up a little bit, and then we'll go on to the next speaker. So thank you so much again, Bobby.
You got it. Thank you so much. Well, yeah, so building off of that, well, first of all, my name's Bobby Vincent. I'm the founder of a company called Free Minds Thrive, where we believe that if you have a free mind and you're thinking for yourself, rather than just following the herd and the path of others, only then can you truly thrive as who you are. If you're just doing exactly what everyone else is doing, you're a copycat, you're a clone of somebody else. And we don't want that. We want you to be who you are. So if you want to thrive, you got to be yourself. And to be yourself, you got to really free your mind. And that'll be the focus of today's chat with me, because I want to talk to you about being an entrepreneur or a business owner. Doesn't matter where you are in the process, but thinking outside the box. And part of that, of course, is believing that you even have the ability to do so. So it's a mindset game, of course. when, as Ramona was talking about, how I became an entrepreneur and what went into allowing me to just leave my 9 to 5, is the belief that if there was no other option, if success was the only way to do it, I can't fail. And that really is what it is. It doesn't mean I didn't have failures or obstacles or things that got in my way. Because like all of you guys, I did in your personal lives, in your business lives, in other areas of your life. You're going to run into obstacles. And I ran into plenty of them, and I still do. The difference between how I decided to think, and when I say decided, I mean that I made a decision. It didn't come to me naturally. I am naturally a more confident person than many people around me, but that doesn't mean I don't have my moments of doubt and my moments of what you might call weakness, where I thought, maybe this won't work out. I have 17 plus years working in a career for somebody else, getting paid well. I can go do the same thing, probably get paid more after I left that position. And I decided to go all in on me. And when I say all in on me, what I mean is all in on my vision for what I would create if nobody else was getting in my way. If absolutely nobody else was allowed to step in front of me and stop me from moving forward, what would that look like? What would that be? And that's exactly what I did. And I took the chance and I took the risk. And there were many moments where I could have said, is this thing going to work? I mean, I'm building it from scratch. I don't have a boss or a manager telling me exactly what to do, all the right answers. I don't have that. And just because I learned from people like Ramona and John Lee and many, many others doesn't mean their formula is right for me. And that's what I want to talk to you about today is you have to believe in your own ability to come up with the right ideas, the right plan, the right solutions for what you're trying to do. And maybe it incorporates a little bit of this and a little bit of that of what you learn from others, but ultimately it's on you. And in some ways, that's a very heavy weight. And for some people, they may even feel like it's a burden to shoulder and to carry. But like most things, the more you do it, the more resilient and strong you become. And you realize, wow, I can do this. Even though that problem came up or that thing tried to take me down, I didn't let it. And I'm here still and I'm standing and I can keep moving forward. And so let me tell you just a quick bit about that story. And then I want to get right into the main content here because I really want to give you guys as much as I can in my time here with you. I went from being a guy who worked for someone to being someone who had to start a business. And the business I wanted to start, I was being told by a lot of people, is a business that probably was going to be very difficult because I said, I want to help people think for themselves. I want to help people not stand around and feel like the only way to get ahead is to imitate all the people around them, or that their ideas are not worthy and they need to listen to somebody else. I wanted people to listen to themselves and to really, truly own that, to know that the ideas that they're coming up with are actually their own, which is a whole other level of the process. It's not just a matter of saying whatever ideas are in my head are mine and I'll carry those forward. It's also a matter of ensuring, are those even my ideas? Or were they inserted into my brain through movies and pop culture and all the people around me who I'm being influenced by? That's not always a bad thing. You could know people like Ramona and she's influencing you and helping you understand how to start a business, how to grow a business, how to scale a business. However, not every business is exactly the same. If it is, you might as well go work for that other person. But if you have a vision for something as big and bold and audacious as you believe it is, you should absolutely run with it. The problem is not all conventional solutions and approaches work for everybody. In fact, every entrepreneur learns very quickly, you got to think outside the box sometimes. You got to become scrappy. And sometimes you got to work with whatever's in front of you, whatever you have. And you don't always know where the ship is going. You could be in the middle of a great storm with just your compass and the wind, trying to figure out where you are and where you're going. And all you have is your belief in yourself and the people around you and the fact that you know you'll get through it, because no matter what the storm throws at you, you're going to make it. And that's why I want to promote to you thinking outside the box and being not only okay with that, not only comfortable with that, but thriving through that. Because when you think outside of that little box that some of you are stuck in, thinking only these things are possible, only these things are the things that I can experience and the things that I can take as approaches and take as solutions to my problems, when you realize that there's so many more possibilities, many of which might be totally original to you and what you're trying to do. And so I want to share some of what I went through in my process of being an entrepreneur, in my process of learning that I can do this. And I want to run through as many of them as I can. I won't rush them, but I want you to get as much value from this as possible because, guys, we only have so much time in this world. And if you're going to be sitting there staring at me through a screen, I want you to get power out of it. So let's go. Confidence in your ability to think outside the box, first of all, requires you to believe you can do so. For you to know that you were put here on this earth with your own mind, your own spirit, potentially, and I believe that, and I know many of you do as well, your own soul that drives what you're doing here and why, and what you bring to the table. Every organization you're a part of or have been a part of, anything you do with your business, any customers or clients you have, they are blessed to have you here. You're here for a reason, but that reason really needs to be brought out in order for you to truly deliver for everyone else and also for yourself. You're here to be you, right? I don't get to be you. Ramona doesn't get to be you. I don't get to be Ramona. We don't get to be each other. We are blessed to be the only one who gets to experience being who we are our entire lives. So let's really bring that out and make it shine. Now, for some of you, you're business people, maybe some of you very new, as I was a few years ago, and I consider myself still fairly new in the business world. There are some things that I did to really get my ideas and thoughts together so that I had clarity and therefore the confidence to move forward. And clarity is a very important thing in business. If you don't have clarity about what you're doing and why you're doing it and where you're trying to go and what your game plan is, you're going to run into a lot of trouble, or at the very least, you're going to be running around in circles for a long time before you realize, wait a second, I got to get outside of this circle and go somewhere. And so here are a couple of things that I did, and they're mostly unconventional things you may not have really heard of before or may not have applied in this way. One is to write your final thoughts down on paper before you go to sleep at night. It sounds super simple. What are you talking about, Bobby? A journal, a diary, that kind of thing? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Or if you want to do it the way I do it, you just take a pen and paper and you write a list. I write bullet points. Boom, this is one thought that's on my head. Boom, this is one question I've been asking myself all day. Boom, this is one problem I got to think about. And by writing it down and transferring it from your mind and manifesting that mental thought out into the physical world onto paper, something magic happens. Even if you don't like the word manifestation, it doesn't matter. This is a very practical thing. And in fact, everything I'm going to share with you today is practical. You write it down on paper so that your conscious mind, the mind that's always going crazy, thinking about everything, trying to solve every problem, can relax a little bit at night because you have it on paper. It'll be there in the morning. Not only will you get better sleep doing that, especially as you get used to doing it as a part of your nightly routine, not only will you sleep better, but also your subconscious gets the clue, gets the cue, and says, I see what you're trying to say. These are all things you want me to deal with. So that instead of your subconscious mind dealing with whatever it wants to deal with on autopilot, as it always does, based on your past experiences and habits, now you're putting new things in front of it, new challenges and tasks. And you're saying, I want you to deal with this problem. And guess what your brain's going to think about while you're dreaming and sleeping? And when you get up in the morning and you go take a shower and you're brushing your teeth and you're drinking your coffee and you're on the drive to work, whatever it is you may be doing, your subconscious is going to be working on those things that you've been putting out there. It's not enough to keep them in the monkey mind, rattling and bouncing around. You've got to put them somewhere, make it a conscious decision to do so, put the focus and highlight it, and then your brain does the rest. And this is a very powerful tool that I've found in my life, especially as an entrepreneur, to be able to solve problems where I literally wake up in the morning and I have an answer. How crazy is that? You can run around for weeks with an idea bouncing around in your conscious mind. And then by letting your subconscious handle some of the workload, all of a sudden, the solution comes to you. It's like, where did that come from? Some people call it downloads. They download it from somewhere else. Some people say they're accessing somewhere else. Maybe it's God. Maybe it's something. Whatever it is, it's magical. And the only way to do it is to get those ideas out there and tell your mind, this is what I want you to think about. Right before bedtime is the perfect time because your subconscious takes over, you dream, and you problem solve. So that's one great way to work through your ideas and also to find clarity. Another great way is to ask your customers and clients that you have had so far what their experience has been like. It sounds crazy. And some of you are like, oh yeah, I do this all the time. But some of you are like, oh my God, I've never done that before. I never thought to ask the very people I serve, what's your experience been like? What's working? What could be even better? Now, I never like to put negative thoughts in my clients' heads. So I never say, what's not working? What's bad, right? I say, what could be even better? And that implies that everything's pretty good already, but I can always use room for improvement. And in fact, I care enough about your opinion to want to improve. So that not only gives your clients a really great feeling that you care about them, but it also gives you a lot of insight that maybe you wouldn't have gotten before from the very people who work with you. You get to hear the good, and you get to hear the areas where maybe you can use improvement. And I have solved several problems, and I call them problems, but really they were possibilities in my business by listening to my clients and asking them first. The other thing is to talk to people who have nothing to do with your business. Family and friends, sure, but even go into the spaces where the people you typically would be serving or that have an interest in what you do, going there and talking to them about what you do, what you offer, and asking them for feedback. What do you guys think of my website? What do you guys think of this concept? If you have a new idea and you don't want to be specific because you don't want to give it away to anybody else, but you still want to say, how do I test this out? How do I get, some group thinking here so I can get some feedback? Well, you take that idea and you put it out into a space or to a person, and you just get their feedback. Open feedback. Don't judge their feedback, because then they're going to self-censor and they're not going to give you all of their ideas. You want to give them an open conversation so that they can truly share and show appreciation for what they shared with you. And that's a really powerful thing. The other thing is that if you have people in your organization, people, which is the most important part of any organization and yet one of the most overlooked parts of any organization. I know, because I worked for a massive consumer electronic company, and at one point they listened to people a lot, and then they became very overconfident in their cubicle boardroom meetings and decided to stop listening to the people that worked at the bottom, the ground floor, the worker ants. And as they stopped listening to those people more and more, they kind of got stuck in their own redundant ideas and they started making some mistakes. And here's why that happens. Because the people on the ground floor who work every day, getting their hands dirty, getting their feet wet, doing the hard work in the trenches, they understand your business in perhaps ways that you even don't. So if you have employees or you have people that do some work for you, ask them questions openly without judgment. Don't let them feel that they're being judged. Just ask them, what do you think is going on here? How are we doing? What are people saying? What ideas do you have that maybe I haven't thought of? It doesn't mean you have to do all of them, but it means that you open the door for new ideas to come in, diverse ideas, many of which are things you wouldn't have thought of. And that's thinking outside the box, because you're opening the box of your own mind, which even if you expand it, only goes so far, and you're opening the doors and allowing other ideas in. And that's one of the greatest ways to get some great ideas. The other thing you can do is role play as your customers. Now, everything I'm sharing with you guys is things that I've done. And they're things that I've done that are things I haven't heard many people talking about, and that's why I want to share it with you. My entire business at Free Minds Thrive is about thinking outside the box. I tell everybody, if you have a crazy, audacious, wild idea and you don't try it, you have failed yourself and failed the world. If you have a crazy idea, try it. Even if nobody else has done it, even if the greats have not approved of it, maybe nobody thought of it yet or didn't think of doing it in exactly that way. So let's go and try that thing out. And that's why I'm sharing these with you, is some of these things I tried and I thought, well, I don't really hear anybody talking about this. But as I tried it, because it popped in my mind, I said, let me give it a try anyway. What do I have to lose? I'm an entrepreneur. I have everything to gain and very little to lose. And so I tried them. And many of these things worked. And the things that didn't work, I just don't do. But the things that did work, I'm sharing with you. And in my final minute, I want to share a final thought with you that's really, really important. And that is to role play as your own customer. Now, this is something not many people do enough of. And I want you to do it right away today. Because if you do just this one thing, you're going to find that there are some holes that you did not realize were there in your process, in your messaging, in something. Be one of your own customers. Pretend you just heard what you offer and go to your website, go to your social, and try to navigate toward understanding what that thing is, purchasing that thing, and then understanding the follow-up after you purchase that you know what you just bought. Are you receiving communications? Are you getting emails? Are you getting texts? Are you getting calls? Was everything clear? Were there any questions you would have had as the customer? Those should probably be in your FAQ or frequently asked questions section. At the very least, they should be part of something you clarify for people in your contract, your agreement, whatever it is. And so be your customer for a day. Go try to experience you and see how that works out for you. So guys, those were some unconventional, out-of-the-box ways that I made sure to succeed in my early days as an entrepreneur, all of which I still do to this day to make sure I get ideas and I have clarity on my ideas and vision. and that I can move forward with confidence, building out my business and helping people free their minds so they can thrive in their lives. And guys, I have a short time left. I'm going to pause here and say, Ramona, if you have any final thoughts, I know we want to stay on time today. Thank you so much for letting me share this method. I hope you guys got value.
Absolutely, Bobby. Wow, wow, wow. That was absolutely phenomenal. I have a whole page of notes.
Thank you.
From that 20-minute, maybe 17-minute segment that you just gave us. I absolutely loved those last two huge nuggets. I loved everything about it. However, those last two were huge. Role play as your own customer. So many times we spend all of the time gathering all this knowledge and information, and we go and implement it, right? But what we don't do is ever put ourselves in the customer's shoes. I used to do a training called the Management Operations Seminar, MOS trainings for franchisees and managers. And that was the first thing that we would tell them to do is put yourself in the customer's shoes. When you want more information about what your customer is experiencing, become the customer. Walk in the door as your own customer, looking at your business from their eyes, from their perspective. How do you feel when you walk into the business? How do you feel when you get on that phone call or after you leave that phone call? I absolutely love that. And it's the first that I've heard anyone actually say it in a very long time. So I absolutely love that you just did. That was absolutely phenomenal. And you stopped listening to those, or people have a problem because they stop listening to those at the bottom. So that's that top down management or bottom up management going in the opposite direction. So often times the leaders at the top are always talking down to the people at the bottom rather than going down to where those people are, the people in the trenches, the ones in the trenches, right? Where they are, and now managing from the bottom up. I absolutely love it.
Absolutely. Go for a tour with your people. Say, hey, show me what you guys are seeing every day. Exactly. Don't be somebody stuck in an office or a cubicle or wherever it is that you work as the boss. Get down in there and learn what the people are seeing.
Oh, magnificent. It was absolutely brilliant. Loved every second of it. And I also love that you are always pushing, always sharing, always encouraging to wear different hats and not just walk around with that title, because title or your actual role or title leadership, meaning positional leadership, according to one of the top gurus in leadership, which is John Maxwell, positional leadership is the lowest level of leadership. Just because you have that title, people respect you just because of your title. That is literally the lowest level of leadership, believe it or not.
Absolutely.
People, in other words, people just respect you because of the title, right? So you take the title away, will you still get the same respect? Nope. Right? Or be able to at least encourage, inspire, and motivate people without the title. So that was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely loved every minute of it. As usual, knocked it out of the park. Thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing your knowledge, your skill, your expertise, your experience, and your energy to kick us off on day 2.
Thank you, Ramona.
Absolute pleasure, Bobby. Thank you so much again for being here. As usual, always welcome. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And right on to our very next speaker, who is already revved up and ready. I see her already dancing. She's standing up. She is waiting, chomping at the bit to get out here and tell her story. And I cannot wait to have her as well. I have been on calls with her. I've watched her stories. I have watched her feed, and she is doing some phenomenal things through her nonprofit as well. And I cannot wait to bring Tiffany Jones to the Royal Influencers Organization stage, speaking about nonprofits, as a matter of fact. And that's exactly why we named this the Business Incubator, because every aspect of business, we did not leave any stone unturned. And I knew that I was bringing something bigger, something more, and pivoting and shifting a little bit with the titles and the themes. And this is exactly where we are. We're headed to the 4th quarter. And this is how when games are won, right? This is how teams win games in the 4th quarter. We don't let our foot up off of the gas. We put our foot down and give it more gas. So if you're thinking of resting, if you're thinking of pausing, if you're thinking of giving up, if you're thinking of stopping, slowing down, Absolutely not. You have to put your foot on the gas and go even harder in the fourth quarter. So that is another thing that you're going to notice that we're doing is we are shifting and we are pivoting. And this is exactly where we want to be. And this is exactly where you want to be as well. Whoever you are, wherever you are in the world. I know that we have UK. Everybody start putting in all of the chats, the chat on YouTube, the chat on Facebook, the chat on LinkedIn. Put in the chat where you're from, where you're chiming in from. I know that I was communicating with friends in the UK last night. Some of them were on Clubhouse yesterday as well, when our phenomenal leader and mentor John Lee joined Chatter as well, which many of you know me from that room. He is a guru in business as well, and has been years, 20 years, doing the same mundane task over and over and over, and always being a great study and things of that nature. And everything that I've learned, also along with my 2 business degrees, also along with from my experiences from my grandfather in business, as well as my mother in business. My grandfather in business for 50 years, built it from the ground up and sustained it. That's what's more important. And then my mother in business for 30 years, built it from the ground up and sustained it for a very long time. And you're going to hear from other people today, like Cindy Stumpo, when she can find the time to come in. I told her, don't worry, but I definitely gave her some specific times that were best. However, every single speaker that we have coming to you guys today is coming to over deliver. So with no further ado, I am going to bring up Tiffany Jones right now to the Royal Influencers Organization stage. Hello, Tiffany, how are you?
I'm amazing. Thank you, Ramona.
It gets crazy around here. I guess you know that now, right?
Oh my gosh, I do. I love this. So excited to be a part of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have Kimberly Morrison, just to let you know, Tiffany. Becca Boston is in the chat saying, let's go, Tiffany. Dylan Taylor is from the Bay Area, California, in the chat as well. We have Christina Baca. Let me give my right-hand wing woman the credit that she deserves as well today. Christina Baca is my 19-year-old mentee. I've been mentoring her for a couple of years now. She is the woman who's behind the stage right now, working all of the beautiful flyers. She is responsible for every single one of them, for every single event. She's behind the scenes. And next event, we have her coming to speak as well. So she is in real estate school right now as well. So definitely just wanted to give her flowers as well. Absolute pleasure, Tiffany.
That's amazing.
Oh. Absolute pleasure. Here you have your buddy, your balcony friend, your balcony leader is in the chat as well. Araya said, woohoo, Tiffany, let's go. And wow, the chat is going so fast right now. I can't even read it all. They are blowing the chat. We have Samantha, Samara Beth that is coming. She is also she said earlier she was blow drying her hair and getting ready to speak soon as well. And guess who's coming right behind you?
Oh, I know.
Black.
I know.
Is coming. So with that said, let's go ahead and let's get out of your way and let you over deliver and give you your full 20 minutes that you need so that you can tell your story and tell us all of the phenomenal things that you are doing. So give us the name, first and foremost. Okay. Give us the name, because we have a couple of minutes before your segment actually starts.
Okay.
So give us the name of your nonprofit.
Okay.
Let's start there.
Patchworks Inc. is the name of my nonprofit. Yes. And that is named after my maiden name was Patch.
Oh, wow.
Love it. In honor of my parents.
Love it.
Cancer, and it's all in their honor.
Oh my God. See, that's another reason why with special and certain things like this, I prefer you actually share it, because for one, people feel your heart as well as they feel your passion. Yeah. When you actually share the full, deeper thought process behind why you created what you created. So tell us exactly what Patchworks Inc. does.
Yeah. So we bring people and supplies over to support teachers in Tanzania.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing. So through supplying the teachers with their supplies, because even here locally in the state, that is a huge pain point. Let me tell you why. I have 12 two of their daughters, two of my aunt's daughters are now teachers, 12 teachers and a couple of administrators, assistant principals and a principal and a superintendent that retired now in my family. So they have always talked about how much money comes out of their pocket to make sure that the children that they teach every day has all of their supplies and their classroom is stocked so that it's a conducive learning environment. So I definitely have heard this story over and over and over. And I've always thought to myself, why wouldn't the school, we pay our taxes, right? Why wouldn't the school systems supply the teachers? So, and I attend a church, Turning Point Church right here in McDonough. I attend a church that also helps teachers. And every year they bring teachers up on stage and they give them money and cards and gift cards and supplies and things of that nature to fund their school year. So I am grateful for that. And I definitely am grateful for you and grateful for Patchwork Inks and grateful for all the children and the teachers that you are touching through your organization. So I definitely just want to commend you for that as well.
Thank you so much, Ramona. And so I am a teacher. I've been teaching for over 25 years.
Amazing.
And that's it. There are so many pain points that teachers have that people that aren't in the system don't really think about, like you said, that honestly, like a box of Kleenex to give to your teachers in the school. I know it's silly. I know it seems so little, but it does so much. It's so helpful because otherwise I'm buying the Kleenex or it's glue sticks or markers. It's just so many things. And I know, right? That education is all of our foundation. It's critical. We all want to uplift. We all want to thrive. We all want to grow. It all needs education is where we get our foundation.
Amazing. And let me tell you, at the beginning of every year, I walk in with 2 huge, full, overflowing bagfuls of the wish list. We get a wish list of what the classes need. Yes. I buy double because I can just imagine that there's some parents that can't afford it, right? That can't afford to donate. So I always buy double and send it to school with my kids, and I just donate the snacks and everything.
Oh my gosh, you need to move to my district. I need you, Ramona.
I see Carolyn Bell and Julie Riga. Tiffany, we love you is in the chat as well. Scott Smith said your name, Tiffany as well. And Carolyn Bell is my regional director, when I was a regional manager in the Southeast region, and she is here today as well. An absolute pleasure to have her here. Climb your mountain, Tiff, is what Samara Beth said. So I just wanted to give you some energy, and not that you need it. Of course, you're always overflowing on the energy, right?
Yeah, I got that.
Absolutely. I wanted to just take those couple of minutes to chat with you right before you go into your speech, to let everybody know, to set the stage and let everybody know where Patchworks Inc. was born out of and where you come from, because not everybody here, of course, a lot of your friends and your cheerleaders, we're all cheering you on. You know us, right? But there's a lot of people out there that don't know who you are. And I definitely just wanted to give them a little bit more insight before we get started. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best. And at the end of it, I'm going to come right back up and we'll chat for a couple more minutes and we'll be ready for our very next speaker. So with that said, no further ado, thank you so much, Tiffany, for being here. Come back up in a little bit.
Okay, look forward to it. Thank you so much, Ramona, and everybody. My gosh, it's so amazing to be here. I love it. And I am just really excited about the theme of these last 2 days as a business incubator, because, our previous speaker, as Bobby said, I'm a teacher. I don't have a business degree. I have a master's degree in educational technology. I live in this educational world. And so to come over to the business world, there's so much for me to learn. And I'm so grateful that I have communities and people. I've surrounded myself with really strong people that are all growing and teaching me, and so grateful. Thank you all. I love you guys. So so I'm Tiffany Jones, and I'm the founder of a nonprofit that's Patchworks Inc. And this is our second year as a 501c3. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about how it began and got started. It started with buying some sneakers. How many of you probably have heard of a Couch to 5K? There's an app. It's great. You break it down. It's got like, oh, okay, I can run for 30 seconds and then I walk. And then I can run for 40 seconds and then I walk. So I had done a couple of those. Love those apps. They really worked for me because it really did break it down. It didn't get me right into running 3 miles my first day. I use that same technique in my next really crazy adventure that started in 2022. I lost my parents to cancer. And my dad had been a few years before, but my mom was January 2022. And she was my best friend. And it hit me really hard, really hard. And I knew that action, I had to do something. At the time, I was in a business group, a business incubator, if you will. And one of the challenges for the end of the cohort was to come up with your big, hairy, audacious goal. And I'm competitive. I have some competition in me and I really like to win. So I thought this is the perfect time to go climb Kilimanjaro to kick cancer's butt. What? Oh my gosh, where did that idea even come from? I had been working with a man who brings people affected by cancer to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, which is the highest mountain in Africa, the highest freestanding mountain in the world. It's 19,341 feet. I am not a mountain climber. I, at the time, didn't even have a job. I am a mom of 2. I'm 51 years old and I live in Maine, and I have no idea. When Sean, the man, would talk to me and he would say, oh, Tiffany, you'll see, someday you'll come to Africa and climb this mountain. And I would look at him and say, yeah, sure, Sean, someday I will do that. When I lose 100 pounds, when I am, have $1 million, when I have hours of free time, months of free time, that's when I'm going to do that, right? I mean, of course, someday I will do that, Sean. So it was January 2022 when, thank you, Ramona. I know it's big, it's real. We all are there. But it was January that really hit me, that loss, that you can't say someday forever. It was so strong. It was like a ton of bricks that we are living our legacy today. This is our day. And so many of us say someday, so many of us we have reasons, and they're rational reasons, money, time, abilities, knowledge, all those are reasons to not do something. However, we don't have we don't have all the somedays. There's gonna come a day, and it really narrowed me in. It really got me going because I do have a lot to do and I have a lot I want to do. So realizing you can't say someday forever, I'm in this business group. They give me the challenge for a big, hairy goal. And Sean had been telling me he could take me to Africa to climb a mountain. Boom, it all came together. And I win, right? I win. I go to the group and I say, okay, here's my goal. I'm going to go climb Kilimanjaro and kick cancer's butt. Well, I will guarantee no one else in that group had that big a goal, but it was crazy. It was like, what could you do if anything's possible? And we all hear these things. I didn't know. I didn't know how. I didn't know where I was going to begin. I don't have any idea. I did know that I probably needed sneakers. That was a place I could start. They were $39. I could go to Dick's Sporting Goods and get a pair of Adidas and buy some sneakers. And that's where I started. I bought the sneakers. And it was that little action of like driving to the store and looking at the sneaker wall and picking out those sneakers that started the whole snowball. It was my couch to Kilimanjaro. After the sneakers, next step, the gym. Okay, I should probably join one, I thought. And I did. But I will tell you this, I didn't join the first day. I had to drive by the gym. I had to drive by the gym. I did a drive by. The next day, I went in and I kind of looked at the gym. I did a little tour of the gym. And then it was really the next day that I went in and I said, okay, I'm going to join the gym. This was February of 2022. What do I do now? March, I didn't have a job. The trip was going to be $10,000. I didn't have that in the bank to just go climb a Kilimanjaro. And so I didn't know what I needed to do, but I knew I could take a little step. And that little next step for me was a GoFundMe, because they're free. You know, they do take a percentage, of course, but I could start a GoFundMe. I had a story. I had a reason. I have a purpose, like we all do. We all have our stories. We all have our mountains that we want to climb. We all have these small actions that we can take along the way. And so I did a GoFundMe, and I'm going to tell you what, this is when I knew that this journey was way bigger than me. My story is bigger than me, because I woke up one morning in March and my GoFundMe was funded. I woke up and grape nut cereal, Post grape nuts, not a cereal I had thought of recently. It had been my dad's favorite cereal, but I really hadn't thought about grape nuts in so long. But they turned 125 in 2022, and they found my GoFundMe. They'd chosen 9 women in the country, and I was one of them. They had read my story, and they funded my entire trip. They gave me $12,000, grape nuts cereal. I did think it was like a trick and someone was trying to come into my bank account backwards, but it turns out it was really legit. And I'm going to tell you this honestly. And I remember it from one of my first businesses that I tried, and I was asking for funding and going around, and what do? You know, I don't have money. It's that whole startup wheel. And somebody said, you know, I'm not going to give you money if you aren't ready to do something with it. And I heard that message, and it struck me, but it was right. And I will tell you this, as soon as I got that money from Grape Nuts, it started a whole other journey, because I was like, real. Now that whole excuse of like, I couldn't afford it was taken away from me in an instant. I had to do it. I had to do it. I had to take the next action. Now I'm being funded, you know, and getting funded from someone means they are holding you accountable for those actions. So I was definitely, it was real. It got real. It got real in March. In April, I got diagnosed myself. I went into the doctor, and I was diagnosed in April with breast cancer. I had been tested. My mom had been tested. We both have the BRCA2 gene. That meant that I was susceptible. So I wasn't completely thrown that I did get diagnosed. But I will tell you this, I was already on a mission to go climb Kilimanjaro to kick cancer's butt. I get cancer? I get diagnosed? I was like, oh, no, not today, cancer. No way. Oh my gosh, I will say this, probably looking back, most people would have used that as a reason to stop or slow down. I don't know why. Again, probably it was because I was funded by Grape Nuts and I had this money behind me and I had all the reasons. I used it. It was fuel for my fire. And I met with my doctors and I said, you know, I understand that I have cancer. And believe me, after being through these journeys, I know more than most what that means for treatments and schedules. I said, but I have a goal. And that goal is that I am going to climb Kilimanjaro to kick cancer's butt. And so I know I have a journey ahead of me, but I have to go climb this mountain. And my doctors thought I was crazy. Many people, you know, and that's fair. but they really supported me, and they were like, okay, we're going to be a part of this mission. And the team was formed. So June, the first week of June, I had my first lumpectomy. And the last week in June, I flew to Africa. I went to go climb Kilimanjaro. And all of that was because of these steps, just the baby steps that I took along the way. When I got to Africa, I learned my first Swahili, and that is pole pole. Pole pole means slowly, slowly. I will tell you that part of the hardest part of climbing that mountain was trying to go pole pole. It's not my typical pace. I'm a go, I'm a run, let's do it. What are we doing? I love it. Make a list. Bobby talked about a list. Make a list. Like, let's go. But pole pole, you have to conserve your oxygen because it's this gigantic mountain. There's no oxygen up above the clouds. And it was hard. It's hard to slow down. It's hard for me to break things apart all the time. But I was reminded again of James Clear and Atomic Habits and how powerful it really is when we do go pole pole. How we can really do so much more when we live in this moment, when we realize that this is it. This is the moment we all have. We all are in this moment right now, learning and growing and getting motivated and inspired to take our next steps right now. Pole pole. All of that got me up this mountain. It's a 6-day hike. I was on day 4. I was up 16,000 feet, the highest I've ever been. And I fell. It's like Mars. It's gravel, and I didn't even realize it. And the next thing I know, I'm laying there with my head down the mountain and my feet are up the mountain. And I saw the summit. It's 2 days away. But I realized I did not come here to die. I don't want to die on this mountain. This isn't why I came here. I came here to kick cancer's butt. And lying there upside down, I will tell you, I was scared beyond belief. The only choice I really had was to go back down because that's where the oxygen is. And I was hypoxic and I was hypothermic and I was dehydrated and my body just would not let me go on. So as I am going down the mountain, which is a very hard decision, I saw the summit. I was really close, but again, you know, our bodies are here. You know, we can only do what we can do physically, and all of it, right? We can only do what we can do. I was coming down the mountain. It was a very hard. I was remembering all the people that I'd let down, feeling like, you know, like I had done it. I hadn't made it. I hadn't made my summit, you know. I think we all take these shots, and I love that expression when, you know, you shoot for the moon and you land on a star. You know, I shot for that summit and I landed where I was, and I had to accept that. And I was coming down and I heard my mom and I were very different people. She's very like, oh, go with the flow. And I am, again, like I said, I'm a bull in a china shop. I'm like, go, let's do this. Let's go. Do. But my mom came to me as I was going down that mountain, and I was coming to this conclusion that I wasn't going to summit the mountain. And she said to me, you know, Tiffany, sometimes it's stronger to be gentle than to fight. Sometimes it is stronger to be gentle than to fight. It takes strength to go pole pole. It takes strength to really look at our atomic habits. It takes strength to really look at what that next little step is, because we do all have great big goals. But the only way that we can get there is pole pole. That's how I got there.
Oh my goodness, Tiffany. I absolutely, it was a perfect time to come up with
Yeah.
your pole message. I absolutely love that. And I loved the entire hero's journey of your story and getting it fully funded. Oh my good, by Grape Nuts
Great.
Wholesale. Oh my goodness. That
What?
was phenomenal.
Oh my
Absolutely
gosh.
phenomenal.
It was crazy. Yeah.
Yes, and then you ending up falling while climbing 6 days to climb.
Yeah.
Wow. And on day
Yeah.
4, I took a whole page of notes.
Yeah.
On day four, oh my goodness, you
Yeah.
get ill. You get ill.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can no longer finish
No.
the climb.
No. It was just, it was out of, it's one of those situations where it's out of your control. It's
Yes.
bigger than me. I couldn't do it. And I will just just to conclude quickly, Ramona, is that it is because of those 2 days that I
Awesome.
got in the village.
Wow.
That's where I saw these schools. The rest of my team
Wow.
was on the mountain, but that's how
Amazing.
my nonprofit got started, because I had these 2 days
Exactly.
that the team didn't have. And so I was
You got exposed to your calling through the accident of falling while climbing on a 6-day climb on Mount Kilimanjaro. And you end up starting a nonprofit through your family's name in honor of your parents who passed away of cancer, Patchworks Inc., that now supplies the schools in Africa, Tanzania, for schools, supplying schools and teachers with school supplies to help the children as well as the teachers who would otherwise not necessarily have everything that they need to make your learning environment for these children who are also already in a impoverished situation, making their learning environment more conducive. Wow. Through you attempting to set goals. Guess what, guys? I didn't miss this part, and I hope you guys didn't either. Ron Wilsh, by the way, was listening and watching and commented in the chat at 11:50, by the way, in the middle of your speech. He spoke for us yesterday. He is the father of Eve, the rapper and entertainer that spoke yesterday, and he showed up today as well, watching and supporting you guys. He is in the chat. Guys, the chat is blowing up. We have Eileen saying, just love this, and I couldn't help but cry. So you have pulled on heartstrings today already, kicking us off with your speech. I know I got on a call with you and I heard your passion as well. And that's the whole point. Now, I didn't miss this point, and I'm going to get out of your way and let you go about your day and go back into watching so that you can hear our very next and all of the other speakers that we have coming as well. However, I heard you say that the reason why you took on the climb to start with is because you attended in a business incubator.
Yes.
That challenged all of you to write your big, hairy, audacious goal. And that is precisely why I titled the theme of this conference. And you can go back to my feed on IG and see the themes of all of my conferences. Every conference has its own theme every month. But this one, I decided, because we're at the last quarter, right? And this is where games are won, in the fourth quarter. And why not create a business incubator where and guess what? When you do, while you're working on your business or in your business, you need motivation as well. You need inspiration, right? Motivation comes from without or outside, external. And then inspiration comes from within, internal, right? So we bring all of it collectively combined over a couple of days. And you have just done both of those things. You have inspired me for sure. And I can see in the chat, and it's still blowing up. And Ron Wilsh just said, yes, 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 in the chat as well. I'm going to put that comment up for you. They are blowing up the chat right now. This is global, right? We have people from the UK. People were reaching out last night saying what a great time they had and all the motivation and inspiration and value that we always bring. And that is exactly what it's all about. Your success is not supposed to look like mine. My success is not supposed to look like someone else's. It's comparison is a thief of joy. Nobody's job. You are unique. You cannot compare your day one or 2 or 20 to somebody else's day 50 or 100, right? So comparison is a thief of joy, and long gone are the days of being competitive. It is about collaboration, and that is exactly what we do here at the Royal Influencers Organization. We bring your uniqueness to the stage so that you can share it with those people that you were called to serve, because the people that you were called to serve are different from the people that I was called to serve. And the people that I was called to serve are different from the next speaker and the last speaker and all of the other speakers that we're going to have as well. So with that said, I'm definitely going to thank you and thank you and thank you again for, and here's a bead from a bead of one that I met on Chatter is here. This is fantabulous, Ramona is what he said. And he is from the UK as well, managing a phenomenal e-commerce store, by the way. He's going to be speaking in September, by the way. We're going to get him in to share with everybody how. And everybody that's watching us on YouTube and under the Royal Empowerment Group, definitely click that subscribe button. We are live streaming on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, as well as StreamYard. And this thing is global. Okay, so with that said, thank you guys for blowing up the chat. And with no further ado, Tiffany, thank you, and thank you. So donate to Patchworks Inc. Follow Tiffany also on all social media sites. And you can go to her links in her bios on IG. There it is right there, patchworkinc.com. Thank you so much, Christina Baca, for putting up the links for every speaker right after they speak. And please make sure that we are not touching the coloring of any buttons on the backstage as well. I definitely just saw my screen just go very dark. So with that said, thank you. And with no further ado, guys, we are on time and we are going to not waste any more time bringing up this next phenomenal gentleman, motivational guru who is making waves, making impact all over the world with Because You Can mantra. So with no further ado, we are going to bring up Marcus Black, everybody.
Hello, my friend. How are you today?
Absolutely. Bringing the energy, bringing the bass with the microphone. I absolutely love every minute of it. Thank you. And thank you, Marcus Black, for being here. Always appreciate your energy. Always appreciate the value. Oh my gosh, you're doing phenomenal things all over the world, all over the globe, the lives that you are impacting. There's Araya McGarry right now putting in the chat. Marcus is in the house. So they're blowing up the chat right now. So they were waiting for this. They said, oh my God, I see who's coming and we're there. So they are here. So with that said, Marcus Black, thank you and welcome. Welcome to the Royal Influencers Organization house. So this is what we do here. We definitely bring a little bit of everything having to do with business in general, but you have to stay motivated in business as well, right? Just like you have learned and I've heard you speak about, right? On those hard days, how do you motivate yourself since you motivate so many others?
Yeah, that's an incredible question. How I motivate myself is by shifting my perspective. Because ultimately motivation is literally, my definition is different. Motivation isn't a feeling. I think that's why so many people feel unmotivated. I don't feel motivated. Well, guess what? Motivation is not dependent upon a feeling, my friend. Motivation is literally putting one foot in front of the other. It is an action. And by you driving and doing that action, then you see results, which creates more will to want to take more steps because you see things happening in your life. So for me, it's just about putting one
oh
foot
my
in front
goodness
of the other.
Oh, I love it. Putting one foot in front of the other. Motivation is not a feeling, and that is the problem, ladies and gentlemen. You just got the full ball game already coming out of the gate. So thank you so much, Marcus Black, for being here. I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best because you can. So with that said, I'll be back up in about 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll wrap it up and let you go about your day impacting lives. So with that said, thank you. And Marcus Black, everybody.
I appreciate you. Yo, I'm incredibly grateful to be here. Shout out to Ramona for being an incredible human. Like, yo, man, drop some love for her in the chat. Just tell her thank you for putting this incredible thing together for us to be able to come together and share and care and build and uplift and edify one to another so that we can go and live out our missions on this planet. Yo, if you came here to have a good time, you came to the right place today, my friend. So listen to me. I know that many of you have things that you're doing, things that you're working on. You're trying to hit that next level. You're trying to take that next step. But I want to speak to the things that often hold us back, which typically is one or two things. It is either you allowing other people to keep you caged in a box mentally, and the fear of failure, fear of letting them down, fear of not being enough, fear of judgment, right? That's one whole side, or the other side is you keeping yourself in that self-imposed prison, keeping yourself locked in, keeping yourself on the small end of the spectrum by the negative self-talk, by the way you've learned to mistreat yourself. Some of y'all are more of a friend to strangers on the internet than you've ever been to yourself. What? Come on, Sway. We cannot do that. And you know how I know this? Because this is me. I am an individual. If you ain't never heard of me, my name is Marcus Black, also known as M Black Speaks, and ultimately I'm a product of the Deep South. I was born in very humble beginnings, a lot of pain, a lot of poverty, a lot of adversity, and all this, that, and a little bit of all of that has birthed me into a condition of a lack of belief in myself, a lack of belief in who I am and what I'm put here to do and who I'm meant to be. And that was a thing that was very difficult for me to overcome, coming up traumatized, coming up hurt, coming up in pain, coming up in adversity and abuse and trauma. Even me and Death danced, man. Me and Death did the tango, and I lived to tell that story. And what I learned from that is that life is fragile. And then we spend a whole lot of time on things that don't matter. And as you think about incubating or putting yourself in the environment conducive to growth so that your business can grow, thrive, and flourish, you have to think about that and the conditions that birth you. And you have to think about the choice that you have in the process. We don't have time to waste thinking about them and they. We don't have time to waste with distractions about what everybody else is talking about. What we have time for is to maximize our purpose and our potential and our passion. And I narrowed this down to a few practical steps that you can take, right? So I talked about my painful experience and the adversity from which I came that birthed me, and then that dance with death that woke me up and realized I was taking my life for granted. I was living as an inferior version of myself. I wasn't giving what I have to give to the world in the greatest capacity. And the question that I want you to ask yourself is, are you living your fullest potential right now? Are you fully giving everything you have to maximizing who you were put here to be? Are you using your time as intentionally as you possibly can? Are you leveraging the relationships and connecting intentionally as you possibly should? How are you spending your time to make sure that you position yourself to go and do and be what you want to do and where you want to be? And if you're not doing that because life has been hard, come on, can we be honest, man? Many of y'all are entrepreneurs, you're business owners. I don't know who told you this was easy. Whoever has said that, they lied, and you could tell them I said it. Ain't nothing easy about the journey of entrepreneurship. It is often lonely. It is often difficult. Sometimes you want to pull your hair out. I ain't got a lot on my head. I got some. Listen, I got some hair under this hat, but I got more on my beard. I want to pull my beard hair out. And there's days where you wonder, like, is this even worth the fight? Is this worth continuing pressing onward and upward? Is this worth me continuing giving everything I got? Because that hurt. That setback hurt. Those people I invested in took my money, and I didn't get anything in return. I spent tens of thousands of dollars. I got nothing to show for it. I've invested this and that, a little bit of here, a little bit of there, a little bit of everywhere. And I don't see my business growing, thriving, or flourishing to the capacity in which I want it to. And so you feel like throwing in the towel. And if you ever been there or you're there right now, maybe one area or another is really difficult at this moment, I'm going to encourage you and I'm going to pick you up by giving you a few simple steps that I need you to take. I need you to take these steps, and these 5 steps will transform your life. So I'm going to give them to you, and because we're here for a good time, not for a long time. So I'm going to give them to you as quickly as I can. Tap in with me. And so step number 1 is dream big. If you're taking notes, step number 1 is dream big. And to the dreamers in the room, listen, I know how important it is to allow your mind to freely flow into what is possible for your life. And the reality is, many of us have lost our ability to dream. Not only do we not dream big, we don't dream at all anymore because we have allowed situations and circumstances to squelch us and to take our dreams away from us. And I remember when I found myself in a situation where I forgot how to dream, and my dream didn't matter anymore because they told me my dream didn't matter. It doesn't matter that you want to be a speaker. You know how many people want to be a speaker? It doesn't matter that you want to be a podcast host. You know how many people want to do that? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And these are the things that people are saying to me. And I lost the way we allow what people say to keep us boxed in, and then we don't dream. We lose our ability to dream. Sometimes it's not just because of failure. Sometimes it's a result of success. And you hit a certain level and you stop dreaming because you get complacent, because it's like, well, I've already got successful. What more is there? But you haven't maxed out your potential and your purpose. There's more in the tank. And somebody just has to allow your mind, create the space where your mind can flow freely and to grow and to go and to thrive and flourish. You got to dream big. That is the beginning of everything. That the success, like if you haven't seen it, like think about when you have a brain dump or you sit down with architects. I sat with an architect in Sydney, Australia, and I watched his process. And he started with a concept and just went as crazy as he could. And then they just sharpened it and honed it in and locked it a little tighter. But it started with just like, what's possible? What even can we do? How can we push the envelope? How far can we go? Guess what? What my man Les Brown say, you shoot for the moon, you miss, you find yourself somewhere among the stars. So you aim big, you dream big, and stop playing yourself to the left and playing small, because ain't nobody got time for that. I said what I said. Number 2. After you have allowed yourself to dream big again, the second step is now you must live with intentionality. Living with intentionality means, okay, I'm now going to be intentional with the time that I spend going for the things that I say that I really want. It's not enough to dream it, but now I got to make it happen. How do I make it happen? Take that dream out of the air and you make it real by putting it on paper. What are the dreams for your business? Okay, you already got a little bit further. You got a little bit better. Can you put it on paper? Put it on paper? Can you put it on paper so that it can become real? And then you got to be intentional. I will never be in any space and not be connecting, not be reaching out, not be seeing where there's synergy, where there's opportunity for collaboration. I'm not going to do it because time matters and you can't get it back. You sitting here twiddling your thumbs, you scrolling through social media, comparing yourself to what everybody else is doing, comparing your business. Why don't I have this? Why don't I have that? Why I don't? You are wasting time that you cannot get back. Take it from somebody who danced with death. You don't get that time back. There is no do-over. You got to live with the utmost intentionality. That means with the relationships you have, with the time, what you allow into your mind, what you allow into your soul, the communications, the people you surround yourself with, the growth environment. Be intentional with all of that. Everything is headed somewhere, but not everything is headed somewhere on purpose. So the point is, you're going to wind up somewhere. Are you going to wind up where you want to wind up? And if you don't, it's because you were not intentional with setting up where you wanted to go. Live intentionally. Number 3, oh, snap. Dare to be different. Dare to be different. There's so many people that are like, well, I can't do that. I'm so awkward. I can't go on camera. I'm so awkward. I can't create. I can't speak. I can't make my business because people think I'm awkward, or I don't do well with people, or I'm so different, or I'm weird, or I'm strange, or nobody likes me, and blah, 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 blah. When you get done, why are you so focused on trying to fit in when you were created to stand out? They have principles in business, the USP, your unique selling proposition. What makes you different than everybody else? Guess what? Everybody ain't running all over the internet yelling like a crazy person, like a maniac like me. That's okay. You don't have to be. And there were people who told me you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't go into businesses with all that energy. They don't like that. They don't want to hear you. Okay, when you get done, I'm going to be me being me, because this is what makes me uniquely me. I don't care to be like everyone else. Okay, my business doesn't look like everyone else. The way I move is not like everyone else. I don't even always show up like everyone else. I'm going to pull up to the corporation with my hoodie and my hat. Does not change one bit of the information I am giving you. And sometimes I do that intentionally because they're going to get the best version of me if I'm free to be me. I ain't telling you to be like me. You don't have to. But I really believe in my own heart that I'm not going to be for everybody, and I'm okay with that. I'm not a people pleaser. Listen, if I'm not your cup of tea, go drink some coffee. That's one of the greatest things I can give you. Stop worrying about everybody liking you. Everybody's not going to like you. It's not even possible. There's not a human being in the history of the world who everybody liked. So stop worrying about that and be who you are, uniquely you, because that's what separates you. And then your business can go and grow and thrive and flourish the way that it was meant to. So, number 4, man, go make history. Go make history. Go, so the action, and make history. So many of you asking, why me? Why would it be me? How do I know I can do that? What if I can't do that? Why me? Why me? Why me? Hey, why not you? Why not be you? Why not you be the one that transforms a generation? Why not you be the one to put your little city, your town, wherever you're from on the map? Why not you be the one to break generational cycles of curses? Why not you be the one to make all of your dreams come true, showing everybody who's connected to you what is possible? Not why you, why not you? And you got to be intentional and go take action. That is the message. That is the mantra. Go, 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 go do the work. Go put in the work, because the dream does not work unless you do. That means the dream that you dream, the business that you have, that place that you're going, that you allowed yourself to go to, yeah, it's motion activated. So unless you work, it won't work. When you work, the work works. The work works when you do the work. Shout out to my friend, Chris Delore always says that. And a 5th and final step is simply this, and I'll get out of your way. I need you to make a commitment to me right now. If you commit, I need you to say right now in the chat, wherever you're watching this, I need you to say, I commit. I commit. Some of y'all are like, wait a minute. What am I committing to? I didn't tell you what you were committing to. I just need you to do it, and I need you to trust me, because I am never tell you to do anything that you shouldn't do. So when I say you need to commit, here's what I'm asking you to commit to. Thank y'all for those of you who actually did it. I made you commit blindly because I don't want you to have any opportunity to back out. The commitment that you just made to me before all of your peers and the people watching this is you will, this is the 5th and final step, give everything but up. Give everything but up. What I'm challenging you is every single day of your life, you got to dig deeper than you thought you could, to show up bigger than you think was possible, to go and to give everything, pour out everything. I have taught 3 times already this morning before here. I promise you, 20 minutes ago, I barely had a voice to say hello, but I'm here and I'm pouring out, and you hear me and you feel me and you hear my energy. How, Sway? Because I'm giving you everything I got. If I got nothing left, then I did my job. I'm giving you everything I got. Are you giving the world everything you have? And if you're not, why not? Because I need you to show up. Somebody is sitting in the seat in which you sat, and they don't see their way past it. And you are the key that unlocks the cage that's holding them back, that's keeping them in prison. It's you, family. So you got to give everything, but whatever you do, do not give up. You just committed. You're never going to give up. Because failing does not make you a failure. The only thing that makes you a failure is quitting or not trying, and ain't no quitters in my circle. You are not going to quit because you just committed that you was going to give your whole heart, but you was, whatever you do, not going to give up. So on those days where it gets a little bit tough, just keep leaning in. On those days where you don't know if you can, just keep leaning in. On those days where you start to question, why am I torturing myself this way? Just keep showing up. On the days where it gets a little bit harder to keep going, just keep showing up, and you keep moving, and you keep growing, and you keep going, and you be intentional with your time. You connect with the right people. You show up with your gift. You keep pressing onward and upward and going and building a life that you love by going and making the world respect your greatness through your business, because you can. Thank you so much. I am M Black Speaks, and I appreciate you having me.
My God. Oh, my goodness, Marcus Black. Thank you so much for blessing the Royal Influencers Organization house. Every speaker, Abida Wan from the UK said, I commit. Tiffany Jones said, give everything. Araya McGarry said, I commit. Justin Hughes said, I commit. Ramona Roger said, I commit. And the list goes on. Becca Boston said, I commit. Oh my God. I mean, the chat was blowing up. Also, we had Ron Wilsh, who is the father of Eve the rapper. You will see him. He just dropped a little video honoring us and telling everybody he had some of his friends, some of his 5,000 plus friends that he actually shared that we were here today. Come on, and they're watching as well from all over. We're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on LinkedIn. We're streaming on Facebook. And wow, I have, to let you see and know, whole page of notes. All 5 note takers are the money makers. So with that said, number 1, dream big. You can't dream big enough. And if your dreams don't make you nervous, you don't get butterflies, you don't get a little uncomfortable, you're not dreaming big enough. I love it, love it, love it. Number 2, live with intentionality. Number 3, put it on paper for one as well. And dare to dream big and different. Dare to be different as well. Number 4, go make history. Go make history. And number 5, commit. Give everything but up. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Mind blowing as usual. I already knew exactly what to expect, that you were going to come and not just show up, but over deliver and show out and impact lives. You have a 12:25 hard stop. I got you. And I definitely wanted to make sure that you were honored. So I want you to know that I'm going to give you a copy of this. I'm going to send it directly to you because you came and just blew us all out of the water. One question for you. What do you tell the person who, I heard you mention coaches after coaches after coaches, and I've heard that time and time again, right? And I've been coaching at the corporate level, C-suite level, for over 20 years. I was 19 years old as a regional manager. So some people think just because they're just now seeing me that this is where I started. Not at all, right? So what would you, and my regional director, by the way, Carolyn, is on the feed, right? She was speaking a little bit earlier. She was my manager back then. And now I just coached her, right? So what do you tell the person who is stuck on this cycle of hiring coaches? Because it's not always the coaches. Sometimes they're stuck in this cycle of self-sabotage. Sometimes they are so afraid of success that they will continue to find fault with everyone else and everything else. But you can't necessarily tell me that you have literally not had any success at all. And when they first go to the negative and that's all they have to say is the first indicator, because there is always equal, and I said this yesterday, there's always equal opportunity in every adversity. Every single time. That is exactly why you're still here today. We heard all about the trauma, the abuse, and everything else that you've gone through, right? Now look at the equal opportunity that you're taking full advantage of right now. Same thing goes for me standing here before everybody, creating something, right? So give them, those people out there that has gone through coaches that might now need to stop pointing the finger, because every time you point that one finger, there's 4 more pointing back at you or them, whoever they are, right? So when you have gone through so many coaches, let's just say now it's time to say, wait a second, what is the common denominator here? And where do you advise them to now look or to now seek the next level and get out of that rut of self-sabotage?
Yeah. You just answered the question.
Yes.
You have to start with the man or woman in the mirror, right? It all starts with you. So it is about taking personal accountability and responsibility, because if you are not where you want to be in life, it's because of the choices you have been unwilling to make and the steps you have been unwilling to take. And so even when you have these steps that are scary, but it's easy to blame everything around you for why you're not where you want to be, but ultimately it's on you, and ain't nobody gonna do it for you. Mel Robbins told you, ain't nobody coming to save you. It's on you to take the step in order to make it real. And so for me, I didn't have all the answers. I didn't know how to start a podcast. I didn't have all this stuff when I started. I didn't have lights, cameras, action, studio, but I just started. I didn't know how to do that. Was I afraid? 100%, but I had to take the step. And my mentor, Trent Shelton, said, as long as you know the why, the journey will always reveal the how. So don't worry about that. Just get up, get out, go be active, go put in the work, and stay motivated by taking the steps every single day, because you can, and you will watch your life transform right before your eyes.
Yes! Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Phenomenal answer. I knew you were definitely going to be on point, on target. Absolutely. It's time at some point to look yourself in the mirror. Glenn Lundy was just asked a question by TM Hyman about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. And he said, TM Hyman said, so Glenn Lundy, I watched you and witnessed you let someone go that you were very good friends with. He was a great employee, but you let him go. And Glenn Lundy said, yes, sometimes people have just reached the end. And I heard you say, we don't have time for that. If you are wanting to stay on that hamster wheel and be stuck stagnant and not take the advice and implement all of the guidance and direction, and you continue self-sabotaging, nobody has time for that. And sometimes you have just reached the end of the time frame that person was meant to support you, and they have to let you go. And it's the best thing that will ever happen, because now you will be forced to see exactly what you refuse to see, because someone was standing in the gap, covering everything that you really needed to pay attention to. And he said, Glenn Lundy, right there on Breakfast with Champions, said, and it was the best thing. The minute they left, they soared. And there you go. Sometimes you just have to let some people and things go so that they can grow into what they were meant to become. Absolutely love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Marcus Black. You have blessed us today. So there it is, everybody. There's his link tree. M Black Speaks. Go to https://linktree. That's tr.ee/M Black Speaks. I just talked to a client of mine that's going to be coming all the way from California to Dallas to your event. Tell everybody really quickly about your event, by the way. Some people here might want to fly now.
Yeah, absolutely. My brother Trent Shelton is hosting his biggest event ever. It's called Live Legendary. He's bringing some of the top speakers in the world to bless the microphone. It's September 21st. It's from 9 to 11. There's traditional personal development and experience you never had before that evening, all in one day. And so, yeah, you can go and you can grab your ticket. Come meet me in the flesh. And I love to say I will be a part of both events. So I'm looking forward to it.
Amazing. And that's exactly what they said. I have to meet Marcus Black. So thank you again for giving us your time. I don't take it for granted. Time is that precious commodity that you can never get more of, like you just said. Thank you. And we will see you on the next one.
See you, my friend. Take care.
Thank you so much again, Marcus Black, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That was mind-blowing, next level motivation. Nobody that was here today and heard the words that Marcus Black just spoke have any reason or excuse to walk away out of this Royal Influencers Organization Business Incubator. And he spoke directly to each one of you and said, all of those of you who are incubating, hear the words that I am speaking. And I know that you guys heard it because it's all in the chat. And I made sure that I put all 5 of the notes that he actually brought to that phenomenal segment in the chat. So thank you guys for listening. Thank you for being here as well. And our next speaker is coming right up. And she has been in the backstage waiting, and I am not going to waste any more time. And she is all excited. So hello. Samara Beth is here and in the house. How are you, love?
I am fantastic. Oh my gosh. Okay, so a lot of people would feel very intimidated about following the Marcus Black, but not me.
No, not at all. Not at all. He just set you up.
He just set me up for success. Is what he did.
Jones just said, Tamara, we love you. And Tamara knows that. We all love her. So she is the sunshine. She is the energy on a cloudy day. She comes, oh my God. And one time she spoke for us, and everybody, after she was done, I said, what just happened? What just happened? She came in like a tornado and just gave us all. Yes, absolutely. And everybody, when you left though, there was tons of feedback in the chat, and everybody had taken notes. And I know I literally watched you flourish. So I absolutely love that you always say yes and you always come. And there you go. Becca Boston is in the chat. One of my VIPers just said, let's go, Samara. So you're getting all kinds of love in the chat. You should feel it. That's love energy coming your way. So you should feel it for sure. So thank you so much for being here.
I'm excited to meet Becca. I don't know Becca yet. Oh, we're
Oh,
just
well, you will meet her soon. In fact, if you come, or actually if you get into, and I'm sure you will, and I know you are, if when you get into the group Legacy Living Your Life by Design, Araya McGarry, you will definitely meet her. She is definitely in that group as well. So there you go. And then Araya McGarry is my ambassador and sponsor, is in the back going, yay, Samara, our biggest cheerleader right there. And we absolutely love her to pieces. So thank you, and thank you for being here. I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best and go and handle some admin stuff. And then I will be right back as soon as you're done.
Thank you, Ramona. I love you, love you, love you. You're like my sister from another mother. I love you. And thank you all for being here today. And like I said, Marcus and Bobby and everyone who was speaking before in the last 2 days even are the motivation that we all need to keep on going. So my name is Samara Beth, and I have been a corporate social nonprofit and destination manager for, ready? 30 years. Yes, I started when I was 1. Just kidding. So I am very excited because I'm always sharing what I have learned throughout all these years as an event producer, but the joy of being someone who has lived in 13 cities within US and Canada and has 2 children. Actually, my 20-year-old is moving into college today as a junior. My daughter just started high school at 14. And as we evolve in our lives, we come into ourselves. We come into the next stage of our lives. I just remembered I got to hit the start on the timer there because I got to make sure I stay on time for Ramona. So normally I come on to the Rio and I talk about trips, which is my 5-step blueprint to having a retreat revenue extravaganza. So I help people produce their events and their retreats. I do it for them, or I do it within bringing a collaboration of different experts and help fill those seats and make it happen. This time around, I'm actually going to talk about networking, something that I have actually been teaching, networking your way to wealth, for decades. I started this as a kids etiquette course called Kitiquette when I was pregnant. Okay. And my kids, now know how old they are. I was pregnant and I taught this after school academy to kids, and they were in 2nd grade and on, and to Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. And then because I was so involved in nonprofits, sat on many board of directors, people asked me to come in and teach entertaining etiquette. So I developed an entire course on entertaining etiquette. This is how we evolve, everyone. Your life is going to constantly evolve. But here's one thing that is a common denominator among everything I've done in my career. It's showing up. I show up. And so I'm going to help today teach you some of the tips. And then I'm going to give Christina, because she's so amazing at dropping things into the chat, I'm going to give her a couple links. And today you're going to get a discount code, which is ROYAL, ROYAL, all caps, so that you can get a great deal of money off my Retreat Revenue Masterclass, which is also a workshop, 6 weeks to having your retreat ready to go and an amazing community for only $49. That's right. You're basically getting me for a ridiculously reduced rate. It's practically free. But today we're going to talk about networking. And so there are 22 tips that I like to provide in elevating your connections. That's what it's all about. Sharing your light, sharing your expertise, sharing what you love to do. But it's also about the other people. It's not just about you. So here are some tips that I'm going to provide with you today, okay? So get out your pad and pen, get out your notes on your phone or your iPad or your computer. I love taking notes on there, and then I love categorizing them into files so I can easily search for them. So go ahead and get them going, and I'm going to provide you so many free gifts later that you're going to be really excited. Okay, the first thing is be authentic. So if you haven't noticed, I am full of energy. I'm full of energy. I wake up this way. Just kidding. I don't wake up this way, but there are days that I do. You know why? Because I write my goals. I write my targets. I know who I am. I know who I want to be. And so with all that happening in my life, I can wake up excited, but I wake up with gratitude. I say a blessing to my higher power, thanking them for giving me the ability to get out of bed, to walk to the bathroom, to utilize my hands. And the truth of the matter is, I say that because there were days I couldn't actually walk from my bed to the bathroom. I could not use my hand or my wrist. That's my dominant hand or wrist. These are stories most of you have not heard yet, but you're going to have to listen to all the podcast interviews I do to hear all those stories. Today, it's going to be about helping you. But waking up, being authentic, starting with gratitude, ending with gratitude. I happen to say those things in Hebrew. You can say them in any language. You just have to be true to yourself and true to your higher power, whoever that may be. Okay, so talking to everyone, okay, approaching everyone, not just thinking that I'm going to give you an amazing example of this from yesterday, not just thinking that you're prejudging someone's wearing Gucci or Louis Vuitton, or they have a really cool bag or shoes or hairdo or whatever. No, you talk to everyone. No more prejudging. Leave the prejudging not even at the door, leave it in the garbage can, okay? Talk to everybody. Prime example, I went to get my lab work done yesterday, and I had to make an appointment weeks in advance because they don't have people for walk-ins anymore. So I go and I make the appointment. I'm ready to go. My lab work was sent in. The confirmation email was sent by my doctor. Well, guess what? Computer systems did not communicate. They did not get the lab work. An hour and a half of sitting in the waiting room, watching everybody cycle through, getting their labs done. As I'm sitting there, I'm just kind of chit-chatting, and I was doing some work while I was sitting there. So all of a sudden, this adorable girl talks to me. She goes, "You're a coach?" So I was signing on. I'm a 10X certified business coach with Grant Cardone. And I was signing on one of my new clients, and who happened to be a doctor who did a house call. Long story. I talked to everyone. So she's like, "You're a coach?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "I do sales." I love that. And I told her about Grant Cardone. She's like, "I love Grant Cardone." So we connected immediately. We're having an interview today. I probably will end up hiring her. So then I went in to do my lab work, and the guy who was so sweet at the front desk, we were talking, and he said, "Oh, I overheard you saying that you were a coach. What do you coach on? Are you in physical fitness?" I said, "Oh, no, 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 no. I'm definitely not physical fitness. I am a 10X certified business coach, but I've also been an event producer for 30 years. And so I teach a retreat revenue masterclass, and it's called Paid to Vacation." He's like, "What is that? I need to be paid to go on vacation," as he's drawing my blood. And so I explained to him that I teach him the ways and bring in special guests as experts to help people learn how to be paid to vacation by teaching their expertise and their passions and helping others. He loved it. He's like, "Sign me up." So that is me talking to everyone. A perfect example. Genuine connections come out of that. Giving back. Just so you know, Ramon, I see the code is Royal, just ROYAL, and I'm going to get you the link as well. I actually am going to hit return right now. That's the link, and it's ROYAL. Okay, so giving back, offering as much. You got to give, and then you'll get. I have volunteered and chaired more galas and events than I can count. From my kids' private schools to religious organizations to communities and neighborhoods, whatever it may be. It started for me back when I was growing up because my mom always did it. So I did it with her. So that is what's really important. Giving back. That's giving back in a charitable way. What about giving back in a professional way? Well, hello. Are you listening? I'm pretty sure everybody here has been giving back. So I don't even think I need to keep going on that one. We are givers. The reason why I know all the individuals who come and speak for Ramona and part of Araya's group is because we are a community. We are a family. Why? Because we give back. We've been doing it our whole lives. When you're with like-minded people, you grow together. So that's a little bit of a tip that I threw in there. Okay, eliminate competition. Okay, so I know during COVID, it's about collaboration, not competition. Psh, I've been doing that my whole life. So if you just got on that bandwagon, I'm a little sorry. I'm a little sorry for you. However, It's great you got on the bandwagon, even if you're a little late to the game. Always collaborate, 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 collaborate. I work with other event planners. I refer events to other event planners. I have other event planners working my events sometimes. Sometimes they're my assistant or a bartender. I do the same thing for them. Why? Because we know we're dependable and we collaborate. Happens all the time. If an event planner can't be on site or a meeting planner, I step in as a pharmaceutical meeting planner, as an event planner, as an anything planner, because we know what we're doing. So start collaborating, because your business is going to keep growing, because you're also learning from the other people that you work with. Okay, now, number 5, share your work. Discuss your work with everyone. Shh, that's the secret. Discuss your work with everyone. Share it. They're not going to steal it. And if they do, guess what? That's the biggest compliment ever, right? I just saw my tagline, the feast of your senses. I just saw that tagline that we use. It's not really a tagline, it's more of a saying. But the restaurant who I love that's across the street from me, they used it in the newsletter today. And I sent it to my branding team and I said, what a compliment. I love it. Share your work. You might even become a client to someone, or they might become a client to you. You never know what's going to happen. I have seen this happen, this cycle. And partnerships are everywhere you turn. So be sure to share your work and discuss what you do so that they know. Number 6, kindness matters. That's it. I mean, I'm just going to say it. Kindness matters. Show kindness. Appreciate differing opinions. We are dealing with a very, very rough election year. You do not have to agree with everyone. It's okay. That's the whole point of a democracy. We have differing opinions, different goals, different achievements, things that matter. And guess what? Usually, you don't sit all in one or all in the other anyways. You know, people have different needs for social. They might have more for the economic, whatever it may be. People might be more interested in technology. Whatever it is, that's okay. Just be kind about it. And more importantly, brainstorm ideas. That's number 7. When you share ideas and brainstorm, Napoleon Hill calls that can you guess it? Put it in the chat. What is Napoleon Hill? What did he call when you're brainstorming together? Anybody have it? Masterclass, mastermind. Share ideas and brainstorm regularly, because you never know what's going to come out of it. It could be your next $1 billion partnership, or they might just be there to support you and refer people to you. Here's a great example. I am actually representing 3 world champion boxers. And one of the boxers, you guys probably know. He's an amazing friend of many of ours. They're amazing. And I am actually collecting corporate sponsorship for them, or any sponsorship, so that they can fight these 10 fights. And then we're going to be tying it to a bunch of other things, doing an auction, an event in Jacksonville. So all kinds of things are coming together. But if I didn't share with everyone I spoke to throughout my entire day and all the podcast interviews what I was seeking, corporate sponsors for this amazing opportunity, and what I was looking for, I wouldn't have gotten the amazing contacts that I got this week to help them reach their goals. So that's what's it about. It's about sharing. And then number 8, offering help. So offering help is volunteering your assistance. So what could that mean? Let's break it down. You could offer help to a neighbor, to a family member, to somebody within maybe your church group. You could offer help to someone elderly who can't open a door or carry their groceries. This doesn't have to be so complicated, because what happens is when you're showing that you provide love and gratitude and are volunteering and doing even the littlest of things, the universe is going to give back to you as well. That's not why you should do it, but just know that the universe does come full circle. And I'm a true believer of karma. So have some good karma, keep yourself going, and look for signs of people in need. And just know something. And I'm going to say this from absolute personal experience. People have a great deal of pride. And when they have pride, it hides what their needs are. So when someone is showing you one face, look deeper, because you never, my mom used to say this to me all the time, you never, ever, ever know what's happening behind closed doors, period. You never know what's happening behind closed doors. So when you ask somebody how they're doing and they're saying everything's great, not everything is great. So be there for people. That's what this is all about. That's what life is all about. Be there for people and really get to know them. Because when you get to know them, you might be able to tell what's going on in their voice. I know my mom, I'll be like, oh, everything's great. And we're talking, and she goes, what's really going on? I'm like, oh, everything's fine, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I know you. Darn it, she knows me. I guess that's what 48 years does. Okay, so number 9, I'm not going to give you all 22 today, by the way, but we will get these out to you. Number 9 is stepping out of your comfort zone. Yes, I am an extrovert. I have moved a lot. I've had to create villages. I've had to network. I had to start new businesses. I've had to move my businesses many times. Remember, I lived in 13 cities. My life was not easy. I was married to a naval officer, oil, gas, construction expat. I have a son who's now 20, but at 13 months old was diagnosed with autism. I had a son who was ill, who I lost, and that's a whole nother story within itself. And it put me into a Great Depression. Exactly a year later, I had my daughter, and she was my miracle child. And all these things are happening while I'm starting a new company. 2008 was happening at the same time. We all know what happened to the economy then. And I was an event planner. I was in the event industry. We tanked, but guess what? I decided to start my former company, Celebrations by Samara, right during the worst of the worst with the recession. And guess what? Everything can only go up. When you start in the low of the economy and the recession, it's the best time to start because you can only go up. And it feels so great when you succeed. After 12 years of running that company in Houston, Texas, where I started it, all the way to Vancouver, British Columbia, where we moved, and then to Scottsdale, I was able to move the business and flourish it and grow, and then travel all over US and Canada producing corporate and social events. You never know what's going to come out of these experiences, and you're going to grow your network. Your network is your net worth. You've heard it a gazillion times. I didn't write it. So what you want to do is make sure that you stay connected. Social media is helpful, making those phone calls, and be sure that you can overcome any rejection. It's not personal. Everybody gets rejected. We get rejected in our personal relationships, in our business relationships. Rejection is part of the game. I always say I can never be an actress because I don't know if I can handle all that rejection. But they do. You have to have a backbone. You have to be strong. But guess what? If you get rejected, kill them with kindness. It's okay. And you know what? They'll appreciate that. If you keep your calm and your cool and you stay collected, people are going to recognize that. And you know what? They might come back to you later. It might be no now, but that doesn't mean it's not no ever. Okay. So Ramona, I don't know if you want to pop in. Otherwise, I could keep on going for another hour. So
absolutely. I want to pop in. I have a page of notes here as usual. I absolutely love there. You know what? There's no better timing than now to cover all of these phenomenal, heartfelt, really human actions that everybody really needs to shift and change their perspective. We're in a very I talked a little bit about this yesterday, as a matter of fact. We're in a very highly charged time, right? Every voting season is highly charged, politically charged, that is, right? And people sometimes get caught up in the mudslinging, so to speak, and in all of the negativity, so to speak, and they lose sight that this is not our everyday lives. We are out here in the world, in the trenches. They're up there in the ivory towers, so to speak, right? So when they finish mudslinging, they go back into the ivory tower. if we start mudslinging out here, we're in the trenches, right? So we're still looking at the people and rubbing elbows and shoulders with the people that we're mudslinging with, right? So
right.
I absolutely love, there's no better time than the present to come right back into the center. And you have a couple of sales, by the way. We had a few people that were saying, I'm taking that deal. I just bought that deal. It was Becca Boston, for one, that said, I just got it because that's a steal. And then also Araya McGarry. And I bought it probably 2 months ago, I believe.
Yep,
And
we're gonna be, and Dylan, we're in like Flynn, girl. I've been doing a lot of one-on-one.
That's a deal. Now that is what you also call a no-brainer offer. And we learned that and heard that time and time again as well from John Lee himself. Anything that you are creating, make sure that you attach a no-brainer offer to it, because that is an offer that nobody can resist. Honestly, it is absolutely phenomenal. So, and that just speaks volumes to your giving heart as well. And I absolutely love everything that you just shared. Help someone, offer to help someone out. Kindness matters. And discuss your work with everyone. Discuss what you do with everyone. John Lee also said and always shared that if you are not present, you are not in business. Right. People don't know what you do. Every single day, always be promoting. ABP. Always be promoting. So when you are talking about your work and what you do, that's exactly what you're doing. You are promoting your business. You're promoting yourself. So you have to constantly be in a mindset of ABP. Always be promoting. Absolutely love, love, love that. So thank you, and thank you so much. Samara, Beth is in the house, everybody, for always saying yes, always coming and gracing us with your presence and with all of your heartfelt shares on the Rio stage. Always an absolute pleasure. Hug and kiss your mom for us as well.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. And I cannot wait for you to also make it, because I know you will, to the retreat.
Yes.
So we have the Legacy Living Your Life by Design retreat coming up this month, September 23rd, 24th, and 25th. You have deals, you have strategies to get there, to help you get there. Araya McGarry is a sponsor and an ambassador of Rio. Reach out to her, get into that community, because trust me, we just had a quick summit not too long ago, one-day summit for a few hours, and all of the ambassadors shared, and it was one for the books, and it was major, major value. And this is an 8-bed, huge king-size beds, but an 8-room, 8-bath, beautiful mansion with a indoor waterfall, and an indoor little putt golf area, and this huge, beautiful wraparound balcony where all of these phenomenal women are going to be doing a mastermind and a bonding moments and times and things of that nature. And it's just going to be phenomenal. So all of the women that are under the sound of my voice, if you have not gotten your ticket yet, I just got a text message from one of them that got their ticket as soon as they saw it, by the way. So thank you so much. For Callie is in the house, everybody. And she said, oh my God, I have just gotten here. And I love what I'm hearing already. And you came after Marcus Black and gave us exactly what we needed. Marcus Black gave us the motivation, and you just gave us the inspiration. And that is what you need when you're building your business incubator. You need a little bit of all of it. And we have our next speaker coming up. Another treat for you guys. Jackson Crisp is in the house. Wait,
so I gotta say that. Okay, Jackson.
I was going to give you the mic because you were just getting ready to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Go right ahead. I had you covered. Girl. Let's go.
Jackson is my big bear. Okay, so Jackson and we've been together in.
I saw a picture of you standing next to him. So it's perfect that he came right after you.
I'm 5 feet tall, and Jackson's like 20 feet tall.
But a teddy bear, is he not? Oh my God!
I just teddy bear, and anytime he's in Arizona, because he's in Vegas, but anytime he's in Arizona, we see each other, and he's so wonderful. He's a great nonprofit he'll talk about. And one of the things
I just did you a favor and brought him up on stage. So now there you go. You got it. Now you're on stage with him right here in Rio. So there you go, Samara.
He's got my big action poster
I had
back
to
there.
make her day. Sorry, Jackson. I just saw that he had his camera open and he's all propped up and ready to go. So I said, you know what? I'm going to bring him up.
Bring him up. All right.
Well, Jackson, your printer and all that's not as exciting as this beach in my Arizona background. So
That's where the work happens.
That's right. Exactly.
So before you move on. Before you move on to Jackson, I just want to let you guys know I dropped a free gift in your chat. It's the free bucket list planner.
Oh,
and so
yes,
everyone just downloads it and it's absolutely free and it's very motivating and exciting. And it has lots of great tips and quotes. And like Araya, it was one of her bucket list dreams to have this ladies retreat.
Awesome.
And this is a location in Tennessee that she's been really keeping her eye on. And that's what this is about. Putting it down in your goals and your bucket list planner and then making it happen and taking action, which Big Jackson's going to talk about now.
Absolutely.
It's amazing seeing you, Samantha.
Absolutely.
That's what I meant, Samara. I'm dealing. So by the way, it's been a very long night. So we're gonna work with this.
There you go. We're gonna work with what we have. And you're here, and that's all that matters. You are here, and trust me, we understand what entrepreneurship and running a business and building a business of any level is. It takes a lot of time and commitment, right? So absolutely. And you know what? I am not great with names at all. I think I called her Samantha a time or two. And I've chopped up a couple of names just in the last couple of days right here and I have been working with their names forever. So it's definitely normal. But I definitely gave you guys the link. It's www.arayamcgary.com/balcony-friends. There you go. There's that link. And then we're going to also put up the freebie from Samara Beth and co.com. So bucketlist.samarabeth.co.com/free for your freebie. So thank you so much.
Give your mom a hug for me.
Absolutely. And I was going to comment on that background. It's making me miss the beaches that I moved away from 18 years ago. And I take my girls back to every single year, with the exception of the 3 years we were locked down. But yes, Panama City Beach is where we always took the girls, my girls, that is, every single year, a couple of times a year. And that picture reminds me of the Brickell Causeway. Many of you probably South Beach area.
Brickell with
downtown Miami. Yes, absolutely. And you're a 10Xer, so I know that you're familiar because I think that's where one of the offices are as well. So yes, absolutely miss my home every now and then. But with that said, Samara, thank you as usual.
You thank you so much.
Absolutely,
you're amazing.
Sure. Thank you. So I'm going to take you down, Samara, and then we are going to go ahead and get started. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be right here with Jackson Crisp, everybody. Jackson Crisp is a prior NFL player. Now he runs as a VP, the NFL Alumni Vegas chapter for NFL players. So I definitely also want to highlight that he has now become, after retiring and leaving the NFL, an entrepreneur as well. And he is phenomenal at networking. And let me tell you how I know. Because all of those rooms that we have frequented on Clubhouse for the entire pandemic, Jackson Crisp would come in and hang out. And then I, being one of the main moderators in John Lee's room, John Lee just joined Chatter last night, by the way. We were on stage and he just found time to join Chatter, and working with Nelson as well, possibly becoming an investor in the app and things of that nature. But I definitely will not stop until we get you on Chatter as well. I know that it's a little tough sometimes, but I'm going to make sure that happens because you will love it. And you can go live just like now on Chatter as well as while you're in the room and things like that. A lot of stars have come. Brian McKnight came and sang as well. Nick Cannon came on the app as well. Just last night, John Lee came on the app as well. There's also a boxer. Trent Shelton also came on the app as well. Yesterday, a couple of days ago, earlier this week, and a boxer, I can't think of his name now, came on the app as well, working with our friend oh God, what is his name now? Danny Colafell, working with Danny Colafell, because Danny Colafell was a lightweight boxer and is going back into boxing. He retired and now he's coming out of retirement, going back. And his old manager, he brought onto the app as well. I have screenshots of all of them on my IG feed, so you can go back and take a look. But a lot of over 20,000 have downloaded and come on to the app of Chatter. And it has only been a couple of months. It's in public beta right now. So I definitely just wanted to let you know that as well. So Jackson, welcome back after filming. So we're going to start out by talking about that filming that you were just still doing. And I saw some of the posts and things like that. So tell us a little bit about what you've been up to and the film that you were just filming on and things of that nature to start.
Yeah. No, so that was a while ago that we did the filming of the film.
Okay.
There was a new project I just filmed on, but the one that you're referring to was the premiere. So that was pretty cool to get to it wasn't done with final edits.
Okay.
But we got to sit in on it and watch it on the Regal big screen and all that. And that
Oh,
was
wow.
pretty cool to watch and be a part of. So
Oh,
yeah,
great.
Animal Justice, much credit to everyone involved with that. Danny Tesla and all that. It was a fun project. And I, that's part of that, just making yourself available thing. I did some acting back, 12 years ago, and I love it.
Okay.
Right. But it's one of those things where it was more for fun. And because it was fun, it became more and more, I got more and more opportunities.
Of course.
Because I didn't, it wasn't a requirement, right? It wasn't.
There you go. Change the scenery, change the monotony, the everyday mundane, same thing over and over, right?
And I love it, right? And I love the people that work it, and I very much respect the craft. But when you don't have that pressure, and that's true with anything, right? So I always talk about covering your bases. Just having your basic needs covered, because then you can bring your more authentic self to situations, and that makes you memorable. So these projects, I mean, I got back into it here in Vegas because a friend of mine in stunts said, "Hey, do you want to come do some rigging with the video game to pull some people around and have some fun?" Right? And I said, "Sure, that sounds like a cool experience. I'd never done that before." Right? And some pocket change, and I was like, "Sure, I'll do it." And through that, I've now been introduced to these filming projects and getting more and more speaking roles. So,
that is absolutely amazing. And I love, and I wanted to say that too, because I can tell, if you go back to your feed, you may notice as well, I can definitely see, I feel energy very easily. And because I'm an empath anyway, but I feel and see energy very easily. And when you look at your post, when you are with your mother, that is when I can just see that the relief and all of the stress of the world just leaves. And you always comment on there's nothing like home. And the same thing applies to those posts or your posts whenever you're acting. You could just see that you're in your element. You could just see that you're actually really thoroughly enjoying what you're doing. And that is what pops off of the screen for other actors that blow up. That's why some movies blow up and some don't. It's because the people that are in them are really loving what they're doing. And the people watching can sense and feel and notice that, right? So I absolutely love that you're doing. You found a passion, is what it sounds like. Right?
Well, it's one of the passions. Yeah, I think I talk about my ADHD as younger. It was debilitating until you turn your mess into your message type of deal.
Yes.
So I joke about every 2 years I'm going on to some
something different.
There's some consistencies. Yeah.
I love that. And I love that part of your story when you become vulnerable and you share your story, you share the struggles and look at where it led you, regardless of the struggles from childhood, from school years, regardless of your struggle. That's what this business incubator is all about. It's about everyone coming from wherever you are or have been and sharing the bits and pieces of your journey, whether it was the challenges, the struggles, the issues, the challenges that you currently have, past challenges. I talked about it yesterday a little bit, those road bumps that you get to that slows you down a little bit, and you have to either, slow down to go over them. And sometimes you don't see the road bump, the speed bump soon enough, and you just go boom, boom, right over it, right? And you turn around and go, what was that? And so that's what entrepreneurship is, though, right?
Absolutely.
When you really look at the definition, the textbook definition of entrepreneurship, it is coming up with an idea, starting with an idea, which everybody started with an idea, right? To start a business, and a need that they found a solution to a problem. Typically, right? There's always a solution to a problem that they wanted to solve or fix, and that directly ties them to the people that they were called to serve, because through our purpose is always going to be connected to other people.
Absolutely.
Always going to be connected. Now, even if we didn't necessarily think that way initially, and most people don't, when they're finding their purpose, that's why you have people saying, well, I'm not sure I know what my purpose is. But what they don't realize is they may be walking and living in their purpose every day. They may be seen as a leader or a pillar in their community, and everybody comes to them for a solution. Or you get girlfriends and neighbors that always call you saying, hey, I have a problem and I need to just run this by you. They're coming to you because they've seen your leadership capabilities. They've seen something in you that has resonated with them. So you are literally living and walking in your purpose, and you may just not realize it. So I always ask them, what is that one thing that people always come to you for? So that's my question to you. What is that one thing that people come to Jackson Crisp for?
Can we change Samara is still up?
Oh, yes.
It's okay. It's a little technical thing. Just so they know who they're talking to.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm not as good looking as Samara.
Thank you so much. So you know what? Tell me your website.
It's just bigaction.life. Yeah.
Bigaction.life. Thank you so much. I will do that right now.
And I'll go ahead and go into your question. So, the one thing that got me into, and this is my biggest passion, is impacting people. So I found when I started going to these events and all that, or just events in general, that I would attract people, and I just wanted to help them in whatever they're dealing in, right? And people tended to respond very positively to that. Awesome. So I just it was just a natural teaching that happened. And I said, I really like that. And I get passionate and I get into that, and I want to help them solve their problems. And the response was pretty good. So awesome. People come to me with just a wide ranging, wide ranging types of problems in different parts of their business or personal life or aspects. And I tend to, I don't know, it's something special with my mind, but I just sort of remember everything in my life, right? Absolutely. Everything that's happened to me, all the teachings and all that. And it sort of just comes together in those moments to sort of help the person or the situation. So
absolutely.
So it could be anything from business related to relationships. People tend to come to me a lot. With regards to those.
That speaks volumes to your heart for people, because I know for a fact that you would come into our rooms, John Lee's room or my room, and you would come into the back channel. I'll never forget it. And you would say, I'm good friends with Paul Hutchinson. Would you like me to give him a call? Because I can bring him into the room. And when I said, yes, Jackson, I would love for you to bring Paul Hutchinson in the room, because the topic was just fitting. And you knew that he would come and bring value to the topic. And it speaks volumes to exactly what you just said. People come to you for those types of things in their personal life as well as in their business life. And you would give him a call and he would come. And this is a gentleman, by the way, for everybody else in the room or in the chat or watching from YouTube or LinkedIn or Facebook that don't know who Paul Hutchinson is, but he is running a major 40 billion, I believe, is what the number used to be back in the Clubhouse days of the pandemic. He is literally managing and running about 40 billion with a B in his bio.
Not currently, he did. Now he's full-time philanthropic work, but yes,
wow,
he did.
full-time philanthropic now. And I believe I remember hearing him say that he was getting ready to move into that area. In fact, a couple of times he was not as accessible because he was traveling the world and saving women and girls and things of that nature that were getting caught up in child sex slavery and all kinds of things. So I definitely remember that as well. So thank you for pointing that out also. But back then, I remember him being at your beck and call, or you would just give him a call. You had his home number and direct contact. And then you also brought another phenomenal gentleman to our stages, and it was life-changing. I will never forget. He is the CEO.
Alex Stern.
Alex Stern. Yes, you remember. So you called him up and said, hey, I think that they can definitely use your expertise here in this conversation. And Alex Stern, you gave him a call and he showed up in John Lee's room, and the conversation was next level, absolutely phenomenal, life-changing and game-changing for a lot of people. So he built Contact, I believe is what the name of it is, which is an email.
Constant Contact, the original founder.
There you go. He is the original founder of Constant Contact, and he sold it. Correct?
I sold that for north of $1 billion.
Exactly. There you go. So he brought billionaires to us, guys. I will never forget it. And I knew then where your heart was. I knew then that your heart, and it was never coming from a gloating place of, let me show you who I'm connected to. It was never, ever did you ever come across. You have been one of the most humble, one of the most professional people, especially with your status and your stature. I have learned that it's a struggle to come back out. When you've been playing football for years and you're in these huge stadiums with thousands and thousands of people screaming to the top of their lungs and buying your jerseys and all of your gear, and they're knocking over women and babies trying to get you to autograph them, their gear and all sorts of things. It's pretty difficult, I've learned, for people to now come back to this place of humility without all of the lights, without all of the cheers, without all of the hoopla and the screaming, and really be that humble person again. And they struggle. But I can definitely tell that you have stayed exactly who you were. You did not let or allow the NFL or anything that you have done prior to becoming an entrepreneur now and building a business now change you and change who you were. And I just want to commend your mother. I want to commend your mother because I see the relationship, I see the connection, and the love is palpable. When you're just visiting home and laying on the couch watching television and she's just sitting next to her baby, because I still call my children my baby, and they're adults now, young adults now. And I only have 4 kids, but 1 son and my 3 daughters. But I definitely understand. I can clearly see. And you definitely don't hesitate to share that there is nothing like coming back home. So, and here you are, this professional guru that's still making impact and doing all kinds of things, but going back home, there's nothing like it. And I just want to commend you and your mother. I said, I have to bring them back to let them know. I have to bring them back and let them know, because some people expect so much from you and other things from you, but they forget that you're human, that you all are human. Whether you're playing these sports or not, you guys are human beings that need the same thing that we all need as well. So I definitely just.
Well, I was just going to say that my experience in the NFL was brief, right? So I have fellow athletes and players that had more of a transition period from that. I had the bad surgery that sort of ended a promising career very early on. So that's a different story I do talk about in terms of, we all have the disappointments and things that happen in our life that take us in new trajectories of what we do in life. But the one thing that, yes, my mom, I always say, I have no problems being called a mama's boy or whatever, because
Yeah,
She
and
is
you
the
can tell,
guiding.
and
She
you
is my
should.
guiding light on my values.
Absolutely.
She's my angel, and yeah, and very protective of her. Which sometimes, there's some stuff there in terms of relationship, but it's out of immense love. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I
Absolutely.
wouldn't be who I was without her. So I always
Absolutely.
talk about coming from Wyoming. People don't believe that a lot of times that I came from Wyoming, and
Every
she's up
time
in
you say it, I'm like, wow, Wyoming.
rural
Oh
Wyoming.
my
Yeah,
goodness.
so it brings a set of values that I just really I attribute to her, and keeping the moral compass and all that through all the crazy that the world offers. So
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely. Well, Jackson, let me say this. I heard you say that it was a very short stint, but that's beside the point.
yeah.
The point is that you made it, right?
Mhm.
Now, how long you stayed there is irrelevant. It really doesn't matter because there are no coincidences. You stayed as long as you were supposed to stay, and God doesn't make any mistakes. He steps
I agree
in.
with that. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. He steps in and say, "Your time here is done.
Mhm.
I've shown you and the world that I can take someone with ADHD that had struggles and I can give them a set of skills that they can now go out and build on and make it to the pinnacle level of success."
Mhm.
There's no guarantees for any of us how long we're going to be an entrepreneur or a business owner, even, right? Sometimes, if we're not careful, the market might take us out, depending on how well we're managing what we were given, right? So it doesn't really, the amount of time is not where I think we should focus. I think we should focus on the success of just this mere fact that we made it to the pinnacle level of success. And there was some children out there, was other high school players out there watching Jackson Crisp's journey. And
Mhm.
just the simple fact that he made it gave them hope to not ever give up at the high school level or at the Pee Wee League level or at the AAU level. So, nevertheless, you have definitely still been an iconic beacon for a lot of people that you may never know and meet,
Yeah.
right? And so,
And
God
that's the
doesn't,
case. That's the case for all of us. Yeah,
yes,
at different levels, we're all someone's hero, or people are looking up to you, and that's why we talk about sharing our stories.
yes,
And so, yeah, no, I agree that there's no mistakes, and your life is accumulation of experiences. That
yes.
when you're supposed to, when it comes together, an opportunity or something, or
Oh,
things like that, that's when
that's it.
it's there to share. So,
That's it.
yeah, I've been blessed with many awesome experiences,
Exactly.
including that experience with the NFL, and now with the
Absolutely.
players, and
Yes,
there, yeah. So
absolutely.
it's good.
And you
Yeah.
see what he had for you? What he had for you was better and a better fit. And you are now still impacting
Mm,
the NFL, but
mhm.
in on the administrative side or on the back end of the players that have ran their stint as well and are now the alumni, and you're still enjoying the camaraderie. You're still impacting them in positive ways, just as you did, regardless of the length of the time that you were there. So I absolutely love it. And I love your story. I love every aspect of your story. It's a powerful revelation of always showing up as your true, authentic self, just
Mhm.
the way that God made you with what He gave you. Absolutely love
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely.
And that is what the business incubator is all about. That's it.
Okay.
In a nutshell, that is it. So I absolutely love those parts of your story. You talked about relationships as well. So let's talk a little bit about that because you said that people come to you regardless of whether it's for a business or personal and relationships. And then when I highlighted your mother, you talked about, well, my mother, I'm a little overprotective and I would like to think that my son better be as well, as well, right? And he
Yeah.
is, and he is. I'm going to go ahead and give him his flowers. He is. So I definitely just wanted you to talk a little bit about that as well for those people out there who maybe, just maybe, and I don't know for sure, and I don't know who's watching. I can't see them physically, but I can see some people here in the chat. But tell us if there's some people out there who has a strained relationship, maybe with their spouse or significant other, or a ex, or a mother, or a child. If there
Mm.
is a strained relationship with their loved ones out there, what would Jackson Crisp tell them that they should do to start looking, change the way that they are looking at their loved one or the other person in that they're in relationship with? Because relationships to me are vital. Relationships are currency. It's worth way more than money, right? You can't put a monetary value on that relationship with your brothers. I saw that, and your sister, as well as your mother. Now, doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be roses. Doesn't mean that it's going to be perfect. But what would you tell them, for anybody out there that has a strained relationship right now? And or let's turn it on its head and talk about the relationships that you've built with business partners as well. How do you curate? So go whichever side you like.
Let me jump in there. I'll focus on the business aspect more, because the personal relationships are personal, and you don't know sort of what's behind all of those relationships.
Exactly.
And so I think the one thing with personal relationships, because every relationship, including your business relationships and how you first get introduced to people, it's a personal relationship. And are you memorable? Right. And are you memorable, good or bad? So in relationships, any relationship, that's a true thing.
Yes.
But the big thing on personal relationships, I would probably focus on is we tend to be self-centered.
Oh, that's good.
And when you're thinking from yourself, it's not really conductive, because now you're more defensive, insecure, you're listening for triggers. And so I would say in any relationship, personal or business, try to come at it from the perspective of the perspective of the other person. That whole walk in the other person's shoes types of deal.
Yes.
And it will keep you from saying embarrassing things. Even when you're posting stuff, I just say use that as a go by for that. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about with that on the business side is I always try to focus. I talk about heart-centered. So when you go to an event, there's a bunch of beautiful people there. And do people have their issues? Yes. we all have our goods and our bads, right?
Welcome to the club.
Exactly. And hopefully we have people in our circle or our sphere that point out things that are maybe holding you back. Thank God for them. And there's constructive and negative ways to do that. But that's always good for feedback. And then the other thing I say is, when you go into an event, we always want to try to be heart-centered, because that's what you're going to attract. And you're going to attract heart-centered opportunities. You're going to attract that from the event and the people involved in that event. And so even if there's someone that you have bad blood with, or things have happened in the past, or they do things that aren't ethical, parts of what they're doing, why would you focus on that?
Yes.
Right. So I talk about filtering the bad, or just not even taking it in, and then focusing on what you need and what you're trying to attract to fulfill your business, a partnership, a piece of information, whatever that may be. So that's the thing that I think's given me the most success with these relationships that you talked about.
Yes.
I give before I ever ask, and I never asked. I actually get told, "Why don't you ask more?" I never asked, and everyone's a person. Everyone puts their shoes on the same, and I know people say that a lot, but you show up in that space and you attract that. And then I talk about your likability and your it factor, right?
Okay.
So there are things that make you likable. Everybody has something that makes them likable or attractable to people. And sometimes we might not know it,
right?
Or we might get bogged down in insecurities or what people are thinking, all these things that go through your mind as you're sort of stepping into your power self or true self.
Right.
But when you start, when we're in these events, I have the size thing is true. I can't sneak into any event without people knowing I'm at the event. So that's helpful.
Okay.
But then also the heart-centered and true caring of when people talk to me, they get the sense of unless the ADHD is kicking in and it's a lot of distractions happening around me, but typically I zone in and you have my full attention.
Exactly.
Right. And so that makes you memorable for, in my case, is sometimes I remember going to there's a store, I went to a ski shop to get some size 17 boots or something 15 years ago.
Wow.
Right. And I was at a party.
Okay.
And this guy came up and said, "You're not going to remember me, but you came into, I was working the ski shop and you remember how I made him feel in the size 17 shoe." And that was 17 years later. And I was just blown away by that.
Wow.
So your first impressions, if you can approach it heart-centered, makes a huge difference in your network. I mean, it could take one person, and we all talk about this, but truly one conversation or one person, when you're prepared and aligned with it, to change directions of things. Right. So that's the long answer to the question there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. There was so much wrapped up in that response that you just gave. Are you memorable? This is for everybody out in the chat. Are you memorable? And you always give before you ask. So you're a giver, right? In every relationship, that's exactly what it's based on. Give and take, give and take. Some people are going to take more than they give. Some people are going to give more than they take. And you, just like what you just mentioned, people have had to remind you, hey, why don't you ask sometime? Why don't you ask more? So yes, that is vital for entrepreneurs and business owners and leaders out there. You must ask for whatever you want or need, and ask the person that already has what you need. If they already have it, then guess what? They already know the next steps or the necessary steps that you must take to get there as well. And that reminds me, by the way, of a scripture. Matthew 7:7, ask and it shall be given, seek and you shall find, knock and the door shall be opened to you.
Absolutely.
So
that's why I support you whenever I can, right?
Absolutely.
So that's because, you give and it's providing opportunity and all that, and you give from your heart, and this is not easy stuff.
Exactly.
This takes a lot of time.
Absolutely.
And so when I'm able to, I support you whenever I can. And
I am forever grateful. I am forever grateful. And you have just impacted. We have Dylan. I put it in the chat. You might see it on the screen. Dylan Taylor put the fire emoji up. He is enjoying himself. And he is a client of mine and a sponsor of Royal Influencers Organization. And he is he is a blind entrepreneur.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I have had the most pleasure supporting and working with him.
Oh, yeah.
And he is doing absolutely phenomenal. So that's a testament to the givers of the world out there, everybody out there who's givers, right? And you wonder, when am I ever? I'm just giving, and I'm not ever. So did you just hear that Jackson Crisp just said that is exactly why. You also mentioned, this is a testament to what you just said. You said that you're going to attract who you are as well. So you have to think of the other person. Put yourself in their shoes as well. You have to consider their perspective if you're in those relationships. And that's how he has been able to curate these relationships with billionaires as well. Because trust me, I've heard people talk about billionaires, and sometimes they aren't very pleasurable to be around as well. And there you go. And
everyone's not at times. And when you realize that, it's all good.
There you go. Absolutely. So and I love the humility. You see how he comes right back and brings that humility, that guess what? None of you are always 100%. None of us are always 100% pleasurable to be around. So it's being heartfelt. That's something else that you mentioned. And then that's it, being heart-centered. Being heart-centered, and you will attract that. When you show up as your true authentic self, being heart-centered, thinking from the heart first, and putting yourself in the other person's shoes. And you thank God for the people. And
one thing I can jump in on a little bit. Absolutely. I think when you talked about showing up heart-centered as your authentic self, I think a lot of people confuse that sometimes. Like, my authentic self, maybe I'm more of a jerk personality or something like that. Your authentic self is who you truly are at the core, your values, how you feel about humanity, people, being constructive or destructive, either way in it, whatever your values are. But I also talk about, you need to consider your audience. So when you always need to bring your authentic self, and a heart-centered self is what I would recommend. But you also need to consider your audience of 1, 2, 1,000, whatever that audience is you're talking to.
Yes.
To adjust so they can absorb the message, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, if you come in with yourself and you're stubborn with that,
yes,
you're going to get resistance. I mean, the message isn't going to be felt. So
yes,
I talk about it as being malleable with your core self and heart-centered.
I love
and
that.
That's what you'll attract in those experiences.
Absolutely. And this right now, this time and era that we're in every 4 years, this politically charged era that we're in, and the conventions are happening, and you're hearing the comparisons and you're hearing the mudslinging, and it kind of starts to seep out into the workplaces and into your business, and different customers start maybe having a conversation about who they're voting for and who they agree with and things of that nature. Guys, what you're getting right now is the blueprint of how to navigate all of this stuff that you're getting inundated with, right? You turn on the news and it's there. You turn on the radio in the car and it's there. You turn on your laptop and your news feed, it's there again. And you're just constantly getting inundated with it. It's everywhere, in every environment, in every aspect of your atmosphere. And you just have to know who you are, your values, your morals at your core, not necessarily everybody else's core. And when you can come from that heart-centered place. And
Les Brown says it. Les Brown says it the best: guard your mind, right?
Yes.
The information that's entering your mind.
Yes.
And that can't be more true today. We all have our opinions.
Yes.
We all have our thing. What's happening, and I challenge some of the influencers out there.
Oh, thank you.
That I know they're posting stuff from what they feel is a good place, but that whole walking in other people's shoes.
Yes.
You need to, and some of them have specific audiences. So I get that as well, that they're speaking to audiences and all that.
Exactly.
But,
let's talk about it.
Yeah. And I like a big question here. It's hard to walk. It absolutely is, especially when their shoes are completely different with the values of yours.
Exactly.
Right. But it's going to make you so much more powerful in terms of impact and influence when you can do that while maintaining your boundaries. So that doesn't mean being changing your values or your boundaries.
There you
go. What it will allow you to do is see the other person, and when someone senses that you get where they're coming from, right, and you can talk from that without judgment and all that. You'd be surprised at how you can influence people to maybe consider different values or different thoughts that they hadn't considered.
There you go.
In their stance. So that's a mouthful, but that's what I would say to you a bit is that. So
yes. And Becca Boston, they're blowing the chat up and loving what you're actually sharing. I just want you to see some of the comments and things of that nature. As you're speaking, they're popping in to the chat. And Araya McGarry puts all 100s, and Abid, it said, know yourself and know yourself well. And Becca Boston said, in order to keep giving, you have to also learn to receive as well.
Absolutely. But the receiving thing, that just happens as, like I said a little bit, when you're prepared for the opportunity.
Yes.
When you're not prepared, just keep giving and receive, and don't worry about the receiving, right? And then as you're sort of developing and you're coming into a thing that you're going to introduce to the world, right? And you've prepared and you put action behind it. You've done the law of attraction to attract it, the focus and the action.
Right.
Now, those things and the receiving will come with that.
Absolutely.
And so just be patient with that. It's not I gave, so I should receive in 5 days from now or a year.
Absolutely.
It's when you're prepared. And in the meantime, you're within your boundaries, within what you're capable of doing, you're giving.
I
right?
love
You're
that.
amplifying organizations, you're changing people's lives. And then when you're prepared with when that opportunity comes now, the receiving parts of it, people will be more than happy to do that. It'll
Oh,
be natural. It'll be smooth. It won't be a weird ask,
exactly.
because it's something that you've been preparing for. In the meantime, you've been giving
Absolutely.
unconditionally.
Absolutely. I loved what you just shared. In the waiting, this is where a lot of entrepreneurs and business owners, they get a little tangled and they get a little confused. They lose their clarity and focus because they've been working and they've been putting in the time and they've been toiling and they've been showing up, and they don't necessarily feel like they're making as much progress as they expect to have made by a certain time frame.
Oh
But
yeah.
what they really have to do is stay focused, keep showing up, keep giving, and
And
like
take
you
your
just
breaks when you need to. Let yourself fall apart and be okay
absolutely,
with it. Right? Try to. It's
absolutely.
okay. The whole path is crazy, and we
Yes,
know that this is not an easy deal
it's not
when
for
you
the
decide
weak.
to do your own thing. You put yourself
It's
out there.
definitely not for the weak. That's for sure. I mean, I think we can all, everybody's going, whoo, tell me about it. I could
Absolutely.
just feel everybody going, whoo, I can finally, oh, you mean it's okay? Oh, you mean I'm on the right path here? Because I
Yeah.
mean, some people are like, every day, I'm like, whoo, how long does it take? And when am I going to get there? But just know that you are not alone, and every single entrepreneur will tell you that yes, they had those same tough days and they had those same thoughts of stopping and giving up. Take your breaks, and you are
You're increasing your stress tolerance. So that is huge. You think that the Grant Cardones and the Tony Robbins of the world and all that,
say it.
you're increasing your stress tolerances. So even in dealing with these problems and falling apart, and you're learning how to actually run bigger scale things
Yes,
and projects and impact.
yes,
So look at
absolutely.
it on a positive note. Look at it like that. And we all need to increase our stress tolerance. If you're getting triggered by a whatever
There you go.
easily, you might want to lean into that more, because if you had emotional mastery around that, it wouldn't, you'd look at that different. It wouldn't trigger you. It wouldn't do these things. So I
Absolutely.
actually look at triggers as amazing gifts
Oh,
on the areas that you should
ball
probably
game. That's the ball game. That's the Hail Mary.
yeah, yeah.
That is the Hail Mary, everybody. If you are getting triggered,
Mhm.
this is the advice from a pro. If you are getting triggered, now the light bulbs of why people come to you for your wisdom, for your humility, is crystal clear. Crystal clear. Everything that you have shared, not one iota of it has gotten is wasted, has fallen on deaf ears. And what he just said, everybody, in a nutshell, is if you are being triggered in any way, shape, or form, that is an indication that that is something that you need to pay attention to. You need to lean into it. Instead of typically shutting down and running from it, you need to lean in and figure out and take a closer look. Why am I being triggered by this thing? Whatever that thing is. This person said something and I'm triggered. This person did something and I'm triggered. What triggered you?
Mhm.
Is the question that you need to ask yourself about that, whatever that thing is. And that thing for Abid is different from that thing for Rebecca, would be different from Araya, and different from Samara, and different from Ramona, different from Christina. So all of us, and different from Jackson, all of us may be triggered by something very different. So it's up to you. This is a call to action from Jackson, Chris today, to question whatever that thing is that's triggering you. Lean into it, figure out, get to the source, get to the bottom, check your heart. Check your heart and figure out, why am I being triggered? What is it that this thing is that's triggering me is getting me to learn. What is the lesson? What can I do differently? How can I respond rather than react to whatever this thing is that's triggering me? I really wanted to hone in on that because I have coached a lot of people, not just from Clubhouse, long before Clubhouse when I was a regional manager, years and years ago. In fact, my regional director is watching. Carolyn Bell is here and watching. She was a regional director watching as well. And they are blowing the chat up. There's all sorts of things. There is Becca. You're speaking to me, sir. Thank you. I needed that. Right there. Becca Box. Becca Box said, you are speaking to me. Sir. I told you that you are empowering and impacting and inspiring a lot of people here. So I heard, well, you already read a bead, and here is a bead again. What triggers you? What motivates you? What makes you happy? What works for you? And listen to your heart and inner self and respond to it. Those are his takeaways from this entire segment that you have done. Awesome. So he's just put it all into his own little bullet points. So I definitely just wanted to pour back into you. And I always also lead with this. I've said this just recently in a couple of speaking segments that I did on other people's platforms, like Araya McGarry. I'm her ambassador and she is my ambassador. And we always share value and help in cross-pollinating audiences and things of that nature, which you do so well also. Yeah. And I always lead with this, is we must keep our cup, our own personal cups, using the teacup mentality or analogy. We must always keep our own personal cups full and overflowing, not just full, but overflowing, because sometimes when we're so short and so easily triggered, so short-tempered, easily triggered, judgmental, you use that word as well, judgmental, sometimes it's because our cup is either we're pouring so much into other people and we're not spending enough time filling our own cup. And when that cup gets 3/4 full, half full, maybe even only a quarter ways full, we're literally pouring from an empty cup. Yeah. And we are a lot more judgmental during those periods. And we are also a lot easier to be triggered, easily triggered. And we are also a lot more short-tempered and absolutely too quick to react and blow up rather than stop, slow down, and pause.
And that's that whole taking care of your basic needs.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Ultimately, and that's emotional. That's all your basic needs. You just got to make sure that your baselines and work very hard at doing that as you're doing this. Yes. And then the other parts of that are the boundary work. Absolutely. Right.
And I definitely wanted to unpack that as well. You mentioned the boundary work, and that's also another huge area that often gets overlooked. Yeah. And people don't set those boundaries. And I want to thank you, as a matter of fact, because you helped me immensely during a troubled little area. You just witnessed a couple of people on platforms, regardless of what the platforms, we don't have to name them or name any people. That's not what I'm about, and that's not what I do. But I am going to highlight and spotlight you because you knew and sensed it right away. You witnessed it and you said, you know what? This is not right. You know what? This is not appropriate behavior. I just want to let you know, make sure that you protect yourself and make sure you keep your boundaries up and make sure that sometimes people can do this and people can be that way. And you did not rip them apart or anything, but you definitely called them out in a very professional way, not openly, but you definitely addressed it with me because you saw and you heard and you witnessed and you noticed and you called it out. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, that's, I know exactly what you're talking about. And yeah, I appreciate that. The one thing I also want to put in there, because we are in there can be heavy parts of this, but it's also extremely fun.
Yes.
Right. And liberating when you're doing it and what's going to happen next. And absolutely. So I really want to just lean into that as well, that this is an incredibly fun and then roller coaster of a ride.
Absolutely.
Right? Look at it like that.
And, absolutely.
And the
Absolutely.
more tools you can get in place and the systems and all that, it will get better and better and more fun, and
Absolutely.
free you up to enjoy the ride even more.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I definitely wanted to point that out for all of the other people out here watching, and all of the entrepreneurs and all of the business owners and all of the business leaders, is that you can still be at the pinnacle level of your business, your career, success, even, and still have and walk in humility and invest in yourself and invest in getting better every single day. If you get triggered, if you're easily triggered, if you have hangups, if you have issues and challenges, it is okay. However, that is the time that you lean in, using Jackson Crisp's own words, lean into that and hone into developing those skills, very necessary skills, by the way. So this is the point that I was making, is that you can save yourself. Every single one of us, every single one of you out there can save yourself a lot of angst and a lot of losing people that you can actually keep in your world, in your life, by really becoming more emotionally intelligent and emotionally building your emotional strength muscle, right? It's a muscle that you have to work. It's no different from if you want to exercise and lose weight. I see that you're in the gym as well. Then you have to put the time, the energy, and the effort into that thing, whatever that thing that you're not great at. If it's relationships, then put more time, energy, and effort into building that emotional strength. I always feel triggered when I'm with this person or around that person. Then figure out exactly what it is. Have the hard talk if you must, in a calm setting. Plan it strategically, take that person out for dinner or something of that nature, and sit down with them and have that hard talk. Give them the time and opportunity to know that that you want to talk to them, of course, so that they don't feel attacked or feel unprepared. Give them the opportunity. Heads up. I think that it's time for us to have a little talk. And I want you to be heard as well as I want to feel heard. And that way, now you have let the guard down in advance. And now they understand that you're coming to have a truce, if you will. Give them the opportunity as well as you have the opportunity. But have, nevertheless, the hard talk, because after that hard talk is had, they are definitely, trust me, are going to sit down and really unpack those words that you spoke and those feelings that you shared. And then they too will perhaps resonate with exactly what you have been attempting to do, and understand that you are definitely attempting to resolve the matter in some way, shape, or form. So there is Araya McGarry with all of the 100s and all of the hearts and things of that nature. So it's resonating with a lot of people, Jackson. So thank you. I want to definitely thank you. I'm forever grateful to have met you on Clubhouse. I will never, ever completely leave Clubhouse at all. Yeah. And all of the people that I have met, all of the relationships that I've been able to curate has just been life-changing. And you have definitely been one of those people. So thank you.
Thank you again for the opportunity. It's always amazing. Yep.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So with
thank
that
you to your audience.
Absolutely. Time is that precious commodity that you can never get enough of. So when you stop and you give us your time, we definitely want to appreciate you and the time that you have stopped and paused and given us. And I know how busy life is in general for everybody, everywhere. Absolutely. And when you stop and take your personal time out to give to us, then we definitely don't take it for granted. And we want to say how grateful we are and the lives that you are impacting.
And I love it.
You heard it. Becca Boston said, "Sir, you are speaking to me." So, and you are speaking to a lot of people here, apparently. So, and definitely to me as well. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you again. And
I'll put out. Well, I don't want to take up. I know you're on a schedule.
Actually, the next speaker is running a little bit behind, so we had a little extra time, which is why.
Okay, beautiful. Just let me know and cut me off.
This is gonna finish, but we had a little extra time built in.
Okay.
So, any closing remarks? Feel free to just share whatever you feel on your heart to share.
No, I would just, the big things. Another big takeaway is just how you make Maya Angelou. That quote is so popular because it's so true on many different levels and many different areas and many different phases of relationship on how you make someone feel.
Yes.
They're not going to remember what you said or did necessarily,
Oh my gosh.
but how you made them feel.
Huge.
And when you and Robbins talks about this a lot about that emotional energy, right? And that's all about how you're making someone feel. And now when you're having emotion behind it, you're going to absorb, if you're receiving more logical information, or
Yes.
the whole IQ type of information more, because you're in an energetic state that's emotional. So when Robbins was raising the energy,
yes,
to get people to absorb that information that he teaches more.
Exactly.
That's very true, and that's on the micro level as well. So the whole Maya Angelou thing is deeper than just how you make people feel, which is super important, especially in this world right now.
Absolutely.
Right. But it also is going to impact your business when done from authentic, because it also can work against you if it's not authentic and actually turn people, repel people.
Yes.
But when it's authentic, people will remember that.
Yes.
Right. And then, yeah, even if you have an unauthentic moment or you're in a bad place, when the relationship's established, people get it.
Yes.
Right. Because we're humans. So that's the big takeaway I would get. And then the other thing is if you want to stay connected with me, bigaction.life is they'll be put you on a newsletter. It's not going to be salesy, and just sort of exchange contact information, and including events with the NFL alumni. So bigaction.life is the website. And I'm firing up this whole brand and all that with a newsletter eventually.
I love it. And that's life, right? Life and not live. Life, correct?
Life as in LIFE.
Gotcha.
Life.
Gotcha. There you go. Yep. I'm putting it up right now again. And I want everybody that is here, those of you watching on YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook, I want everybody to go to this website and definitely go into Jackson Chris community. You heard every word that he said. You feel his heart when he speaks. You know where he stands and what he stands for, as well as what he clearly stands against as well. He is heart-centered, and he highly encourages everyone else to walk in humility, always look from at the other person's perspective, do whatever is in your power within your boundaries. Let's not miss that part. Within your boundaries now. We aren't standing for anybody being misused or abused or degraded or demeaned. That is not what this is all about. But yet we still want you to make sure that you know what are your values, what are your morals. Stand in and on them within your boundaries. Also create and establish strong boundaries as well. And that is exactly why you are watching now a 2-woman show here. There is not a lot of people here running this show. It's myself with my mentee, who is 19 years old, Christina Baca, who I am so grateful for, as well, who I gave a little break as well, whenever I'm doing these 2-day events. But by the second day, midday, she gets a little overworked, so I let her have a little break. And so I definitely just want to thank her as well. She was doing some other administrative tasks. So you're going to see the beauty of her creativity inside of some reels and some videos where she puts all of the speakers together and things of that nature, which is exactly what she's working on right now. And all of these phenomenal flyers that you see that are marketed all over social media, everywhere, is done by her as well. So I definitely want to shout out to Christina Baca as well for all of the phenomenal work that she's doing. But there you are. It's right there on the screen. I'm just closing out right now, and I'm giving everybody the opportunity to go ahead and get into your community as well. So Jackson Chris, absolutely love everything that you are doing and everything that you have done and will continue to do. The lives that you're going to impact is definitely, it's just an awesome thing to watch. So thank you.
Thank you again. Always amazing. Yeah,
absolutely. So we're going to let you go now and go about your day. And thank you again for being here. Okay. Always welcome to come back. So thank you so much, Jackson.
All right.
Chris,
hold on. Let me do it right. There we go.
There you go. Thank you so much, Jackson Chris. Oh my God, that was absolutely phenomenal. Everybody, put some fire in the chat. Everybody, if you got anything, and I know that you got a ton, but if you got anything, put some hearts in the chat for Jackson Crisp. Put some fire emojis in the chat for Jackson Crisp. You guys were blowing the chat up the entire time. If Araya McGarry, by the way, Araya McGarry, if you can go to your link or your email for the speakers, I want you to click that day 2, even though you weren't scheduled to speak on day 2, until we get the next speaker up. Go ahead and click the link for day 2 speakers. Araya McGarry, I'm giving a shout out and a call for Araya McGarry to go to her email and click the day 2 speaker link to come into the backstage, because we're getting ready to bring her back up for, even if it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes until the next speaker comes. We definitely want to have her come back up and share more value, more information to all of the women who are here in the chat as well, for her phenomenal community, which I am an ambassador for, the Legacy Living Your Life by Design community for women ages 39 and up who are at their wits' end and wondering if they'll ever be able to achieve their goals and their dreams and all of the things that they have always wanted to achieve. And she has created this phenomenal community. If you're not in that community, you need to get in that community, by the way. And I want her to come back up. So she's getting the link for day 2 speakers. I'm going to text it to her as well. We still have some people on YouTube watching. You guys are still in for a treat. We still have some great people. We have Nick Loriano coming soon as well. It is only 1:59. We have another brand new speaker coming as well. So this last hour is the 2:00 hour, because we end at 3. So we have a few more speakers coming. So I definitely just want you guys to know that we are still here. I mean, I can give you guys a segment in any hour. Trust me. Right? So with that said, oh, there she is. Hey! Always on the ready. Oh my God, look at her face. Her makeup's even flawless.
No, listen up. Wait, I am filming in about 10 minutes my show.
Oh, well, that's all we need. Are you kidding me? That's all we need.
I happen to be camera ready. I'm not only like this. I do not sit home like this all day.
She said,
Usually I'm a hot mess.
I just want you to know I don't sit home fully made up like I'm getting ready to go on TV, but she's getting ready to film in about 10 minutes, and that's all we need. But I want you to take this little break that we have. And you are already in the media, in television, with your Get Celebritized, as well as you look phenomenal. Trust me, don't touch her hair, don't touch her nothing right now. But I want you to go ahead and... There she is with her makeup compact right there, ready in hand. So you go right ahead and pour into these people. Men, don't you go anywhere. Men, do not go anywhere, because guess what? I know for a fact, I know without a shadow of a doubt, that you have your significant other, your spouse, your daughters. I was just talking to a gentleman last night who you touched and impacted. Joel Hill was touched and impacted. He said, wow, thank you so much. I'm so glad that I came after her, because I was able to hear exactly what I needed to hear. He was getting ready to go drop his college-age daughter off at college, the second daughter, and his first daughter has already graduated. And his heart is for his little girls, right? Who are now becoming young adults. And he is just wanting to make sure that he's doing the right thing and he's putting them in the right environments. He called me while he was in the car with them and had me pour into them as well. And I said, wow, this is just perfect timing. And that's why I said, men, don't you go anywhere. So go right ahead and talk about everything that you're doing. I'm going to start putting the links up for everybody while you talk for the next 5 to 7 minutes while the next speaker comes and pops into the backstage. And then you definitely pop them in, but go right ahead. I'm going to get out of your way and I'm going to pop those links up for you.
Never in my way. Let's give a shout out for Ramona and all these phenomenal guests. What a morning. And I certainly was not expected to be here today. I've been listening in all morning while I'm getting ready to film my TV podcast, Get Celebritized. So I'm multitasking, and you all are just phenomenal. I mean, Samara Beth and Tiffany and Marcus, and oh my gosh, all the amazing guests. And I just loved every moment of this. So Ramona, hand claps, shout outs, everybody give her some love. This is not easy. And speaking of not easy, is living a life and trying to live your biggest and best legacy. We all know that the old adage, it takes a village to raise children. Well, it takes a village to keep raising us as adults and in all aspects of our lives. So I put together a legacy living by design, especially for women, so we can have our village. Are you guys loving today? Are you going to miss it when we all go off the air later this afternoon? You're like, oh, where's my people? Where's my friends? I wish I could have them pouring into me all the time, because it's lonely as an entrepreneur. We know that. So legacy living by design, and guys, do listen up. It's a safe space for women of all ages. We've got some young women in there who want to be mentored by us, older women that have been around the block a few times. And we have women in there, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, all of us in there just trying to either be a mentor or find a mentor to help us make good, wonderful decisions, whether we're looking for personal decisions, life decisions, or work and entrepreneurship job decisions. So I believe we all need to help each other. So Legacy Living by Design is a community that is very low ticket. It's $27 a month to come in and find your people, find the women that are all there. Balcony friends is what we call ourselves, because I know we all need to be a balcony friend and have balcony friends. And I'm telling you, it's not easy to find. It's very easy in the world and social media to find people that'll tear you down. People that are jealous of you are saying, you're going to do what? That's just a crazy idea. You don't want to do that. Do you know how many other people are doing that? And they've already got a head start. No, no, nay, nay. We are not those kind of friends. The only people that come into my community, Legacy Living by Design, is women that want to be the balcony friend and have balcony friends. And a balcony friend is somebody that says, you can do it. Wow, that's a crazy idea. It's just crazy enough to have happen. How can I help you make that happen? It is not any crazier than Dick Van Dyke winning an Emmy Award at 98 years old, the oldest person to ever win an Emmy Award. It's not crazier than Betty White doing a sitcom in her 80s and hugging grizzly bears well into her 90s, and that'll be me. It's not any crazier than you thinking you want to open up a ballet studio or become a well-known National Geographic photographer, or you want to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, Tiffany Jones. There is no crazy idea. If it's inside you, it can be watered and nurtured and come to pass. And it can come to pass in exceptional ways that you're not even thinking. I won my Emmy Award at 48 after they took out my vocal cord nerve and told me I'd never speak again. That's when God raised me up to be a speaker and create my talk show for nonprofits. And I won my Emmy Award after the world said, you won't. And that was my little girl dream. I wanted to be a rich and famous movie star. You know, born in New York City, it's what I wanted. And God created it, knew what was going to happen, but I kept on walking through these doors with great people in my life. And it came to fruition in a completely different way than I ever could imagine. So that's what this community is all about. Legacy Living by Design. Now we're doing a retreat because have you ever, ladies, listen up. Have you ever been to all these network events and workshops and just all the events we go to, and we're with pad and paper, we're in the cold conference rooms, we're learning, and we know we need to take action. But we have to go to the restroom. And we get up to go to the restroom, and what do? As women, we say, I'm going to go to the restroom. Anybody want to come? 5 other women will get up and go to the restroom with you. Guys, I know you don't understand this scenario, but it's a thing. You've seen it at the restaurant. You've seen it a million times. What are these women doing? They go to the restroom together. Guys don't do this. But what happens on our way to the restroom, whether we're at events or in a restaurant, we solve the world's problems on the way to the restroom and in the restroom, where we meet up with other women. Not only do we solve the world's problems, we solve each other's problems, because we have that intimate, quiet time together where we say, hey, Ramona, how are you doing? And she's not in a big table full of people. She's not on a Zoom call. She's not at an event. She's one-on-one with her girlfriends in the restroom, and she'll tell us, you know, I've had a hard week. And we say, tell us more. And we're able to say, you know, I understand how you feel. I felt the same way. Or I know somebody that felt the same way. I'd love to connect the two of you. Magic happens when girlfriends get together and we're not sitting in a boardroom or conference room or networking. We have to pay attention. We're just in the restroom or out in the lobby. So I'm creating these retreats. And thankfully for Samara Beth too, is going to help us. She's absolutely amazing. Where we can have girlfriend time for 2.5 days. We're not there to do yoga. We're not there to do hikes. We're not there to bring pad and pen, to do anything except get to know each other and nurture relationships. We'll do a couple little fun intro games. We're going to do some games to get to know each other, but we're going to have such magical connections in the jacuzzi with the indoor waterfall, playing golf in an inside 12-foot screen where you can play golf, over the mountains, on the porch, drinking coffee, in the kitchen, eating chocolate with me. That's where the relationships will build. And if we have learned anything through the pandemic, it's we do business after building relationships now. Because don't you agree it's a crowded world out there? Everybody has a Facebook ad. Everybody's a coach. Everybody's teaching something. How do you know who to choose? How do you know who's real? Now it is utmost important we build relationships. And that's why we love Ramona's platform here, because these 2 days, we're getting to know, like, and trust each other. I just got to know, like, and trust even more all the speakers right before I came on just now. I'll do business with them. I just bought Samara Beth's program, $49. You can't beat that. I've already known Samara Beth. I was like, wow, I really need to jump on that now. It's like a $2,000 program. I know her. I like her. I trust her. I've heard her speak a bunch of times in our community. Now it's a no-brainer. That's what'll happen. So the retreat's coming up, and you can go to it. We'll put the link in there. There's a bit.ly link, bit.ly/VIP retreat 2024, or get with Ramona. She knows how to get a hold of me. We do have some great discounts if you want to come with a friend, but don't let money stop you. If you go to the page and say, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can afford that. You don't know if you can afford not to come and be in the room with 11 powerhouse women spending 2.5 days brainstorming together. You never know what God has in store for you. Your next best partnership, your next best collaboration, your next best idea can happen in that jacuzzi, in that pool, or in that kitchen. I promise you, that's where the magic happens. So let us know, connect with us. You all know how to get a hold of Ramona. It's not on this link right now, Legacy by Design. That's my community, but the retreat is bit.ly/VIP retreat 2024. And Ramona's got it, and I'm sure it'll come up again in a second. So let us know. Don't let money stop you. Let us know if we can help you with that. And we are going to just introduce you to some amazing other balcony women. This is for women only because we're spending the night together. We're having girlfriend pillow talk and having some fun. So guys, if you're your mom, your grandmother, your wife, your best friend's wife, any women that you know that you care about, if you want them to make some really true balcony girlfriends, this would be the place for them. We don't compete. We collaborate. We don't care if you're in the same exact business as we are. Come on in. There is room at the top for everyone. So it doesn't matter what walk of life you're from, what business, what career. We just know that God's going to bring together the right women that are going to just make the greatest, deepest connections. And we're going to do more of these thanks to Samara Beth is going to help lead us down this road, because I've always wanted to do these type of retreats. I never could find them. And I said, well, I need to create them. So you do the same thing. You need to create what God's called you to create. You need some girlfriends like myself and Ramona in your space daily to say, you can do it. I've got an idea. Here's how. So you don't have to worry about the how. You just need to surround yourself with other empowering people that have the how to. So you can't meet them if you sit on the couch and say, oh, I wish, I wish. So that's how we turn your wildest dreams into reality together as a team. I hope that helps. There's Soci Taparay McGarry. Perfect link. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. You're wonderful. That's the link. That's the link where you can join my Legacy by Design for $27 a month if you're a woman looking for balcony friends. And right there, the link will be to the Balcony Friends Retreat, September 23rd and 24th. It's happening in an 8-bedroom, 8-mansion, beautiful, beautiful cabin mansion in Tennessee, 10 miles from Dollywood, overlooking the fall foliage. Wait till you see these pictures. They're there. And if you want to spend day 3 after we check out in Gatlinburg and Sevierville, or go to the spa at Dollywood, we're all game. Me and Ramona are driving together. We'll stay an extra day. Give us a reason. We'll stay an extra day.
Absolutely. Thank you for popping in and hanging out and being in the background and ready to go at any given moment. So appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Araya McGarry has never missed, since I launched the Royal Influencers Organization, never missed an event.
And I never
last year,
Never will.
2023. So can you imagine that? So that is exactly why she's one of our sponsors. She's one of our ambassadors as well. And I too am an ambassador for her as well. So So with no further ado, we have our other two speakers.
Yay, let's get to
already
it.
here and waiting. Thank you so much, Araya. So with that said, I am going to bring up our very next speaker who is here. In fact, two of them are here. And we have, as soon as he opens his camera, I'm going to bring him up. Nick Loriano, Only the Motivated, is here and ready to go. Hey, Nick. How are you? Okay, you're muted. Open your microphone. You're muted. Sorry.
Hear me all right?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Loud and clear. There you go. No worries, no worries. Loud and clear. So with that said, thank you for being here. Thank you for your yes. And every time that you show up, I get major feedback. I get great testimonials of how you did exactly what you do best and motivated people. So thank you for coming, and thank you for just in part being who you are. And your story is very compelling and a powerful one that everybody can resonate with. Just climbing through and above all of the challenges and life, right? So I absolutely love that. So thank you again, Nick. And tell everybody who you are and what you do.
My name is Nick Loriano. I'm an award-winning speaker, mental health advocate, owner of Only the Motivated. My mission in life is to encourage, motivate, most importantly, inspire, show love. And we need more positivity in the world, Ramona. That's why.
Yes.
Get it going. I'm ready to go.
Absolutely. So that website is www.onlythemotivated.com.
You can use my personal one, www.nickloriano.com. That brings
nickloriano.com. Gotcha. So with that said, I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best, because our next speaker right after you is already here. So we have Justin Hughes, who's making his first appearance on the Royal Influencers Organization in the background listening, as well as they're blowing up the chat as well. So with that said, I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do best. Okay. I'll be right back.
Man, it is an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys. Hope you guys are having an amazing Thursday. I want to start by asking you guys just one simple question. Have you ever wondered in life what your purpose was? Have you ever asked yourself if your identity was for no reason? Well, I'm going to tell you something. There were times in my life where I didn't know what my purpose was. I didn't know what my identity was. I didn't know what I was meant to do. I didn't know what my reasoning for living was. And I sat here and questioned every day that I was on this earth. From the moment that I was younger, and I'm going to take you back on a journey, so walk with me real quick. In my younger days, I didn't know who I was meant to be. I didn't know what I wanted to do in my life. I had so many people doubting me, making fun of me, telling me that what I was doing was never going to happen. And I had big dreams and aspirations. My one goal I wanted to be was in the NBA. I love playing basketball. That was like my therapy for everything, my escape from reality. And in those moments, when I told people I wanted to be something spectacular with the one life I have, I sat here and I started to question who I was. I didn't want to get out of bed every day. People made me feel small. Every time I walked out of my house, I was like, who's going to accept me today? Who's going to love me today? Who's going to support me today? Who's going to see me for who I am instead of for who I'm not? And when I was going through all these trials and tribulations, figuring life out, going through trial and error, seeing what my life was meant to be for me, I was going through some deep, dark paths. I suffered severe depression, lost all sense of myself, gained a bit of weight, lost all motivation to work out, go to the gym, didn't have any reasoning for living, didn't even want to get out of bed, didn't even want to react or contact my friends. Every time they reached out to me, said, Nick, you good? What's going on? How you feeling? I didn't respond. And in those moments of adversity and in those moments of despair and digging my own hole, one thing came to my mind: resilience. Now I'm going to ask you guys today, as you hear what I'm about to tell you, the word resilience we hear so much. We sit here and think to ourselves, how do we get up every day and do what we love? How do we get up every day knowing that someone's counting us out and telling us that we cannot do it? Someone's telling us deep down inside, they don't even want to tell us to our face. They're saying, Nick or so-and-so, you're not capable. You're not worthy. You're not enough. You will never do it. You're going to always fall one step behind. And as I got older, as I went through a bunch of different situations where it tested my faith, it tested my strength, it made me realize who I was deep down inside, I started to understand. I had an epiphany at one moment. And I kid you not. Like I was telling you, I suffered severe depression on 3 different counts. I didn't want to be here. I say this vulnerably. It's part of my story. I had a knife to my throat. I was sitting here questioning my life. I said, God, I can't do it no more. Something is telling me I got to give up. I got to wave the white flag. How do I keep going despite all these things I've been through? My parents gave up on me. My friends were doubting me. I was getting bullied in school. How do I find the strength to keep going? And that's why I speak on mental health so much, because it's something I'm passionate about. But I'll tell you what, despite every single thing that you've endured in your lifetime, look at all the things that you've been through in your life. Your parents said something about you. Your friend says something about you. You said something about you. You went in the mirror, you didn't like what you seen, but now you're looking at yourself like, I am the victor and not the victim, because I've came so far in my life from what I used to be to who I am now. See, that's the problem with some people that don't understand how far you've come on your journey. They're so used to the old you and the old ways you used to think, the old ways you used to talk, and the old ways that you used to react and move and operate, but they don't want to get to know the new you, the new and improved you. They're so fixated on what you were before that they're not loving who you are now. And that's why my mental health for so long, and that's why I speak on this, because there was many times in my life where I questioned my existence. I questioned the steps I took, the words that I spoke, the thoughts that I think. I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing in this life. I said, God, why am I even here? What's my reasoning for living? But it was in those moments. It was in those moments of clouded judgment, anxiety, disappointment of myself, letting myself go and falling beneath my own 2 feet and crumbling at my knees and saying, God, I just need a blessing, when in reality, I was the blessing. I was the blessing that God created, just as you are the blessing that God created. You weren't put here to be limited. You were put here to be limitless. God did not put you here to stand firm on something you know you have, but you're second guessing every move and every word that you speak because you don't know if you're meant for it. Now, see, when you're going through all these adversities, when you're looking up in the sky at that hole that you dug yourself in, you're thinking to yourself, how did I get myself here? Does someone else put me here, or do I put myself here? How do I get out of it? What's to come next? Well, I'll tell you what. In my journey, in my life, I'm 29 years of age, and I'll tell you what, there's been many moments where I wanted to give up. Many moments where I didn't want to look at my phone. I didn't want to go on social media. I didn't want to go motivate somebody. Somebody hit me up and said, Nick, I need some advice. What can you tell me? But I couldn't even give myself that own advice. If you're that person that constantly gives to so many others and you're not giving to yourself, that's the biggest disservice. You got to make sure that you're good deep down inside. You got to make sure that you're fulfilled. You got to make sure that you're loved. You got to make sure that you're encouraging yourself. You got to make sure that you support every thought, every word, every action that you do every single day, because it's not for no reason. Like I said, you're not put here to be limited. God put you here to do something extraordinary with the one life that you have. You cannot doubt that. Now I know. People give up on you. People quit on you. People walk out of your life unexpectedly. And then at that point, you lose all sense of who you are. You don't know how to keep going. You don't have the strength. You can't even match your own words and actions because you're so clouded by everything that's going on around you. I'm going to help you with these 5 steps. These 5 steps are going to help you, but we're going to get that towards the end. I want you to know that what you're going through right now is okay. It's okay to go through that. Because there's moments in my life where I still look at myself like, damn, I came a long way. Damn, I went through all these things. You mean to tell me that I went through all these things and I still came out on top? If that's not a success story, I don't know what is. Because your test is somebody else's testimony. Your mess and all that you've stirred up in the pot is a message to speak to somebody else because somebody else needs it. You don't understand how much this world is a better place just by you being present. You might not even say none but 2 words. You might just walk in a room and listen all day. And you think, I need to be the most outspoken. I need to have the one that has the most thoughts. I need to be reacting to everything. No, you don't. Who told you that? Who told you that? And for a better part of my life, I always thought like that. I didn't love myself enough. I wanted to be validated and approved by everybody I came across, when in reality, I wasn't loving and validating and approving of myself, most importantly, because at the end of the day, you matter too. The love that you have for yourself, that matters. The energy that you bring every day for others, you deserve that same energy to yourself. The support you give others, you deserve that same support to yourself. That same love and looking out for others that you do for other people, you got to love and look out for yourself in the same very breath. I don't care what's happening to you or what happened to you. You don't dare even think about giving up, because you wouldn't have come this far just to come this far. You have a legacy to leave. You have something that somebody needs to hear, but you're second guessing your ability because other people pushed you down and put you in a box your whole entire life. You were not meant to be confined in a box. You were meant to shine and thrive and flourish and operate in your frequency and energy as you're supposed to, because that's what you're here to do. But other people made you feel small because of that. And I get it. We want to be seen by everybody. We want to be heard by everybody. We want everybody to see what we're doing. But in reality, that's people pleasing. You're just doing it for other people. You're living for other people, and you're not living for yourself. You have to live for you. You have to wake up every day and look in the mirror and say, despite what people may think of me, may talk about me about, whatever it is, I got to love me most importantly. Because it doesn't make sense if I'm living this so-called lifestyle and I'm pleasing everybody else around me and I'm not good in my heart and soul. And for a better part of my life, I did that for so long. I tried to prove myself to everybody that I was great, that I had all these expectations, that I could do great things, that I was destined for greatness, that I had all this ambition in my heart and soul. But I kept saying to myself, why am I living for other people more so less than myself? Why am I living for what they think of me and not what I think of me? Because it matters what I think, not what they think. It's good to have good people in your corner. It's good to have people that look out for you. It's good to have people that always check on you, make sure you're good. But when's the last time you checked on yourself? When's the last time you said, hey, you, how you doing? How you feeling today? How's your love and support for self? How's your energy today? How are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10? What's something you could do to smile today? What are you proud of yourself for? I guarantee you a lot of you haven't done that. And that's why I said, what is your identity? What is your blueprint? What is your reasoning for living? And a lot of times I couldn't even answer that call to action. I could not answer that call to action. I sat here and looked at my whiteboard. I kid you not. True story. The whiteboard behind me, I would always write down things I need to accomplish. But it's one thing to talk about doing something. It's another thing to actually do it. And for a long time, I was always talking about it. I was never putting in action. I was always sitting here, waking up every day, second guessing my worth, having dark thoughts, letting it cloud my better judgment. I couldn't think straight. I couldn't move straight. I couldn't operate the way that I wanted to because I was so fixated on what people have done to me instead of me moving forward and saying, you know what, despite what those people have done and said about me, I can still move forward and shine in my light. I can still be great and not dim my light just because they dim theirs. And that's the problem a lot of people have. They'll make you stop shining your light because they stop shining theirs, and they'll make you feel small because they want to play small, but you can't shrink yourself to fit in environments where you know you do not fit in. You can't shrink yourself to fit in with people and environments knowing you do not fit in. And for a long time, I was a square trying to fit in a circle, trying to fit in a triangle, trying to fit in a rectangle. I was trying to fit in places where I know I didn't belong. And that was the problem for so long because I cared so much about what so-and-so down the street thought about me, what so-and-so had to say about me, what so-and-so thought I could be and what I couldn't be, more so what I knew I could and couldn't be. Because I have a living, breathing desire deep down in my heart and spirit, knowing that I could be whatever I put my mind to. And that's why I'm telling you this today, because I asked you in the beginning of this segment, what is your identity? What is your purpose for living? Why are you here on planet Earth? Is it to achieve a lot of accolades and say, when I die, I made a lot of money, I had a great career, I did all these great things? Or was your reasoning for living to impact other people, inspire other people, put a smile on other people's faces while doing those same very things for yourself? That's something you have to ask yourself every single day you wake up. What is your reasoning for being alive? Why are you here today? How can you make your life better? Because you can make your life better. You are not walking astray. You are not walking into an unwanted abyss. You are here for an exact reason, whether you believe it or not. And to anybody, I tell you this, if you're going through something dark, If a thought in your mind is telling you that you have to give up, you have to wave the white flag, you have to go hide in your bunker and stay there for a long period of time because the world doesn't need you, I kid you not, the world does need you. The world needs every bit of you. The world needs all of you. The good, the bad, the ugly, the indifferent, the things you don't want to show. The world needs every single piece of what you have to offer. Because a part of my life, I kid you not, there were times in my life where I said, Nick, I don't got a gift. Why do people want to listen to me speak? Why do people want to listen to me speak and listen to me show up to be who I am? And I second guessed myself. I said, who wants to listen to Nick? But I said, Nick, you got a gift, man. I went in the mirror one day, and I kid you not, true story. I went in the mirror and I said to myself, Nick, you have a gift that others wish they had. And I say that humbly. And it was through my experience and through all my chaos and all my tests and all the things that the teacher threw at me, which the teacher of life threw on my desk and said, Nick, you better ace these tests because you will never pass the course if you can't first pass the test. And that's what life is all about. Going through every quiz, every test, every multiple choice, every paragraph you have to write. You have to win the test of life before you can pass the course of self. You have to win the test of life before you can pass the course of self. Once you go through things that are so traumatic, so painful, that make you so oblivious to things around you and what you think of yourself, you'll understand that what you're going through and what you've been through was not for no reason. It was part of your blueprint. You were put here to do exceptional wonders with the life that you have, and you can't go against that. Don't go against the grain. Never in your life, whatever you're going through, whatever you're dealing with, whether you lost your job, you got $0 in your bank account, your friends up and left your life with no explanation as to why, you're sitting here saying you can't do it, you're not good enough, you're not worthy, no one wants to listen to your voice, you can't go make a social media profile, you can't make content because you're afraid to put your face on camera. I say do it. Do it. And do it proudly. Do it to the best of your ability, despite if you make a few mistakes. Make a few mistakes. That's part of your growth. Your longevity will determine what you do in the growth stage. We always talk about longevity. We always talk about making it to the very end, when the joy is in doing the activity, is in doing the healing, as in doing the self-work, as enjoying the growth process instead of rushing to our destination. Now, there were times in my life where I wanted to quit. I kid you not, I was on my last dying breath. I said, Nick, how do we find the strength to keep going despite all this crap we've been through? And that's back to my point. I tried to prove myself to others for so long when I wasn't approving of myself. I had to see the gift that I had in myself, because a lot of times people will make you feel small for your gift. They'll make you feel small for having an exceptional gift because they could never do it. They'll talk you out of their dreams. They'll talk you out of your dreams because they talk themselves out of theirs. And I have multiple people doing that to me. Multiple instances in my life, I had people tell me I couldn't be a speaker. I would never speak on the stage. I would never be in a 500,000, 5,000 people. I would never do it. You know why? Because I said no one wants to listen to me speak. So I'm going to leave you with this. If you have a gift, if you have something that the world needs, I need you to use it and hone in on it. Tap into it. Go deeper than surface level and believe that you're destined for great things. It can happen, but you got to believe it can happen. It's not for no reason. You think God put you here to waste space, to waste breath, to do things that you thought you could never do? That's just nonsense to me. That's nonsense to me. You got to believe you can do it. I didn't believe I could do it for so long, but here I am on this Royal Influencers Organization Summit speaking to you all today. And if I couldn't do it, I wouldn't even be on here. I wouldn't even be on here. I say all of this vulnerably and truthfully because that's my blueprint. That's my blueprint. Now I'm going to leave you with 5 steps that's going to help you tap into yourself, go deep in the surface level, and it's going to help you realize that you have an identity on this earth, that you're not walking into an unwanted, uncharted abyss. Step number 1 is love yourself. Because before other people can love you, you got to love yourself. You got to love all the hidden parts you're not willing to show, all the parts you're not willing to talk about. You got to love yourself most importantly. Number 2, instill some boundaries. If people don't have boundaries, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have boundaries, because you absolutely should. Because takers don't have limits. They'll keep taking from you. They'll keep walking all over you. They'll keep disrespecting you if you allow them to. You have to know when to walk away and put the fine line in the sand and say, you can't cross this. Not no more. You had your chance. And still those boundaries. Number 3, know your message. What do I mean by your message? Because we all have a message on earth. I'm speaking my message to you today. Now, what's your message? What is your message that you are going to do to not only change your life, but change somebody else's life and then go change the world with that message? Number 4, know when to walk away. Walk away from people that don't serve you. Walk away from energy and frequencies that don't align with your soul and spirit. Walk away from things that don't pour back into you and help you become a better version of yourself. Because if you're not helping yourself become better, other people aren't going to help you become better. And that's just a true fact of life. Number 5, shine your damn light. Shine your light, shine it proudly, and don't ever, if the batteries run out, stop shining it, because somebody needs your light. Somebody needs what you have to offer. Somebody needs to hear you. Somebody needs to see you. Somebody needs to see what you have going on, and somebody cares about your existence. You matter. You have a presence on earth. You were put here to be limitless. I know my blueprint. I know what I'm meant to do now, and that's my testimony, because my test is my testimony. My mess is my message. Now, what's your blueprint? What's your blueprint? What is your reasoning for living? How are you going to wake up every day and be your best self and have no apologies necessary? Not apologizing for doing what's best for you. How are you going to move forward and say, I can do this. I can do this. I'm capable of this. I was always capable of this. You were always capable of this. You just had a few bumps in the road. You just had a few people tell you that you couldn't do it. So did I. But here I am today. Because if I cared so much what people thought about me, I wouldn't be speaking about it today. I wouldn't be who I am today. I wouldn't have created Only the Motivated. Because only the motivated can thrive, so then they can only survive. Only the motivated can thrive, so then they can only survive. In order to survive the test of life, you got to go through its challenges. You got to go through its steps. Because the joy is in the journey. The joy is in doing the activity. The joy is in the healing. The joy is in finding yourself. The joy is loving all parts of yourself that you hid away and locked in a box for so long. But you got to get out the box. You got to get out the cage, my friend. Find the key, turn that lock, and unleash the potential that resides inside of you. Trust and believe. It's there. It's always been there. It's always been there. Be proud of who you are and love it every second.
Oh! You are on fire, and oh my goodness, we have Dylan Taylor putting fire in the chat. We have everyone in the chat. That was Becca, I believe. Becca Boston said, let's go talk the talk, Nick. So they were on fire right along with you, and Only the Motivated Nick Loriano. Go to www.nickloriano.com and look at the hot gear. Let's talk about that. Somebody else mentioned that they love your hat. I believe it was in the very beginning when you first started speaking. And do you have the shirt all on right now as well?
I do. You already know, Ramona.
Oh my goodness. You don't leave home without it, right? Just like American Express. Just like an American Express, you don't leave home without the Only the Motivated gear. So they can get your gear at the www.nickloriano.com, which I'm going to put up again because it was there. But I was just having to show you all of the fire that they were giving you the entire time. Know your message and know when to walk away. I have a whole page of notes. And let's see here. This is great. Kimberly Morrison said, this is great. And shine your light and don't ever stop shining your light. And Justin Hughes, the next speaker coming up, also said the smallest flame still shows in the darkness. There you go. There you have it. So thank you so much, Nick Loriano, for your yes. Thank you for your time as well. Time is that precious commodity that we can never get more of. So I don't take your time for granted. I want to thank you immensely for showing up over and over and over again. And that's what it's all about, right? Never, ever dimming your light and always showing up to shine your light, because you never know who might be in this particular arena, in this event that needs to hear from you. There's people that I may not be able to touch or serve or inspire or motivate that you can, and vice versa. So that is exactly what cross-pollinating audiences is all about. It's showing up on other platforms, and that is exactly what the Business Incubator is all about. And that is exactly what we wanted to create, an incubator of motivation, inspiration, all sorts of knowledge, value, experience, and skills that all of us bring. Everybody has value that we bring to every single room that we walk into. And that is exactly what I want to curate, is that incubator for every single one of you to shine your light. So thank you for shining your light today. So every time that you show up, you come in and you drop the mic. And I am so grateful to be connected. I am so grateful that I got to meet you and know who you are and what you stand for and what you stand against on all of those hours and hours and hours on end that we spent in those rooms on Clubhouse throughout the entire pandemic. I've watched you grow.
Don't know what we've been through. They don't know.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. I have watched you grow. I've watched you flourish. And I see that you're not just surviving, you're thriving and taking off. And it is a pleasure to watch. So thank you.
Thriving too. Listen, that's why I keep coming to your summits, because your summits are inspirational. That's why you're being of service, and that's why I show love to you. Because
thank you.
Listen, I got to give credit where it's due. You're an amazing.
Absolutely. Thank you, and thank you again. Nick Loriano, everybody, from Only the Motivated. So I'm going to definitely put that link right back up, and everybody go to that link, join his community as well. Get just some Only Motivated gear, Only the Motivated gear. You see the hot hat he has on, and you also see the shirt. Go and get yourself some Only the Motivated gear as well, and you will not be disappointed. That's for sure. So thank you, and thank you again. Nick Loriano in the house, everybody. So thank you so much again, Nick Loriano. And we are going to go right back on to our very next speaker. So with that said, this speaker I just recently met in a Clubhouse room, as a matter of fact. And I already told you guys how grateful I am for Clubhouse, because if it wasn't for Clubhouse, I would not have met every single one of the speakers that have spoken, which is over 100 speakers over the course of about a year and a half now, since I launched the Royal Influencers Organization back in 2023. So this gentleman who will be coming to us today is Justin Hughes. And Justin Hughes is the visionary founder of Firebringer AI, a company dedicated to harnessing the power of AI to drive meaningful innovation and transformation with a deep passion for technology and its potential to amplify human potential. Justin has led Firebringer AI to the forefront of AI-driven solutions. His entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to ethical AI have attracted the interest of investors and industry leaders alike, making him a key player in the tech ecosystem. So with that said, with no further ado, we welcome and bring to you Justin Hughes to the stage, everybody. Hello, Justin Hughes. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Absolutely. An absolute pleasure to have you here. And thank you for showing up even early as well. We always appreciate that. And I know that you were here and dropping value in the chat and commenting on Nick Loriano. What did you think?
I think he and I showed up to the party wearing the same speech, because resilience is the premise. I'm sensing a theme here.
I can tell. Absolutely. It's a thread that just woven throughout everybody's speeches. So absolutely, that is what we are all about. And we are redefining what success looks like and sounds like. And we're giving the world exactly what it needs at a very highly charged time right now. So thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule with your little 2-year-old that I got to meet. Absolutely adorable. 3-year-old. There you go. That I got to meet. Absolutely adorable. So with that said, I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you came to do and share value on the topic of AI, innovation, and technology. For everybody here, get your pens and paper out, everybody, and make sure that you are ready to receive all of the value that Justin Hughes is getting ready to share, because I heard some of it, and I know for a fact that is exactly why he is hand-selected to be here today. Because if you're in business, if you're an entrepreneur, you need to stay on the cutting edge of innovation and technology and implement it. Not just implement it, but also partner, because that's exactly what AI, artificial intelligence, is. You need to make it a partner in your business so that you can continue to grow and scale. So with that said, back over to you, Justin Hughes, and I will go down and come back up in just a little bit.
All right. So I am going to talk about resilience and how it applies to utilizing AI. Just a quick backstory. The 4 lowest points in the human experience are suicide attempts, imprisonment, homelessness, and war. And I hit 3 out of 4. But my mettle is tempered by the fires of every hell I have walked through. So today I stand, or rather sit before you, not as someone who merely survived these trials, but as someone who's learned to thrive despite them. Resilience isn't something you're born with. It's something that you forge through relentless adversity. It's not about avoiding the flames, but emerging from them stronger, more determined, and with a more clear purpose than before. So today, I just want to share with you the lessons I learned from these experiences, the mindset shifts that help me not just endure, but transform every setback into a stepping stone. In September of 2015, my life pretty much crumbled. Within the span of just 30 days, I lost my grandfather, who was my father figure, my pseudo girlfriend, my job, and my home. And the weight of these losses pressed down on me, suffocating any remnants of hope. I gave up. I legit, full stop, gave up. And in that dark hour, I lined up 3 neat little piles of antihistamine. My intention was clear and my resolve was pretty firm. I got 2.5 piles in before the high school senior in the next room, sensing what I was doing, called the cops. And they showed up just in time. In the depths of despair, when pain of living seems unbearable and the temptation to end it all can feel like it's the only escape. I have been there, standing on the precipice, convinced that the darkness will never lift. But I can tell you there is light even in the darkest corners. And in the moment that I chose life, I made the first step towards resilience. It wasn't a sudden epiphany, it wasn't a miraculous change, but it was a slow, deliberate crawl toward hope. I woke up in the hospital. I was disoriented. I had no idea how long I'd been there. I really didn't care. All I knew is I was still alive. And that's kind of, you failed at failing. So it's a mixture of relief and despair. Life didn't get easier after that. It actually got harder. No one would take me in. I felt like a burden to everyone around me. Eventually, I did have a family member offer me a place to stay. It wasn't exactly a refuge. This family member had a meth problem, preference for abusive men as boyfriends. So there I am living with 2 tweakers in a toxic relationship, a senile old lady, and 15 cats with just 3 litter boxes. It was a little chaotic, to say the least. But amidst the madness, I did find work. I found something I could do for money. It wasn't much. It certainly didn't pay enough for things like car insurance, which is mandated. I was scraping by, trying to rebuild after a traffic stop turned into something quite a bit bigger. No insurance led to a suspended license led to jail, jail led to bond, and then before I knew it, I was facing felony bond jumping charges and was in county jail for 2 straight months. I learned that hope isn't something that comes naturally. It's a muscle. It's weak at first, but it strengthens with every little bitty victory. So each day you choose to stay and to work towards your goals, you reinforce your resilience. Find one thing, no matter how small, that's worth holding on to. For me, it was literally just the belief that life, no matter how bleak, had more to offer. And if at nothing else, I could achieve some success and kind of show everybody that they were wrong. I was released from the hospital after my suicide attempt. I was at rock bottom. I lost almost everything that mattered to me. Lots of relationships fell off. I didn't see a way forward, but I clung to the idea that maybe, just maybe, there was something worth living for. And the world didn't suddenly become bright and full of opportunities. It was a struggle every day just to keep going and to find meaning in the small things. But that's the thing about resilience. It's not about waiting for life to get better. It's about making the conscious decision to keep going, even when life is at its worst. It's about finding that tiny flicker of hope and fanning into a flame, no matter how faint. Over time, that flame grew stronger. I found work. I started rebuilding my life. I began to see maybe I could find a way out of the darkness. But then, jail. So when you're behind bars, whether literal or metaphorical, it feels like the world's forgotten you. Imprisonment strips away your freedom, your identity, and your dignity. I found myself trapped, not physically, but mentally, consumed by guilt, shame, regret. It was in that isolation I discovered the power of my mind. Imprisonment taught me that freedom is much more a state of mind than it is a physical condition. So when you can't change what your circumstances are, you can change your perspective. I've learned to focus on what I could control, my thoughts, my responses, my will to survive. I chose to educate myself and reflect deeply, prepare for a life beyond the walls because I knew I'd get out. Resilience is born when you reclaim your power, no matter how small that power might seem. Being locked up in county jail was a bit of a wake up call. It was a stark reminder that life can change in an instant, that my choices can have far reaching consequences, even if they're minor choices. It was also an opportunity for a chance to reflect on my own life and my own choices and what I wanted moving forward. I spent my time in jail meditating every day and exercising. I improved myself not just in mental and physical fitness, but in skills, in understanding my emotions, emotional regulation, learning how to cope with the challenges I was facing. And I used that time to prepare for when I would be released. See, that's the thing about resilience. It's not just surviving, it's about preparing yourself to thrive when the opportunity finally arises. It's about using your time, no matter how difficult, to better yourself, to find ways to turn your pain into strength. And when I was finally released, I was ready. I was ready to face the world, take control of my life, and start building something new. Homelessness was the next step. Released from jail into the homeless shelters. It strips you of your bare essence. It's not just the absence of a roof over your head, it's the absence of security, belongings, purpose. It's easy to lose yourself in the struggle for survival, feel like you've been cast aside by society because you have. But being homeless taught me the value of community and of finding strength and connection, even when everything else is lost, you know? I was released from jail. I had nowhere to go. I was homeless with nothing but the clothes on my back, which wasn't enough to keep me warm. I almost froze to death the first night in a porta potty in a public park. My little brother drove me to the closest homeless shelter in a Mercedes Benz, a bit of a stark contrast to the reality I was living. But even in that moment, I knew I had a choice. I could let my circumstances define me, or I could use them as a fuel to propel myself forward. Living in a shelter is one of the most humbling experiences you can have. It wasn't just about finding a place to sleep, but survival, about finding a way to hold my dignity in a world that seemed pretty damned intent on stripping it away. But it was also in that shelter that I found something I didn't expect, that sense of community, that sense of belonging. The people I met there, the ones who were struggling just like me, became a source of strength. You know, we shared our stories, we shared our pain, and we shared our hopes. We lifted each other up, even when all we had to give was our very presence. And that's the thing about resilience. It's not just about standing tall on your own, it's about finding strength in others and realizing that we're all in this together. And through that community, I found my purpose again. I realized that I wasn't alone, that there were others who understood my struggles, and that together we could find a way out. And that sense of connection, of shared humanity, became a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. And while I may have not faced war in the traditional sense, every day was a battle. It was a war within myself and a war against circumstances, a war to reclaim my own life. You know, each of us faces our wars, be it illness, loss, or trauma. But these battles test our resilience to the limit, and that's what builds it. The question isn't whether you'll face wars, but how you'll emerge from them. In every battle, there does come a point where you feel like you got nothing left to give. But resilience is literally about finding that last reserve of strength, the final push when everything's lost. It's about understanding that the war isn't won in one decisive battle, but frequent, small, just impossibly relentless actions. It's about showing up every day and fighting even when victory doesn't seem like it's possible. It's about knowing that each scar and each wound is a testament to your survival and a reminder that you're stronger than whatever tried to break you. For me, every day was a battle, whether it's battling the urge to give up and my mental illness, fighting to keep a roof over my head and poverty, or struggling to find a place in a world that really didn't want me. There were days when I felt like I had nothing left, when the weight of my circumstances just felt crushing. But in those moments, I learned something crucial, that resilience isn't about never falling. It's about getting back up, every single time. Each setback and each challenge became an opportunity to test my resolve, to prove to myself that I could keep going. It wasn't about making huge leaps forward. It was about taking one small step at a time and finding the strength to keep moving, even when the path ahead wasn't clear. That's the thing about resilience. It's not flashy or grand, it's quiet, persistent, and unwavering. When I was released from the shelter, finally able to secure my first home just 4 months into staying in the shelter, it wasn't just a victory over my circumstances. It was a testament to the power of resilience and proof that no matter how dark the night, dawn would eventually break. It was a reminder that even on the face of overwhelming odds, we have the power to shape our destiny one small action at a time. Resilience isn't a destination, it's a journey. It's a journey marked by pain, by setbacks, and by constant struggle to rise above, but it's also a journey of growth, of discovering the strength you never knew you had and transforming your pain into purpose. The trials I've faced, the suicide attempt, imprisonment, homelessness, they're not just challenges to be overcome, they're crucibles that forged my character. They stripped away the superficial layers of my life and forced me to confront my deepest fears, my weaknesses, and my strengths. And in doing so, they revealed the core of who I am, and they gave me a purpose that transcends my individual struggles. I realized that my story wasn't just my own, it was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And it was a story that could inspire others, that could show them no matter how dire their circumstances, they too could rise above those circumstances. So it kind of became my mission to share that story, to be a beacon of hope for those still in the darkness, and to use my experiences to make a difference in the lives of others. That's the true power of resilience. It's not just about surviving, it's about using your survival to create something meaningful, a purpose from your pain, your struggles into strength, and your setbacks into stepping stones towards a better future. It's about understanding that the battles we face are not just personal, they're universal. We're sharing our stories. We can help find the strength to fight our own struggles as well as help others find the strength to fight theirs. Today, as I stand before you or sit, not the same person I was in 2015. Trials I faced didn't break me, they made me stronger, more determined, more compassionate. They taught me the true meaning of resilience, and they gave me a purpose that drives me every day. But the journey of resilience isn't over. It's a lifelong process, a continuous cycle of growth and transformation. Uh, every new challenge is an opportunity to test our own resolve, refine our character, and reaffirm our commitment to our purpose. It's a journey that requires constant vigilance, constant effort, and constant faith in ourselves and in the process. And as I continue this journey, I do so knowing that I'm not alone. I'm surrounded by people like Nick who have faced their own battles, walked through their own fires, and made their way out stronger on the other side. Together, we form a community of resilience, a community that understands the power of perseverance, the importance of hope, and the value of shared struggle. And to those who are still in the midst of the battle, who might feel like the weight of the world is just too much to bear, I have to tell you, you are stronger than you know. You have within you the power to overcome, to rise above, and to create the life of purpose and meaning that you want. It's going to be hard, but every step you take, no matter how small, brings you closer to that victory. Resilience isn't a gift, it's a skill that's honed through hardship. It's the ability to endure and adapt and to transform. It's the inner strength that allows us to face our darkest moments and emerge not just intact, but stronger and more determined than before. In my own journey, I've learned that resilience isn't about avoiding pain, it's about embracing it and learning from it and using it as a fuel for growth. It's about finding hope in the midst of despair, strength in the face of weakness, and purpose in the midst of chaos. And it's about standing tall in the face of the adversity and refusing to let it define you. As you go through your own journey, remember that every challenge you face is an opportunity to grow, to learn, and to become the person that you want to be. Embrace your struggles, find strength in your scars, and know you're capable of incredible things. Your resilience is your greatest asset, and with it, you can overcome any obstacle, rise above any challenge, and create a life of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment. So now that we've explored the depths of resilience through personal trials, let's real quick discuss how this hard-earned resilience applies to the world of building a business. a world where setbacks can be just as brutal and persistence is just as vital. When I embarked in my journey into starting a tech company, I started with little more than an idea, a vision of what could be. No coding skills, no investors, and absolutely no money. But that vision was enough to ignite a fire within me, one that pushed me to persist despite every obstacle in my path. I had an idea, but no funds to bring it to life. Instead of letting that stop me, I persisted. I found an equity partner who could write in Python. It wasn't a stroke of luck, it was the result of relentless networking, countless rejections, and an unwavering belief in my own vision. This partnership was the first of many victories born out of that resilience built by my previous life. As we began to write code, life threw me another curveball. Routine security update combined with a very ancient email account. Boom, you're locked out of your computer for 30 days. A month lost in a project where every second literally counted. I already had competitors coming to the field. Yet again, I persisted. I found a loaner laptop and kept moving forward. This is where resilience showed what it's worth. It's not in avoiding the obstacles, but in finding ways to overcome them, no matter how frustrating or seemingly insurmountable. Then came the offshore development team. We thought we were on the right track. We brought in some professionals to handle the heavy lifting. They agreed to deliver on X, Y, and Z, but after 3 deadline extensions and $750 spent, what we got back was basically a digital paperweight. It was useless code. So we could have, said, you know what, let's walk away. Odds are too great. The setbacks are too numerous. We didn't. We persisted. We sought out a great developer, found someone who could take the mess that we had and turn it into something functional. And he did. He delivered a mostly working app. But the biggest challenge was still latency. It still remained. Our app, meant to operate in real time, started out lagging at 27 seconds. We got it down to 5 seconds, but that's still 2 seconds too long for what we needed it to do. So we persisted. We didn't let that frustration of near success stop us. We updated our tools, we refined our approach, and finally we got the latency down to sub 1 second, exactly where it needed to be. It wasn't just a technical victory, it was a testament to the power of resilience in the face of continuous setbacks. Throughout the entire process, our budget was so tight that we faced constant disruptions. There were times when our subscriptions would be shut off for a few days at the start of a billing cycle, leaving us unable to access the tools we needed to keep going. We did whatever it took to keep the momentum going. We begged for an extension, we borrowed. This is the secret to success, though, not just in software development, but in life. It's not about having endless resources or perfect circumstances. It's about having the resilience to keep going no matter how many times you're knocked down, no matter how many obstacles stand in your way. Like, 50 Cent said, get rich or die trying. It's that relentless, unyielding determination that separates those who succeed from those who don't. To those of you, again, in the midst of your own battles, whether it's development, business, or anything else, don't give up. Don't let the darkness convince you that you're not worthy of the light. You are more resilient than you know, and every challenge you face is an opportunity to prove that to yourself. Remember that the strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire. Each of us has a capacity to become that steel, to be tempered by our experiences, and to emerge not just unbroken, but unbreakable. And when you persist, when you keep going in the face of all odds, you do create something extraordinary, not just a product, but a testament to your resilience. In our case, that outcome of resilience and persistence was an AI cold caller that stands out from the competition by being easy to use and fully dynamic. It's a tool that wouldn't exist if we hadn't fought through every single setback, every failure, every moment of doubt. And that's the power of resilience, turning what seems impossible into reality. After enduring all these professional and personal trials, the resilience we developed became the cornerstone of our success. This resilience is what drives our business to this day, enabling us to create other innovative AI solutions that not only solve problems, but also empower others to overcome their own obstacles. At the heart of our offerings are 2 cutting-edge products that epitomize efficiency and simplicity: AI-powered cold calls and automated content marketing. These tools are designed with one goal in mind: to make life easier by automating complex tasks that traditionally require significant time and effort. Our AI cold caller is a game changer. It dynamically engages with leads, ensuring that each call is tailored to the individual prospect. So you can scale your outreach without losing that personal touch. Our AI does just that. It's not just about making calls, it's about making connections that matter, driving conversations that drive conversions, and ultimately growing your business. On the other hand, our content marketing solutions equally transformative. Automates the entire content creation process from ideation to distribution. It eliminates all the time-consuming hurdles that typically bog down marketing teams. With just one simple approval step required for you, your content strategy is both streamlined and scalable so you can focus on what really matters, your business. These products are tools, but they're more than just tools. They're a testament to what resilience can achieve. They are the result of overcoming countless setbacks, and they are here to help you do the same. So, we would love to help you with your challenges and stepping stones towards success. Turn those challenges into stepping stones towards success. And just keep in mind that your metal is also tempered by the fires of every hell you have walked through. Thank you. Ramona, did I go too fast? About 3 minutes.
Actually, you are perfectly on time. Thank you so much. What a powerful journey and story, Justin. Wow, wow, wow. We have a little treat for you guys, and I want you to stick around, Justin, as well. So, Justin, tell everyone more about the actual tool that you have created that they can actually, and how they can actually get in to use the tool and how you have it structured for them.
So we set it up as a pay as you go. It's post billed every week. So you get to use it first before you have to put money out. It's 50 cents a dial. There's no commitment, no contracts. It is super easy to use. It's my competitors like to do like flow charts and conversational pathways.
Okay.
Ours actually is just dynamic. You upload a CSV that's structured right, which we show you in the onboarding.
Okay.
And then you click start, and that's it. And it does the calls for you. And at the end of the day, it sends me a report. I filter through it and send you the report. And then you can upload that information into your CRM. And it's really, really easy and consistent. We're actually adding a timer system
Okay.
that should be done this week, where you can just set it to start at 9 a.m., end at 5 p.m., leave that
Wow.
tab open, and it'll do it all by itself for you
And
until
throughout,
that list is done.
awesome. So once they set it up through the onboarding, of course, with support and help, they tell them or explain to them in layman's terms exactly what they can expect to see on the back end of utilizing and putting into their business this particular system.
So on the back end, what you're going to see is the report come through on a daily basis that says, this is the number that we called, the person we talked to, and this is the result of that call. And here's a transcript of that call.
Wow.
On the front end, you literally, all you see is the dashboard. You go in and you upload your CSV,
Okay.
and you click start, and you leave that tab open, and you can watch the calls going on, and you can
Wow.
listen to them. You can monitor them. But
Wow.
what the AI is doing is we've connected a listen, think, response system. So it listens, it thinks about what it was just told with the context of what it's trying to sell, and then it responds to what the person said, not what is pre-scripted. So it is a dynamic conversation, which is the best way to do it in my 22 years as a professional telemarketer. So,
Awesome.
and then our second tool that we just created over the weekend, automated content marketing. It takes an RSS feed on your topic, puts it into a spreadsheet as post specifically geared for
Okay.
Facebook, LinkedIn, your blog, Insta, Twitter,
Wow.
what have you. And then all you do is go through that spreadsheet and say, yes, I like this one for LinkedIn. Yes, I like this one for Facebook. This one I'm going to edit real quick, or this one for X, I'm going to have it retry. You type retry,
Wow.
it'll put out a new result for you.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing. So you have created a system that has AI technology built in that's going to help them now kind of do the heavy lifting of following up with customers, having conversations with customers, and create content for all of their platforms.
So essentially, yes, we've basically created something that will do your organic content and your prospecting. So 80% of the heavy
Wow.
lifting for bringing on and getting new customers is done by AI and automation.
Wow. Done by AI on automation, everybody. I want to make sure nobody misses that, because that solves, I would say, over 50% of issues that most entrepreneurs and business owners have. And this is on a pay as you go scale.
No
And
contracts, no commitments. I don't
no
want
commitment, no contracts, guys. I heard this and went, whoa, bells went off. And I said, okay, Justin, I know for a fact that there are entrepreneurs, business owners, and leaders out here that are struggling with this issue of prospecting. That's why people are showing up every day. That's why we are posting every day. That is why we are doing content every day. David Evans is here, and he knows that he can definitely use more customers with Pick TV Network and use AI to go out and get the customers, have the conversations, and you get to train it to answer the most frequently asked questions, or the rebuttals, the most frequently used rebuttals that you have been getting as well.
If you already have documentation on that, it's not even a matter of training. It's just give it that text. That's, I mean, it's straightforward and simple. I don't want, like, most of the solopreneurs and entrepreneurs are neither sales nor tech. They have some other specialty. Well, okay, we'll combine the sales and tech so that it's easy to use and works.
Awesome. And you're getting some feedback right now from the people on LinkedIn. There was a LinkedIn user that said Nick Loriano is an incredible, Nick Loriano was still here. He popped out now, but Nick Loriano is an incredible human. And then Justin, here's yours. Amazing, Justin. Thank you for sharing your story. Very inspiring. There you go, from a LinkedIn user. So there you guys have it. You never know who you're inspiring when you show up in your true authentic self and share your story and your journey. You cannot not inspire someone. So I definitely wanted to thank you for that. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us of your time as well. I see David Evans is over in the chat. David Evans, we could use you over here. We had Richard Payton that said loved Justin. There you go. Right there, I just put the message on the screen as well. So there is some real-time feedback for you right there. And anybody, how can they get a hold of you as well, Justin, and register and enroll with this software that you have created for them?
So the software, the registration to get all the access to whatever we come up with is at firebringerai.com.
Firebringerai.com. And Abida One just said, loving it. There you go. Abida One has an e-commerce store that's doing very, very well. And he now is like, whoa, wait a second. I can go out and get more customers, and I don't have to have all of the conversations. AI in an automated way can do all of this work for me. Yes.
Our next tool is inbound for customer service too. So that's marketing, sales, and customer service that will be handled by automation pretty quickly. So all the solopreneurs, there's your business in a box.
Wow. Absolutely phenomenal. I would definitely contact with Dylan. Absolutely. So there you go. Firebringerai.com, right?
Yep. That's the right one. Matt, that's actually my CTO, Matt Jackson. He's a hell of a computer guy and an eye for tech talent, man. Like a crazy, this dude spots the tech talent like a hawk.
Tech talent. So he has, that's his superpower, right? Is spotting tech talent. So I'm putting this up for you guys right now because I knew that there will be, there you go, firebringerai.com, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is where you guys go. That's the website. Go to that website, firebringerai.com. Pay as you go, guys. No contracts. Are you kidding me? Who cannot use an automated system to go out and get your customers, your prospects? Go out and communicate to your prospects for you. So David Evans of Pick TV Network can go out for sure and use this AI technology that's going to go out and get more prospects to bring into his business. And tell us again what you just shared about the customer service aspect of it.
That is the next thing we're going to be working on, is an inbound model so that calls or chatbot can be given your SOPs and such. And then it will be able to handle the customer service calls in a way that is just as good as it will, again, be dynamic conversation. So it's responding to what it's told. and it has a knowledge base of what your services are. One of the guys who's kind of showing me how to do this built one for an HVAC that'll troubleshoot your air conditioner not working before it schedules an appointment for the tech.
Wow, amazing. So it doesn't really matter what business, whether they're a coach, whether they're building a women's community, whether they are starting a television show, or they have a television show and they're looking for more speakers or more people to bring onto their show. This AI technology can now be integrated into their business, and it's on a pay-as-you-go system. No contracts, no nothing. They can cancel anytime. If it's not what they thought it was, they can just...
There's not even a cancellation process. You don't use it, you don't get billed.
Wow.
Like we gotta do things differently. We gotta make it better for the people who are trying to use these tools. If you're not happy with it, I don't want you to keep being stuck paying for it.
Absolutely. I love that part of it. When I heard that, I said, yeah, you need to come and talk to these business leaders and entrepreneurs and let them hear what you have to offer. So thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Your story was very thought-provoking, heart-wrenching as well. What a beacon of light and hope that you have been for every single person that's here that will watch this as well on the back end of the replays on all platforms, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on Facebook as well. So thank you, and thank you again for being here. Thank you for sharing what you have created, your creation, your tool with the world, because that's exactly where it's going out. Abid, who just commented, just now, is in the UK. So that's how far you are reaching right now, just by showing up here and sharing your knowledge, your skills, your story, your journey. So thank you. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you for having me. I was very glad to be able to share the story. And like Nick said, you just got to let your light shine.
Absolutely. And I heard, by the way, I definitely want to give you another shout out and thank you, because I heard through Araya McGarry that you were on Breakfast with Champions one morning. And you definitely...
I'm on there most mornings.
Oh, wow. Awesome. And she said that she heard you share that you would be speaking here today. And I definitely just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for shouting out. Thank you for shouting out Royal Influencers Organization. Awesome. And stick around for a second, because we're going to be playing something really quickly for you. So I'm going to take you down, and then I'm going to let Christina Baca share what the little treat that we have for everybody. Okay. All right, Christina Baca, it's on you. Go right ahead. And let me go ahead and add it to stage and see. Sorry about that, guys. I was muted. And Christina Baca, let me bring her up on stage. Okay. So I am attempting to bring it up. Oh, you know what? I think I just had it. Christina, add to stage. I just added it to stage, and I'm going to hit play right now. And let's see. Looks like it's playing. Let's just see. And we aren't seeing anything. So what you guys will have to do is you guys will have to, let's see. Yes, you guys will have to actually watch it. And it is rolling. It is scrolling, and there is nothing. So with that said, thank you guys for being here. Let me come back up. At the stage. There we go. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and remove it from stage, because it is definitely not playing right now, but I am going to take it out. Let's see here. Close that. And I'm going to go ahead and take it out. Oh, now it's playing. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's looking like it got a little stuck, Christina. I'm going to hit play again. Ah, there we go.
Thank you guys for being here. There we go.
Okay, so Christina, it is not playing right now. I see the play button. So I am going to say that you guys will definitely be able to watch this production on my feed, because I'm definitely going to post it. Christina's going to fix it. And for whatever reason, it's actually stalling right now while we're trying to play it real time here. She just put it together, as a matter of fact. I definitely saw one inside of that she sent to me earlier while Justin and Nick was speaking. However, we definitely just want everybody to say that this is your winning season. It is winning season, everybody. And this is exactly what we do and how we win. We show up for ourselves and we don't take no for an answer. And we shine our light regardless. And when we get those no's from our prospects, from clients, from customers, we don't stop. We work around, we go under, we go over the mountain, which are the challenges, symbolic of the challenges and the adversity. When we're building our businesses, yes, we are going to have challenges, especially, well, let me just say this. If you aren't being challenged, if you aren't being faced with challenges, trouble in some of your relationships and things of that nature. You heard Jackson Crisp tell us you have to be heart-centered. You have to be able to put yourself in the other person's shoes. You heard Nick Loriano. And more importantly, oh my God, you heard Marcus Black. And the numbers are growing, guys. By the way, numbers are growing on YouTube right now. So if you're on YouTube watching, click the subscribe button right now while you're on YouTube watching, because I'm definitely wanting to grow my YouTube as well. And thank you for watching and listening for the entire length of the event as well. Many of you have been here from day one, like a bee to one from the UK. I see you. And thank you for all of the positive feedback. I get it, just pouring in after every single event and every single day that we show up here for you guys. Every single month, there is another Royal Influencers Organization virtual event and experience happening. And guess what, everybody? We are going live as well. And for anybody that's here and watching, guess what? I have a brand new program, a business incubator program that I am launching in September. That feel free. And I already have a couple of people that have joined as well. So we have a few more spots left, because it's going to be a very small beta group, a very small beta group of people that we will definitely have inside of this very small, intimate group of people that want to either launch, build, or scale their business. So I know who the action takers are. I know who's serious about building their business. I know who's done with toiling, who's done with showing up every day, who's done with spending so much time in your business. And that is exactly why you just may very well need a coach, because if you're working in your business, you really want to start working on the business. Take yourself out of the business and work on the business, because what happens is when you're working in the business, you are essentially putting yourself in the bottle. And when you're in the bottle, you can't read the label on the outside. So that is exactly why you need a coach to read the label while you're inside of the bottle. And every single one of the greats, from Michael Jordan's to Irvin Magic Johnson's to Oprah Winfrey's, they all have coaches. And I know that this gentleman who has just joined us on stage right now, he spoke on yesterday, came and dropped major value. He is also the owner of Pick TV Network, the CEO and owner of Pick TV Network. And he has spotlight interviews and shows and things of that nature that he would love to tell you more about and offer to you as well. And you guys heard all sorts of offers from all of these phenomenal speakers today. You heard all kinds of tools using and integrating AI in your business that Justin just shared with you. Pay as you go, no contracts or anything. You don't use it, you don't pay. So there you go. That can go out and prospect for you. Go out and get the people. Answer the questions for them as well. Answer the questions that the prospects may have. And you get to actually input all of the things and details about your business into this AI technology. You heard from Araya McGarry for the women. Guys, you have someone out there that's thinking of you. If you are a woman between the ages of 39 and up, and you have thought that maybe you were too old, or maybe that it's too late, or something of that nature to go after your dreams. And remember, she won her first Emmy late in life. And she wants to make sure that you know that there are people out there that's thinking of you. There are still people out there that's wanting you to have a community where you will feel welcomed and you will feel included, and where you can just open up and share your innermost thoughts in a safe environment where you won't have to worry about being judged or anything of that nature as well. So you have Pick TV Network. If your business needs a little bit more exposure, you have Pick TV Network. I know Megan DiMartino has been reaching out to David Evans as well, but he has been traveling like crazy and all over the world with his sons. So I want them to just say hello to everybody on day 2, because he spoke on day 1. On day 2, say hello. You see him on the move still. He's in the car right now, as a matter of fact. So thank you so much, David Evans, for popping back in and saying hello as well.
Ramona, I am so happy. I'm live, folks. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, working and making some deals for the Global Media Conference 2028. Ramona, I'm just so because I can see us all coming together. All of the speakers you having for the Global Media Conference in 2025. We come to Washington D.C. It's already done. That's my city. In 2026, we're going to be at Nashville, Tennessee, at the Gaylord. We already locked in. 2027, we Pasadena. And guess what? I just learned why we're going to be there in 2027. They're going to have Olympics going to be there. Can you?
Oh my goodness! The Olympics are going to be there. Oh wow!
Can you imagine the superstars we're going to do with the Global Media Conference, having them support us? And then in 2028, we're coming here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Ramona, I thank you for being my business planning partner, and we're doing this a year in advance, 2 years in advance, because we're not going to just throw nothing together.
Absolutely not.
The speakers that you have, Ramona, John Lee, I can't keep thinking. I'm just thinking about him. If he just comes, there won't be no seats. And then you got Cindy Stempo.
Yes.
You're talking about 10,000, 20,000 people
easily
this event, and I'm so happy because Ramona, we see the vision.
Yes.
This global, you already have the contacts. I have the locations. This thing with all these speakers come together for 3 or 4 days.
Absolutely. It's going to be life-changing, game-changing.
It's
at the Global Media Conference. You guys hearing it right now from David Evans himself.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's people still sitting there listening to you right now on YouTube, as a matter of fact. I see the numbers.
Every time I go places, Ramona, like I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina right now, I'm meeting people who run the events center and run the events places.
Absolutely.
And you talk to them, make contacts. I'm excited because this is gonna be amazing because you already have the speakers. It's a win-win. The speakers, all we need is the place and the location. And all of the folks in California, we already have a place that seats 800 people. We confirmed that already. So we're excited, Ramona. I just know we have Julius Weems, former
my goodness.
And
yes.
Cindy Stempo. Can you just tell everybody, Ramona, your relationship with Cindy? A lot of people don't understand.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Cindy Stempo. She is absolutely phenomenal. She is the only first generation, meaning that the business that she has operated on her own for over 38 years. She started at 23 years old. She is now 60 years old. And in the Boston area, she builds luxury homes in the multi-millions for celebrities and all. And only 1% of the people in the world. I want you to get that. I'm gonna run that back. Only 1% of the people in the world can afford her homes. at 10 million, 11 million, 15 million, 19 million, 20 million, because they are custom built from the ground up. Luxury. I mean, I'm talking, just go to her feed, see Sampo Development on IG. You will definitely see from the ground up all of the luxury amenities and things of that nature that she actually the features and amenities and things of that nature that she adds inside of these beautiful homes that she builds. She is the only female. There isn't another female that even comes close to doing what she does in the Boston area. Great friend of mine, by the way. We talk weekly, if not daily. She was definitely so busy today and lately. Even for the last event, she was going public, and then she backed out and decided to not go public. And she said, "I'll be ready at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Can I come at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock?" And I'm like, "Oh my God! Unfortunately, we are wrapping up by 3. So there you go."
And I'm saying for the Global Media Conference, because of your relationship with Cindy, it's going to be amazing. She's going to, you're close to her. She's just insight with her.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. Then, can you tell everybody about John Lee? A lot of people
wow,
know him, and you're connecting with John Lee.
Oh, you're pulling on my heartstrings. You're going down this list of all of my favorite people, but John Lee is definitely one of them. I don't think John Lee knows all of the lives that he changed and saved throughout the pandemic. And for him showing up every single day like clockwork, sometimes he went to 3 times a day. He hit because he's in the UK, and here all of us are West Coast, East Coast, and on the other side of the pond, so they say in England, because that's where he is. He jumped on Chatter last night and joined Chatter last night. And I was on stage with him last night with Nelson Apega, who has spoken in my events as well, who is the creator and founder of, he's also a real estate developer, and he also is the creator of Chatter. And if you're interested in joining Chatter, by the way, just send me a DM on the back end of IG with the word Chatter, and we'll definitely make sure that you get an invite link, because it is in the public beta stages. But Chatter is a social audio app, very, very similar to a lot of others, but it's very, very different because there's a ton of features. It's only 25%. It's only at 25% capacity. Speaking of the number 20, over 20,000 people have downloaded and are on Chatter now. And that's just and John Lee is now one of them that just jumped on last night. And it was a huge town hall. And the title of the room was "Welcome John Lee to Chatter." And you name it, they came. And I was one of them, of course. And I just sent out a blast and said, "Hey, John Lee's on Chatter," and everybody came. So I was able to go on video with him. He was on video with me, and he thanked me immensely. I definitely told everybody how generous he is and still is and was always with his time. And Nelson Apega gave him his flowers. And I told him, I thank him now because he brings me on his stages now. He has a 3-day conference every single month. And he's having one on the 23rd in a couple of days. Tomorrow, I think it kicks off, and I'll be there. And he said, "Ramona, you have not missed not one of my events, and you have been there. The time and hours that you put in in my room, on my club, and things of that nature. I'm in everything. I am in his coaching program, and he is my mentor as well. And everything that you guys hear me combined, of course." Speaking about business and things of that nature, he took my online business. He said, "You're using everything, you're implementing everything." He speaks highly of me on his platforms. And I told him live on Chatter that I am forever grateful. I am forever grateful I'll never forget him. I'll never forget everything that he's done. And I'm not stopping until I end up in December every year. He meets with the mastermind in Valley. And I will definitely be one of those people that are there coming up in this December. And that's where he sets his goals. That's where he gets spiritually grounded to prepare for the next upcoming year. And all of you should try to make it as well. So John Lee is a top performing, well-known guru on social media. He has over 6 million followers combined all over social media. And he knows every algorithm. He knows every platform. He knows how it works, the inner workings. He knows the creators personally. So he is doing some phenomenal things, and he has some brand new things rolling out. So if you're not following him, go over and follow John Lee as well. And there's a lot of cloned accounts, but he has over couple of million, I think, followers on LinkedIn. I'm not on LinkedIn. I'm sorry, on IG. I know for sure. So with that said, yes, he's also another great friend and coach.
In my mind is just going on the kickoff for the 2025 Global Media Conference in Washington, D.C. We got speakers that we are soliciting. Kathy Hughes, she's already here. We have Doug Williams from the NFL. We have
wow, awesome.
Yeah, we have the
amazing
Heather from the American Airlines and Delta Airlines. I mean, the top people in Washington, D.C. We inviting the top, and then this is going to be our kickoff. Ramona, you putting this together. You are the event coordinator, and when
absolutely,
anything that happens in the nation's capital affects the world, and we already going to kick this thing off. I just think it's going to be sold out 4 months in advance, Ramona, with the top speakers coming like this.
Absolutely, no doubt, it's a sold out event, and that's exactly what you do. You speak life. So you speak life into it from the start, from the planning stages.
You have to come to Atlanta. I know 2029. We got to come to Atlanta. We got to come home. We got to come home.
Absolutely. So here you go, guys. If you guys are interested in having your own show, and you want to know how to get a hold of David Evans, this is the number. Pick TV studio line 202-505-2837. And you can go to his IGs as well. And if you want to donate to Tiffany, I'm just closing right now. David Evans, you can just hang out with me on stage. I'm closing right now. And I'm just going to run through a couple of these phenomenal offers that many of these awesome speakers shared with everybody. Tiffany Jones, patchworkinc.com. Patchworkinc.com. There you have it right there. You want to donate to Patchworks because she is helping teachers over in Tanzania fund school supplies through their classrooms for the students. And that's the phenomenal work that she is doing. Here's shabashams.com. Go to shabashams.com. She actually shared a beautiful app that she has created with her husband. 2 different startups that they have. Go to shabashams.com, get both of those apps, and she will be back as well. And we also have Aurea McGarry. We also have Novita Spa as well. That's Megan DiMartino. She has Novita Spa Skincare, another great friend. She is in the Georgetown, Austin, Texas area as well. And what we have in the works is a live event as well. So there you have it. This is what has happened with all of the connections and the years of curating this phenomenal network. And we also have a retreat that's coming up. And here is more information on Megan DiMartino right there. propel.megandimartino.com/info. There you have it right there as well. And then we also have a major discount, 30% off of $997 for coaching with Ramona Rogers with the Royal Influencer organization right there as well. And then we also have, give me a second here, and I'm going to go back. And here we are, aureamcgary.com/legacy by design. So there you have it. Take screenshots, everybody, and make sure that you can go and follow everybody. Here's her other one right here is www.sociotap.com/Aurea McGarry. That's how you will get into that retreat information that's coming up on September 23rd, 24th, and 25th. I will be there. You want to meet me in person and hang out for a couple of days inside of a 8-bedroom, 8-bath mansion in the hills of Tennessee. You definitely don't want to miss it. And then we also have Firebringer, I believe it is. Here we are, FireBringerAI.com. That is who you just heard from right there. If you want automation as well. And it can actually go out and help you with your prospects, answering all of your prospects' questions and things of that nature, and bring ready customers to you, for you to serve them. All you have to do is just close them as well. And then we also have heard from Nick Loriano. There you go, nickloriano.com. And with freeyourmind.com as well. Bobby Vincent came today and dropped the mic as well. And we also have Move eBikes from that was Laura Frank Bernard, moveebikes.com. I am also an advisor in Move eBikes, the franchise side as well. And here's novitaspa.com. There you go. That is Megan DiMartino. And here is Free Your Mind, freemindsthrive.com/links. That's how you get a hold of Bobby Vincent, who opened us up today as well. And there you have it, guys. We have gone through every single speaker here today on day 2 and all of the phenomenal offers that they have shared with us today. And we also had a phenomenal offer from let me go and find it. I'm going to make sure that we get this up too, because we had Samara Beth here today, which she may still be here, but I know how busy they all are. They have been here and spent a lot of time with us today over the last couple of days, and we are forever grateful for all of the time, every single one of you, for all of the time that you have dedicated and given us as well. So with that said, I am looking for her phenomenal offer. It is just about a $2,000 offer. And she has reduced it just for the Royal Influencers family. Here you go. There you have it. pay2vacation.samarabethandco.com/checkout. Go to that website for sure. And make sure that when you go to that website, you use Royal. There it is. $49 is what you end up paying for a $1,997. If you use the code word is Royal. Have to use the code word Royal to get that get it for $49. So there you have it. Thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you that have been here since the beginning. Wow, it has been one for the books. And I definitely just wanted to personally thank you as well. David Evans, I know that you've been traveling and you're not even at home right now. And have you guys noticed that a lot of people were not in their pocket? They were not at home. They're traveling. Laura Frank Bernard came to us on location. David Evans is coming to us on location. And there were several others. I know Bobby Vincent was just coming off of a vacation with his family yesterday, and he just came off and jumped in on today. Oh, we had Shaba Shams was on location. She just traveled to Quebec and Montreal, Canada, and she still showed up for me. So there you go. While she and her husband are building 2 startups, by the way.
You'll love Ramona. You know, everybody don't have.
Oh, thank you. And I love you guys right back.
You have a special gift, Ramona. You have that gift that brings people together, you know, and everybody can't do that. You got a spirit of unity. That's why this conference, and I put it in there, 2025, 2026, Nashville, 2027, 2028. That's why, folks, Ramona is going to put together the greatest speakers event on planet Earth. I'm telling you, when we come together, it's going to be so much love and unity in those rooms, folks, and the speakers. Ramona, can you just imagine all the speakers together in one room like you having today, and like you had yesterday, the Royal Influencers event? I mean, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be historical. I already know it. I can feel that electricity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And not only that, let's not forget blindsideconnections.com. My sponsor, one of my sponsors, Dylan Taylor. And I just went through about 4 or 5 sponsors as well. And Dylan Taylor is definitely one of them. Actually doing it. He says that's his slogan, do it blind, because he is blind and he is doing it. He is doing it and he's making sales. And he is a phenomenal client and sponsor. So thank you to Blindside Connections for being a sponsor of Royal Influencers Organization as well. Always an absolute pleasure. And there you go. Samara Beth is still here dropping major gems and value. She said Retreat Revenue Masterclass workshop starts Thursday the 29th. There you go, everybody. Absolutely. And I see the numbers are still jumping and moving on YouTube as well. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I have just rattled through everything that everybody has shared in terms of value. Go right ahead, David.
My avatar up there, Ramona. I'm not going nowhere. I just like to show off a little bit. Look at my
avatar. You're showing off your He is absolutely loving his flyer. So he wanted to show it off a little bit, and we appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for David Evans for being here as well. And an absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. So thank you, and thank you. And thank you to every single one of these phenomenal entrepreneurs and business owners who come with serious intentions to get major value. And guess what? That is something that we promise. Our promise is just that we are going to over deliver. And one thing that you're going to get, the way that you show up is not how you're going to leave. What you come with and what you leave with are going to be two different things. And you are going to be expanded. You're going to be stretched. You're going to be challenged. Think back to Marcus Black. Yeah. And how he challenged every single one of you today.
And it's very important for everybody listening today and watching. Look at the repeats. I want at least 10,000 people, and I'm talking about Pick TV Network Nation and people around. Push the repeats. Send it out. Everybody can get this. I got people who I'm meeting in Charlotte, North Carolina saying, can you send me the link? Can you show me the repeats? So it's important for all of us to push that repeat. Push that repeat. Send it to everybody you know. Let's get the numbers up to the thousands and the thousands, because this is our time.
Absolutely. And that is exactly where it's going. And let me say this. John Lee has challenged us. John Lee challenged us while we were in his room, and I was one of those people. And he said, you get 500 people in the room, I'm there. He said he normally charges $200,000 to show up, and he won't charge us anything if we get 500 people in the room. So there you have it. There you have it. So thank you, and thank you so much again, David Evans, for being in the actual house, the Rio house, everybody. Thank you, and thank you again and again and again to every single one of you listeners out there. We thoroughly appreciate you. We don't take your time for granted, and we see you guys still hanging out with us on YouTube as well. Thank you to the listeners and the watchers on Facebook, the lookers and bookers on Facebook, as well as those of you who watch from LinkedIn as well. Absolute pleasure to serve you. We thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, and thank you again. So with that said, David Evans in the house, everybody. And he has, David, if you can tell us, how many of these events have you spoken at? If you're still with us.
Yeah, at least 5. At least 5 events.
Wow!
I
at least
can't wait.
5 for you. Wow!
Anytime, Ramona. I don't care where I'm at on planet Moon or the stars. When Ramona calls, I'm answering. Everybody's about to catch me. I'm in DC. You know what's going on with this.
Oh my goodness! Thank you,
the president. And matter of fact, I'm not into that. But I want everybody to know when Ramona calls, I'm there. I'm there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, because you have a gift that the world needs to who do you know, Ramona, can bring all these speakers together midday? Nobody that I know can bring these many speakers together, Ramona. It's not Saturday. It's not.
Oh my goodness. No, it's not Saturday. That's for sure.
Yeah, you can bring and that's a gift, Ramona. That is a
thank you.
Gift that God has blessed you with. And
thank you.
I just can't wait till we all get together. It's gonna be one.
Absolutely. And that's what 2025 is bringing. I will be doing a live event with Megan DiMartino. I will be doing a live event with Araya McGarry. I will be doing a live event with David Evans as well. And all of it came out of just showing up. All of it came out of showing up as your true, authentic self. And you know what else? Treating people the way you want to be treated. That's something that I take great pride in. I don't take it for granted. And nor do I take it lightly. And I take my relationships serious. Relationships are worth more than money. And John Lee even says, speaking of John Lee always said, we're all just one relationship away from a life changing And it's not who you know or who they know. It's who they know as well. So it's not who you're connected to, but who knows them. So that is the power of relationships as well. And look at this. Abida Wan is still here. Oh my gosh, look at that. Abida Wan is still here as well. And Abida Wan said, thank you very much, Ramona, for bringing all the brilliant minds together. Fantabulous. All the way from the UK. Believe it or not, David. Still here. He was here first thing this morning and yesterday as well.
Ramona,
And still here.
I would love to treat you with a dinner or something, Ramona. Put your cash app up if you can. You worked hard today, Ramona. You worked hard yesterday. So I'm going to treat you.
But the beauty of it is,
anybody want to follow, we got to treat Ramona.
Well, let me tell you something, David Evans. Where I met you in person for the first time, that restaurant that Friday night when I came into Maryland.
Yep.
That restaurant, I will go back to.
Yeah.
And I will definitely go back to that same restaurant.
Got something better than that.
I know you know all of the hot spots there in Maryland and Washington, D.C., right?
we on first class. I'm telling you, Ramona, I'm already pumped up, excited. You think the election is coming. You think the running for... Wait till Ramona comes to D.C. again. Wait till we come to Pasadena. You think they're running for something. Wait till we come.
And Julius Weems, it's funny that you mentioned Julius. He got very busy. He had a client that had an emergency today. And I know how busy he is because he works with some of the top CIOs in the world from just his connections of working with Google, working with eBay. He's spoken on the platform a couple of times already. And I already see what he's doing. I know how busy he is. He's spoken on stages like at the Dallas Stadium where he spoke to 20,000 entrepreneurs. And so I know how busy and I know how many people really need him. And
Ramona, think about this. I'm getting ready to pick Steven up from the airport because he's flying to Charlotte for a big event.
And wait. Let's tell everybody who Steven is because they might have missed the last conference where you brought Steven, the producer, on, who's working with some pretty big names. He has produced for American Idol even. So you have no idea who's on stage, who's speaking, and who you listening to. And his son is a top producer that works now with Keisha Coles, who just had a concert. What city was that?
We were in Orange County, California at the state fair with over 10,000 people. You can watch it on YouTube right now.
And he brought his son on camera when he was speaking also in the Rio.
We had the father of Eve. If we get Keisha Coles, Steve-O, the producer,
and Ron Wilsh. Ron Wilsh was here in the chat a little bit earlier, but he also spoke on yesterday, and he is the father of a celebrity, of Eve, the rapper, as well.
I'm telling you, everybody better get ready for one of the greatest events. And God got us good for surprises. When we get the speakers and then we have celebrities come in like that, we talking about people who close to Eve.
And Jackson Crisp, who's a prior NFL player, was just here today speaking and dropping major gems today. What a heart. Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be electric.
Phenomenal.
Electricity. I'm telling you, Ramona,
if we keep talking, Cindy Stumpo may be free because she said I'll be there at 4:00 if you could just wait till 4. And I'm like, I don't think everybody's gonna wait till 4:00.
Cindy is one of my favorite people, and to have her as a friend. I mean, I'm not close to her like you are. It's a blessing to have people.
Oh yeah, we'll text till 2:00 in the morning some mornings. She'll just start texting at 12:00 and we hold a whole conversation. Or she calls. She'll just call out of the blue and we'll chat and chat about things.
And she just did a house for one of the NBA all-stars.
The Celtics, Al Horford. She just finished his home and he just won the championships with the Boston Celtics. Absolutely.
That is huge.
And a whole host of others. Yes.
Yeah, Ramona. I'm just so proud of you bringing the speakers together.
Thank you.
In this event.
I'll definitely let Cindy know you gave her a shout out as well and how much you love her.
She's a queen, and then
it's phenomenal.
Coach Evans, my wife, who's worked.
Yes, who we're going to have at the next event because she just celebrated her mother's 90th birthday. Wow, what a celebration. Those are great genes right there.
Yeah. Ramona, I'm just like, I just see it. I can see it to the next 4 years or 5 years. and what we're going to be
That
doing.
is my big goal that I envisioned. What you're speaking on right now was my big goal that I envisioned when I first created Rio.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
it. It's on paper.
Wow.
It's on paper in writing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. Creating a speakers bureau, highlighting speakers and connecting speakers with other major corporations. Mm-hmm. That will pay them, mind you. That will pay them to show up and speak and motivate and inspire their teams and their staff and their executive teams and staff. Absolutely. Yeah. And guess what? It is already done.
Yeah. 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 All we're gonna do.
So you just let the cat out of the bag. They had no idea that what I've been doing is curating this group of powerhouse speakers.
Yeah. Yeah.
For my speakers bureau.
Yeah. Yeah. And what I love about it, Ramona, is that you already have what it takes. You already have the.
Thank you.
You already got favor with the speakers, and then we go to these places that we're talking about, 5-star. And what I love about you, Ramona,
the Gaylord, oh my goodness, when you say you've already talked to the Gaylord and secured that for, oh my goodness, that looked like a whole city and a town of its own with a river going through the entire Gaylord hotel, which looked like beyond, that looked like a 10-star resort.
Text you where I am in Charlotte.
Well, I already saw the pictures. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, how does he find all of these gems all over the world? Like, it's amazing. It's just amazing. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing it, for one.
I want to share the special moments.
Absolutely.
When I go to these places and I go see conferences already going on, there's thousands of people. I met a person yesterday. He's doing something in the finance world, gave me his card, said, let's connect. When
amazing.
I meet people, I talk to the CEOs. I talk to the top.
Absolutely. Well, you already said that we're going to be meeting with the CEO, which is a female of Paramount Studios. When you were there in LA, you met her and you said that you would want me to get on a call with her, etc. So, and tell everybody how many other stars, because you have, oh my gosh, you were there with Mary, I believe, Megan Good. I mean, you have photos and videos with all of these phenomenal stars and people that you meet along the way and that you connect with and that know you and you know them as well. So while you're tooting my horn, I'm going to go ahead and pass some of that back to you as well, because you do a phenomenal job yourself.
It's nothing but love, and then when I can't say thank you enough to my people don't understand. My son has been in the presence of so many stars I can't even name. He was just with Floyd Mayweather down there at the fight the other week. He was with Will Smith. He don't treat Will Smith, 10,000 people. He's Keisha Cole's music producer. And I'm meeting these people. I'm backstage. I'm talking to them. And Ramona, it happens at the right time. If we can understand God works at right time in relationship ties into destiny.
Yes.
And all we got to do, Ramona, is the right time. It's everything, timing. And what I love about this before I close, we are planning years in advance. We just don't want to throw something together and say, let's meet on next month. We can't do it that way, Ramona. We have to plan years in advance so everything can be boom.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And Ramona knows about event planning, folks. When she was in Washington, D.C.,
absolutely,
we had an amazing time. She's working with Joel Hill, who's a good friend of mine.
Absolutely. And that's another event that I'll be speaking at in Maryland area, but in October, where I'll be certified. When I leave that event, I will be certified in AI technology.
Joel is an investor in Calvert County. He's big with the Alzheimer's events that takes place. He set me up with the mayor to do some amazing things. Mayor James.
Absolutely.
Ramona is locked into Joel. She's locked into Julius Weems, who's my business advisor for PayPal and eBay. And then we have some secrets. We can't tell y'all everything.
No. We can't let everything out.
I have some secret names.
Oh, somebody wants to come in. Okay, yes, Samara. Yes, Samara, come on back. You have to come backstage. Somebody's asking to come on stage with you.
I have some secret.
Samara, click the link. Click the day 2 inside of the email. Click the day 2 speaker link and come back in.
I have some secret names like Heather, who is the vice president of Delta Airlines.
Oh, you told me about her.
I mean, some secret people. I mean, Washington, D.C., I've been there 61 years, folks.
Wow.
This is
Wow.
my home. So when you
Wow.
talk about people like Kathy
That's a
Hughes,
lot of time.
yeah, and the
That's
big
a long
names,
time.
the biggest names in Washington, D.C., I've been blessed to meet.
Amazing.
The Black Chamber of Commerce, the president, we were together, had a big event. They have over 5,000 businesses, you know, top people in Washington, D.C., who we are inviting to the Global Media Conference, planning a year in advance. And when we're talking about bringing Ramona in with her vision and you guys who are speakers, and we're moving into the next city, Charlotte, North Carolina, we're coming to you. Pasadena, California, we're coming to you around the same time the Olympics is popping off.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that is going to be phenomenal. And you know, Julius Weems even said, "Let me know when you go back to the Maryland area because I have some people that I want you to meet that's connected to the mayor, including the mayor." And I went, "Wow!" So there you go. You just never know.
You never know. You know, because relationship ties into destiny. You know, and you guys who, if anybody's in Charlotte, North Carolina right now, we got to come here and say thank you because
you're quite welcome, Avid. Thank you for being here. An absolute pleasure.
The love that Ramona is sharing and what I'm super blessed. Ramona, I'm gonna get out this car and show you where I'm at right now. Ramona.
Oh my goodness, he's getting ready to give us a little tour, of where he's at right now. Okay,
turn this thing around for me.
I'm waiting for Samara Beth to come in. When Samara, click your link and come back in. I just sent her a message. She said bring her up with you, David. So I'm waiting for Samara Beth to click that speaker link and come back in.
Yeah.
Oh, she said okay. So as soon as she comes back in, I'll bring you up.
Yeah, Ramona, I'm gonna try to turn
this thing Go right ahead while we wait for Samara to come back.
Yeah, so I'm going to, we got to go shopping, Ramona. This is not going to be just an indoor event. Y'all going to go shopping.
That's a must. That's a must. Get a couple of souvenirs or something, right? I absolutely love it. Absolutely.
And we want y'all and then when we come to DC, you're going to visit the monument, the Capitol. You're going to watch the museums, Martin Luther King statue. We're going to take
you there.
Already got a plan.
There she is. Samara said, let me back up on stage with David.
I'm sitting here. Hi, David. It's Samara Beth, if you can hear me, David. So I know we've talked for years on Clubhouse and such, and you've been trying to get me on your show, which I know we've got to do. But the reason why I was like, Ramona, I got to get in here because I want your listeners, because Ramona and David, we've all known each other for years, right? Yes. But the thing about it is we genuinely are networkers by nature. And just like David was saying, that you bring people together, you do it in your way. I do it in my way. Araya does it in her way. David does it in his way. But what's magical is how all those, I have such a shadow with my glasses. What's magical is how all those worlds collide. So for example, before you even mentioned Floyd, so you talked about it earlier, Ramona. It's so funny, but Danny Cavell, he brought me on, Danny Champ. He brought me on to represent himself as well as Claudio, the Matrix Morero. Yes. And Nate, the Galaxy. You writing it down?
Wow. Wow.
Nate, the Galaxy Warrior Campbell. So I'm representing three boxers. Nate has been around. I mean, he's amazing. I think 3-time world champion. He's actually just told Danny, he's like, man, after talking to me, Samara, he's like, I want to go back in. So he's great. He's going back in. So Danny's training with Nate. Claudio, has been fighting more recently. And Danny's amazing because he's a 10X certified business coach with me with Grant Cardone. So Danny and I were in master class together in Miami like a month or two ago. And we got to, he's wearing a suit. I'm like, what is that?
I know exactly.
What is that? Like Danny, like he's a businessman by day, he's a boxer by night. I'm writing their combined bio right now because David, what we're doing is, you don't just say to me, hey Samara, can you go get us some corporate sponsors so that we can all fight?
That's right.
Yeah, but let's take it way further. So we are
Yes.
collecting corporate sponsorships for them to fight these 10 different fights. And
Okay.
then we have our targets for that. But we're doing an auction, and Nate's very well connected with Mike Tyson and Floyd and all of them.
Amazing. Absolutely.
And so we're doing an auction with autographed pictures and boxing shorts and whatever. I'm friends with UFC fighters. Like all these people are going to be autographing stuff for this auction. And then we're throwing an event at Nate's boxing gym in Jacksonville, Florida. So that's what we're working on. So right now I'm creating the sponsorship packages. That landing page will be done today.
Awesome.
And getting the bios out there. So David, it'd be great if we could get the boy. They're doing their photo shoot. I already have the photographer ready to do their photo shoot. They're going to get that updated, and then we're ready to roll. Yeah. You know, these guys start training. They want to fight like tomorrow.
Exactly. Absolutely. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. So what you're asking, your ask for David is to bring that fundraising opportunity to his platform.
100% to David Pick.
There you go.
So, and what we're doing is we're going to get them, I'm going to get them, my background's PR, right? So I'm going to get them on podcasts. We're going to get them into some radio, TV show ops. Nate's also a host. He's an announcer on TV for boxing. So he's got a lot of connections. You know, like everyone, the point though is it's all about those connections in our world. When you get into the world of coaching and authors and speakers, which you and I are both in, you see how small that world gets.
Absolutely.
And that's why you have to take action. You have to jump on it. I think that was what Jackson was talking about. I was listening. I was in the background.
Yes, I saw how active you were in the chat. Of course, if you're here, of course you're going to listen, and you're gonna accept, just like I do. We were trained. We were trained by the greats in the business. I've always been, and we attract like minds attract, right? So every single person that showed up are our people. They do exactly what we do as well. So you are absolutely right. So Christina, I want to give Christina the opportunity to play that beautiful video that she put together, or to see if she can. So Christina, can you add the video again, and let's give it one more try since we're still here anyway. It's a beautiful video of all of the speakers that she put together with music, and this music that she chose and used is absolutely phenomenal as well. So she just popped back in, and I'm just going to see, she's probably adding her video in, and it's probably a pretty big file, which is why it was sort of pausing and stopping a little bit. But nevertheless, I will definitely upload it. The first one she did was only a 1-day event. This one is a 2-day event, so it's double the speaker. So it's a pretty big file, I bet. But you guys will get a copy of it. I'm going to send it directly to you, so you guys can put it on your feed or use it however you choose. Absolutely use it however you choose. So with that said, I definitely will definitely connect you with David Evans. I think he did say he was picking his son up from the airport. So David Evans, are you still there? Not sure if you're available to speak, David Evans.
I'm Ramona.
Okay.
I'm trying to take you where I'm going to take you for shopping. Let me turn this thing around.
That's what he's doing. He's moving around and trying to get to where he wants to show us. So, okay, Samara Beth is here. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to the mall, Ramona. I'm trying to take you
out. And wait, you are in Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah. And you just left. You were in LA for a whole month. Yeah, and then you were in Nashville for a few weeks. I'm like, oh my goodness. Wow.
As soon as I get my picture together, I'm going to tell you where I'm taking you out shopping. So let me let you know where the shopping mall is. I'm going to try to get this stuff.
Okay, so can you tell Samara that you will actually, she can connect with you, and you guys can get Nate and Danny Calafell.
I'm going to tell you what happened while I was in California 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
All these boxers downstairs, and they came in like an entourage.
I'm going to remove myself from the stage, but I'm listening. Go right ahead.
The big fight was going on, and I was like, what in the world is going on down here at the Ritz-Carlton in L.A.? So the fight was going to take place. So I automatically went in there and started recording, meeting some people, shaking some hands. All of them was just amazing. I met so many fighters And the next day, Floyd Mayweather came into town because that was the big fight night. My son was there sitting on the stage talking with them. And yeah, anybody you want to bring on, it's a done deal. Any friend of Ramona's is a friend of mine, you know, and I believe relationship ties into destiny. We have to work together because at the end of the day, my win is in you. You know, when you win, I win, we all win together. And the world is so small, you'll be surprised who everybody knows. Everybody knows.
It's so true, David. You know, when I was a corporate event planner, destination manager in New York City back in the 90s and early 2000s, Coca-Cola was one of my clients, and we did their big share owners meetings, and we took over the whole city. I mean, you can imagine there's not enough big enough hotels in New York City for the amount of people that come in for that. And everybody that was participating were people that were on their commercials, that were on their bottles and cans or the boxes. And so we had like Cal Ripken, Muhammad Ali, and a lot of other people. We had John Bon Jovi perform. Like there was just a lot of all the athletes, the Olympians and Mary Lou Retton, you know, just all the people from the different sports. And it was really neat because there were so many people involved that our team split up the different venues that we did for like the VIP events. And so one of the ones I did was at the Museum of Natural History, and Muhammad Ali was there, and Jesse Jackson ended up trying to break into the event. It was really funny because his boy Muhammad was there, and so we ultimately let him in, but like it was so heavily secured. But it was so neat to see someone like him. He's such a legend. And then years later, I was producing an event for a client in Austin, Texas, at the this one was at the JW Marriott and over at Moody City, Austin City Limits, Moody Gardens. We took over that as well. And here it is, his daughter speaking, and she was the presenter. So it's just like things just kind of come full circle. And it's all about creating those legacies. Like you talk about your son meeting all of these people. Well, my kids meet all of those, you know, celebrities and people that are impactful. Just because someone's a celebrity doesn't mean that they're necessarily impactful to our world positively. But my kids have had the opportunity to meet some incredible beings. And so did I. So did I growing up. Like I was just looking, like I have Willie Mays. I have all this autographed Willie Mays stuff. And my dad played in the Willie Mays golf tournament every year in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I grew up in Baltimore, so I'm a Maryland girl too. And Smokey Robinson was his golf partner. So we got to see the Smoke Man and go backstage and hang out with him. I mean, just the really cool things that we get to do as kids and growing up. And I just invite people to continue to show your kids, show your nieces, your nephews, your kids, provide that value, provide all the things that can be, and inspiring people in our world. It's not just about reality TV shows and TikTok. You know, I say that my kids are smarter than I am. My son started today as an astronomy major. And my daughter's in high school and she's in all honors classes. I mean, my kids are really smart. They're science smart, math smart. They're everything smart, way smarter than I ever was. But I got the street smarts and I can produce events like nobody's business. And I see every detail and I love networking and meeting people. So we got to take our skill set and we have to get out there and meet as many people as possible. So I'm glad, David, that we're going to get to work together. I don't know if we lost you because I knew that you were going to the airport to pick up, I think, your producer. And Ramona has done such an exceptional job with the last 2 days. And Christina is just a gem that, you know, has the opportunity to work with Ramona at such a young age. So I think you guys are all just absolutely incredible. And I'm so glad that you're part of my tribe. I'm like, Ramona, you
absolutely. I am back. I am back. I was working on coming back. So yes, absolutely. I absolutely love that. And I am so glad to hear that your kids are doing so well, for one. Two, speaks volumes to you as the mother that you are. And I know how hard it has been in the past, going through divorce and things of that nature. I'm with you on that. We definitely are on the same page, and to still come out on the other side, winning and thriving, is a testament to every single woman out there. So when you're looking at us, you're looking at yourselves.
It's true. And I just want to also add the letting go part. Like, we have to let go of certain things. You know, I was the one who was handling everything of my children's their whole lives until they were between two homes. And so now it's like, okay, well, his dad is taking him to college today, and he's transferring as a junior. He was in community college, but now he's transferring. And I had to let go of the fact that I won't be there to take my son to school, but I know that I can drive up there and spend a weekend with him or whatever. You just, sometimes you just have to let go with certain little things, even if they're not little, they're big.
This is so true. You're right. You're absolutely right. So thank you so much, Samara. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for coming back up as well.
Wardrobe change.
I know. Exactly. Thank you.
My awards, my world.
I love that. I absolutely love that. What a great setup. So thank you, and thank you again for always saying yes. I thoroughly appreciate you. So with that said, everybody, that ends the Royal Influencers Organization Business Incubator 2-day for the books virtual experience. So I want to definitely thank every single one of the speakers for taking time out of their busy day. Time is that precious commodity. You guys heard it already, but I'm going to say it again. Time is that precious commodity that you will never get more of. And I know for a fact that you heard it from Jackson Crisp, who said, you will attract what you are. So you always want to remain heart-centered and be able to put yourself in the other person's shoes so that you can connect and relate with them at their level. So thank you, and thank you to every single one of you. And until the next time, because there is another one, there will be a next coming up in September as well. And you definitely want to go to royalinfluencersorganization.com as well, and definitely join us, subscribe for free, and join us so that you can get in our email list, and you will know about you'll be the first to know, that is, about all of these phenomenal events that we're talking about, and 50% off of coaching right now. And the Business Incubator will be launching in September. So if you have attended and you mention, DM the word Royal, DM me on IG or Facebook or LinkedIn or YouTube, the word Royal, I will honor 50% off of my coaching and the Business Incubator. So with that said, a few people are in it already, and it'll be a small beta group. And we will help you do a variety of things, like create a business plan, like create a landing page, show you and done with you how to create a website and a funnel. And along with all of that, how to prospect and what are the intricate details of all three levels of business. The launching phase, if you've always wanted to launch a business, then here you have an opportunity to be a part of a business incubator. You actually heard Tiffany Jones, who said that because she was in a business incubator, they actually set goals. That's something else you're going to do in a different strategy, with a different strategy that you've never done before. You're going to set goals, and not only set goals, but you're going to take actionable steps over the course of 6 months. And not only set these goals, but go get these goals and see them come to fruition and move that needle a lot closer to the goals. Or to the destination of where you are actually wanting to be. So with that said, I cannot thank every single one of you enough for being here. And with that, I am going to end this live stream right now by counting backwards from 5 to 0, and let everybody know I see you guys still watching on YouTube. I see the number still there on YouTube as well as Facebook. So I'm going to count down backwards from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. And see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye, guys. And have a great, Labor Day that's coming up in about a week or so. And definitely have a great weekend. See you guys soon. Bye-bye, guys.